not disappointed that I'm not doing anything like current, but I really want to watch this trial because we watched that whole post conviction relief hearing, and why I paused? No, I muted myself. No, I can't hear myself talking while I'm talking because it screws me up. So, like I had lots of questions after that post conviction relief hearing because we got part of the evidence, but not all of the evidence. I don't know any of these people. They just follow me around the internet. I don't know any of y'all. Um, I told Travis last night, I'm like, they're starting to fight over me now. Everybody's like, no, she's mine. No, she's mine. I've known her longer than you. She's mine. And Travis goes, no, she's mine. All of y'all, she's mine. Like, you guys quit fighting over me. Um, so I hope you guys aren't disappointed, but I really wanted to watch this, and I know some of you said you wanted to watch it, and I just had so many questions because they did part of the evidence, but not all the evidence, and then they grilled his attorney about things he didn't do or should have done, and I was like, I have to watch it. I have to watch the original trial. So this is a little trailer that Court TV put together. If it will cooperate. Cooperate.
Amy Mullis' death looked like a fluke accident, a possible occupational hazard from working on a farm, but more to the story in the sky.
He's a 43-year-old hog farmer accused of murdering his wife with a corn rake and leaving their 13-year-old son to find her body.
He used a corn rake because he tried to make it look like a farm accident.
The problem is she had 6 holes in her back, and the corn rake 4 curled injuries from one angle. 2 of the injuries came from another angle.
6 minus 4 equals murder.
If Todd Mullis is convicted of murder, he could spend the rest of his life in prison.
Will his internet search history reveal the truth?
So you have these searches, and then you have 4 days later, Amy dead.
It's going to be an absolutely fascinating case.
That was StreamYard. I was not muted. StreamYard muted me. So Belle is outside barking at the yard monsters, and really she's barking at the neighbors. We used to live next door, and she hasn't gotten over it yet. She still thinks that's our house. So she thinks there's intruders in our house, and she barks at them every chance she gets. She still thinks that's our house. I know. That's got to be. I will just believe that forever. That's why she's so fixated on barking at them. They don't even have to be out in the yard. Just every time she looks over there, she barks. Yeah, StreamYard, you're rude. You muted me for no reason. I was talking. You muted me in mid sentence. Yeah, I know. I don't know. Okay, watch Lawyer You Know watched the video that, what's his name? Morrissey? Is it Michael Morrissey? The DA that prosecuted Karen Reed. The video that he put out talking about her and the witnesses in the case and how they were being harassed and stuff, and that people needed to stop harassing them. Like, he took the rules about, I don't know what they're called, the rules about, I want to say professional ethics, but I might be wrong, so don't quote me on that. But like what they're allowed to say to the public in the middle of a case, what they're allowed to say. Oh no, not Turtle Boy. I have mixed feelings about Turtle Boy. No, this is Lawyer You Know, and it's the DA. He watched the DA's video because everybody was like, watch Morrissey's video, watch Morrissey's video, and he's like, okay, if y'all want me to watch it, send it to me. So I guess a bunch of people sent it to him, and he did it, and he was like, I'm glad I watched this. So he read us like the rules first, and then he showed the video, and he would stop the video and then go back to the rules to to show us why he shouldn't have said the things he said. So I mean, that's like at the top. Like, Morrissey's the top dog. So this is from the top down corruption. It's, oh my gosh. Wait. Oh yeah, she wasn't convicted. It was a hung jury. And the jury found her not guilty on counts 1 and 3, but because Bev screwed up the instructions on the jury form and confused the hell out of everybody, she gets charged on all 3 charges again. So, and that starts April 1st. And because Brennan has come in and muddied the waters with misrepresentation and flat out lies and withholding evidence, this time's going to be worse than the first. And lawyer Peter Tragos, Lawyer You Know, he did another video where he actually, now Peter will be impartial till the cows come home. But he finally admitted, that Bev showed bias towards the prosecution. Finally, after how many months? At least a year. He finally admitted it because he took the documents, like when she allowed, what's his name, Crosby, the dog bite expert that the Commonwealth wants in, and then forgot her name, that amazing woman that makes me feel inadequate. What is her name? The dog bite expert for the defense. Dr. Russell. So he put Dr. Russell's, the thing that Bev wrote for her, allowing her, and then the one for Crosby. Crosby's is like a paragraph. The one for Russell's like 3 pages long, where she puts all the things that Russell said that she doesn't agree with, but she's going to allow her and let the jury sort it out. But then Crosby's is like a little paragraph. Yeah. Yep. 100%. 100%. He tried, and he finally had to admit it. I was like, oh my God. No, he didn't, because he tried. And a lot of people don't like him for that reason, because he's so impartial. A lot of people don't like. A lot of people love that about him, and then a lot of people hate that about him. But yeah, he finally had to come out and admit it, and he's got the receipts like side by side with those two orders that she did, allowing those two experts, and he put them side by side, and you could tell. And then the Morrissey video when he had the, I don't know what kind of rules they are. I don't know if it's like professional ethics or what the rules were. I don't remember what he called them, but for what you're allowed to say to the public during an open case. And he broke a bunch of rules. So go watch those two videos if you guys are at all interested in the Karen Reed stuff. Yeah, he is. Absolutely, he is. And he'll even, when he breaks down something, he will even be fair. Like if there's something that is biased, but something that's not, like he'll break it down within one document. He'll be like, this is kind of shady, but this is good. Like he's, they're both his videos, and they're both very recent videos of his. I can't remember if he did one on Betero not being allowed or not. But yeah, those two were both really, really good. And like I said, I was kind of shocked because Peter doesn't do that unless he absolutely means it. He gives everybody the benefit of the doubt. But he's finally come out and had to admit. I mean, yeah, he said like he thinks she didn't do it, but he's had to actually come out and say that Bev is biased now. He's still, he'll read like people's comments and questions, and they'll say Bev, and he'll say Bev, and then he'll correct himself, and he'll say Judge Canoni. Man, you guys are killing me, because he feels like even though she is what she is, she's a judge, and she should be given respect and called Judge Canoni. And then people are like, oh, you only call her Judge Bev because she's a woman. If she was a man, and I was like, that's not why I call her Judge Bev. If she was a man, I call her Judge whatever his first name was. I don't call her Judge Bev because she's a woman. I don't give her respect because I don't give her respect. She needs to be off the bench, period, not just off this case. She needs to be off the bench, period. Hey, Ardo. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. I gotta go get Belle. I don't know what she's barking at now. I think she's at the door. And this says opening statements is only 28 minutes long. That seems like an awfully short time for both sides to do opening statements.
Okay, would the state please read the charge in this matter?
Todd Mullis, on or about the 10th day of November, 2018, in Delaware County, state of Iowa, did kill Amy Mullis, violation of Iowa Code sections 707.1 and 7. A true information, signed Denise A. Timmons, Assistant Attorney General. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Thank you.
Okay, and whenever the state is ready for opening statement, go right ahead.
Amy Mullis was a young and beautiful woman. She was a daughter, a sister, an aunt, a friend, and a mother to her 3 young children. She was at her home on November 2018 and went outside some work on her farm. But little did she know, Amy's last moments on this earth stabbed with in her back. She would feel that rake pierce her body. She would collapse to the ground. Her lungs would fill with blood and air. And she would take those last breaths while she lay on a floor in a shed on her farm. Amy had so much life left to live, but that life was viciously taken from her on November 10th, 2008. Taken at the hands of this defendant. We would love for you. You will share a courtroom with her killer here in a town called Earlville. And to understand what happened, we have to go back November 2018 before that. Amy was not happy.
Why is it buffering? I give out memberships and it buffers. Why does it say I'm sharing 2 tabs? Because I'm not sharing 2 tabs. I'm only sharing 1 tab. Hang on. Why? What did you do, Ardo? I know you don't ever buy your own. I tried. Yeah, I shouldn't have been bragging on StreamYard. It's not StreamYard this time, though. It's Court TV. At least I think it's Court TV. There's another trial on here I want to do when we get done with Phil Spector. It's Betty Broderick. I have watched so many stuff about that, so much stuff about that woman. He is a TV, you're killing me. What are you doing? Come on, Court TV, you're making me mad now. Okay, maybe it is StreamYard. Dang it! I shouldn't have said nice things about StreamYard. That's what happened. I said nice things about StreamYard. Now they're gonna be all screwy. Okay. Yes, she 100% is. I watched part of her testimony and then I was like, because back then I was watching Legal Bites channel all the time and she was doing the Menendez brother trial. And I was like, when this is over, you have to do Betty Broderick. That woman is crazy and I want to watch the trial, but I want to watch it with my friends. So I think I'm going to stream that one at some point. Because that lady, oh my God. And then they made a made for TV movie with Meredith Baxter Barney from Family Ties. She was a mom on Family Ties. Played her. That movie was so good. She was wonderful in it. Of course, I've seen oodles of documentaries and stuff about it too. But that movie, if you're like a miniseries person that doesn't like to watch documentaries, which I'm assuming if you're on this channel that you like documentaries, but the miniseries was really good too. Although it was a made for TV thing, so I don't know if you can find it anywhere. Oh, you saw it, Carla? It was really good. Really, really good. Okay, let's try this again.
State of Iowa plaintiff versus Todd Michael Mullis. Number FECR 012941. Trial information.
There we go.
Comes now Delaware County Attorney John Bernois and Assistant Attorney General Denise A. Timmons as prosecuting attorneys. and in the name and by the authority of the state of Iowa, accuse Todd Mullis of murder first degree, committed as follows. Todd Mullis, on or about the 10th day of November, 2018, in Delaware County, state of Iowa, did kill Amy Mullis in violation of Iowa Code sections 707.1 and 707.2 1A. A true information, signed John Bernaw, Delaware County Attorney, signed Denise A. Timmons, Assistant Attorney General. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Thank you.
Okay, and whenever the state is ready for opening statement, go right ahead.
Amy Mullis was a young and beautiful woman. She was 39 years old. She was a daughter, a sister, an aunt, a friend, and a mother to her 3 young children. She was at her home on November 10th, 2018, and went outside to help do some work on her farm. But little did she know, her death would come that morning. In Amy's last moments on this earth, she would feel the corn rake that she was stabbed with in her back. She would feel that rake pierce her body. She would collapse to the ground. Her lungs would fill with blood and air. And she would take those last breaths while she lay on a floor in a shed on her farm. Amy had so much life left to live, but that life was viciously taken from her on November 10th, 2018. Taken at the hands of this defendant. We would love for you to get to meet Amy, but you won't. Instead, you will share a courtroom with her killer. This brutal, senseless murder happened not far from here, in a town called Earlville. And to understand what happened, we have to go back to November 2018 and the time before that. Amy was not happy. She was having an affair and she was planning on leaving the defendant. The defendant knew something was going on. Amy had previously had an affair and they had reconciled. In July 2018, the defendant knew she had an affair. He confronted Amy and she denied it, but that just wasn't good enough for him. There was still a lot of tension and distrust, and the defendant had to do something. Over time, this kept weighing on the defendant. He wasn't going to let Amy get away with cheating on him again, and more importantly, he wasn't going to let Amy take half of his farm. You see, the defendant grew up on a farm. Mother's a farmer, his brother are farmers. He became a farmer himself. He has put his life into that farm. The defendant had to find a way to keep his farm. He couldn't let Amy leave him and take his money or land or half of his farm. That morning, when Amy walked out of her house, November 2018, to do chores on the farm, it appeared to be a day like any other. Amy didn't know then what you will all know by the end of this trial. That walk that she had taken times out of her front door to the hog barn would be her last and would lead to her death. What made this day different than any other day was the defendant and his cold and calculated plan. November 10th, 2018 was finally the day that Amy's husband of over 14 years was going to carry out his plan. A plan in which he tried to think of everything, tried to avoid getting caught, a plan in which he carefully waited to carry out until he felt like he had the perfect. The defendant made sure the only people at his farm that day were him, his wife, and his kids, because he didn't want any other witnesses. He had gotten Amy outside to help do chores on the farm, and then he had to separate her so he could execute his plan. He sent Amy to a red shed to get something, and that's where he then attacked her and killed her. He used a corn rake because he tried to make it look like a farm accident. He was hoping that people would just feel sorry for him and not ask any questions. He then went back to the hog barn, distancing himself from the crime he just committed, acting like nothing happened. And what did he do then? He sent his 13-year-old son to go and find his mother, who he had just slaughtered. The defendant acted like he was upset. He had to. This was his big moment, what he had been practicing and planning for months. He immediately started telling his story. He told 911 she fell on a corn rake. The defendant believed he thought of everything, but what he didn't count on was what happened next. Nobody believed his story. The doctors and law enforcement knew something just wasn't right. The doctors could tell that Amy was struck.
Thank you so much, just because I appreciate it.
At least 2 times in the back with the corn rake. This was not an accident. It was a homicide. The defendant's plan wasn't so perfectly thought out. Now, you're going to hear a lot about Todd and Amy's relationship before this happened. And you're going to hear about how Amy was fearful of the defendant, how she told her friends and family members that she was planning on leaving him, but that she was afraid that if he found out she was having an affair, he would kill her. And she also told another friend that he would make her disappear. But wait, that's not all, because what you're also going to hear is that the way that we know that the defendant planned this was after the police executed a search warrant on his house. They collected the defendant's iPad that is connected to his personal Gmail account. And they were able to see searches in the months before Amy's death, proof that he was planning to kill Amy, looking up things like how to kill unfaithful women. The evidence in this case is overwhelming, and the trail of evidence leads to only one place, to where Amy's murderer sits across this courtroom from you today. And make no mistake, the defendant earned this seat in this courtroom by what he did that day, November 10th, 2018. After you hear all the evidence in this case, the judge is going to instruct you on the law as it applies to the evidence. And then you will know that there is only one verdict. Only one verdict supported by both the law and the evidence, and only one just verdict, a verdict of guilty.
I agree with some of what the state has just mentioned to you in opening. On November 10th, 2018, in Delaware County, Iowa, Amy Mullis was viciously and deliberately murdered. The issue that you will have to decide in this case is really not who did it, but whether Mr. Mullis did. The evidence is much along the lines of what you've just heard. On November 10th, on that Saturday morning, Todd and his son Tristan, who's 13 years old, went to another farm that they...
Okay, does he look surprised? Okay, this is going to be different because we've seen the post conviction, whatever it's called, petition for release, whatever. Did he look surprised when his lawyer got up there and said, yes, it was murder? Did he not say that his counsel was supposed to say it was an accident? Wasn't that what the whole post conviction relief thing was? He didn't look surprised to me. He looked like he expected that.
Farm and manage, do some chores. There had been some chisel plowing, that's my term for it, had been done on that property the day before. And Todd's plan was to do some more on that Saturday. It had gotten cold, the ground was too frozen, so that plan had to be abandoned. Todd and Tristan returned back to the home place where the two younger children and Amy were up and about. They had a small breakfast, and Todd and Tristan announced or stated that they were going to go out to the hog barns and get ready for a delivery of small pigs. The Mullises had these large hog confinement barns, and maybe I'll use the wrong terminology here, but these are giant barns, much like a football field. And they bring in small pigs when they're being weaned off the sow. And then they're raised to butcher weight and hauled off the farm and sold. They were getting ready for a delivery of those small pigs. And there was a lot of mechanical things to be done in the barns. So their plan was to go out and start that process. A few days before, I believe on November 6th, you'll learn that Amy had had a medical procedure. She was having some bleeding problems, and the doctors had recommended that she have a minor surgery, which it was done. I believe that you will hear that the testimony was that she felt cooped up, had been in the house for several days, and wanted to join Todd and Tristan. It was her idea to go out and help work in the barns. And she did. And you'll hear that when they got out in the barn, each of them, Todd, Tristan, and Amy, set about to do different things. Todd was going to take these pipes, and I think you'll hear them referred to as nipple feeders. They're actually water pipes with small nipples on them, so that these small pigs used to nursing off their mother will now nurse water from these pipes once they've been put in these pens. Todd was doing that. Tristan was getting these heaters that had been stored in a storage area he would bring these to each of the pens and set them out ready to be installed. Amy was there was light fixtures above these pens in walkways. And they were, as you might imagine, with all these hogs, the manure and the smell, that there was lots of flies, not in November, but there had been when there had been pigs in the barn, the large hogs. So Amy set about to clean those fixtures off, to take the fly feces off of the globes around those lights. And to do so, she couldn't just stand and reach up and do it. She would use a pail sometimes, or stand up on the fence partitions if there was a place to put her foot. And that's what they did. Each kind of doing their own thing, all within proximity with one another. At some point, Todd noticed, Tristan noticed, that Amy seemed to maybe lose her balance, comment upon her dizziness. And this is something that Todd had witnessed even before she had had the medical procedure on November 6th. His comment was, honey, take it easy. Why don't you go back in the house? Don't push yourself. She wanted to help. So she continued on, and there was again observation of her unsteadiness. So finally she agreed that she would stop what she was doing, still wanting to help. Todd says, if you want to do something, there was A mother cat had a litter of kittens, and they were being kept in the shop, which was in between the hog barns, a little off to the, as you look towards the house, a little off to the right. Somehow the mother cat had gotten run over by a skid steer or pickup or tractor or something. So the kittens were abandoned, not abandoned, they were just there by themselves. And each time that they'd open the door to get equipment in and out, there was a fear that they were going to run over some kittens, upset the smaller kids. So Todd says, there's a pet carrier over in that old red shed. You can go over and get it. Just put it up by the shop on your way into the house. Okay. She leaves the hog barn. Todd and Tristan continue to work. They're doing these two chores of theirs. At some point, and I believe you'll hear that Tristan said the only time that he ever was out of his father's sight was to go into an office area. It's more of just a separated area off the main part of the hog barn where there's some equipment. A faucet on, there's a hose hooked to it. He thought he did that maybe twice and was out of the main hog area for a very short period of time. Todd was still in there. He was in there when he went out to get a drink. He was in there when he went back. They worked for some period of time, and I don't think there's a real good handle on what that period of time is. Maybe an hour, hour and a half. And at some point, they look out towards the house, and where you can see up by the shop where this pet carrier would have been placed by Amy per this plan, and it wasn't there. And Todd says to Tristan, why don't you go see what's going on and get that pet carrier if it's not up there? Tristan goes to the shed where an awful, awful thing had occurred. Tristan yells for his father. He comes, he finds her in the shed horribly with this corn fork stuck in her back. And you'll see pictures of this shed where you get in these sliding doors, which were kind of frozen open, but a pretty short width. And then you go in and there's a bunch of these plastic farm sprayer tanks, and you kind of turn to the left and then you go down this hallway. And in fact, down that hallway, there's some auger screws laying on the floor, but there you see this pet carrier that's partially pulled out from a shelf. But Amy's out laying on her face or on her hands and knees, crunched over by near the door. It's so horrible. Todd cannot get her out of the shed without taking that fork out of her back because the doors weren't wide enough. There wasn't enough room to move her. So he did it. And he had Tristan help him get her in the pickup, literally laid across their laps, called 911, and proceeded to drive as fast as he could towards medical care. The 911 operator directs them to a certain location where he or she, I can't remember, is sending law enforcement to meet them and ultimately emergency equipment. And they meet on a roadway out in the country where Amy is then transferred from the pickup into an ambulance and taken to the hospital, where she is soon pronounced dead. Tristan was taken by a friend, Michael Krogman, from the scene back to the farm. Two deputies had asked for him to do that, for Tristan to go back there so that he could show them where he found his mom, a little bit about what happened. And Tristan did that. Then Tristan went to the hospital where he meets with family. He's questioned briefly there by law enforcement. He basically tells you the story that I just told you. Maybe not in quite so much detail. Todd did state that he thought he had no other explanation. She went in the barn. She ends up with a fork in her back. She must have fell. He had no idea. But we will learn, you will learn, that she didn't fall on the fork, that there was 4 tines on this fork, and you'll see it here in the courtroom, that there was more than 4 wounds to Amy's body, that she was struck more than once. But when she was there working in the barn, and you'll see pictures of her clothing, she had on several layers of clothes, from a light shirt to another shirt. I think it was 3 layers, and one was a fairly heavy coat. So Todd couldn't see the wounds. There was some blood, and that was about it, quite a bit of blood. So his explanation was the only one he could think of. This wasn't something he manufactured. It was like, what else could it be? She was dizzy in the hog barn. Here we find her with this fork in her back. She was trying to get this pet carrier out of the shed. I don't have any other explanation. And that story remains consistent when he's questioned more completely by law enforcement. Tristan at the farm, at the hospital, later questioned at a school, and later questioned at a professional, it's a CPC center, I think they call it, at St. Luke's Hospital in Cedar Rapids, where professionals who interview children who have been victims or witnesses. He was interviewed there, and again, his story remains basically the same. Yes, I expect you're going to hear a history of this marriage. That approximately 5 years before this all happened, Amy was working at the hospital, I believe in Manchester, and that she had an affair with an individual. Todd?
It's not in my notes, but I thought he sent him to get the pet carrier because it wasn't wherever he I don't know. I have the impression that he never saw the pet carrier wherever he told Amy to put it, so he sent Tristan to get it. That's my impression, but I could be remembering it incorrectly. And for some reason, it's not in my notes. But you could be right. Don't hold me to that because I didn't write it down. There are times when I get tired of taking notes and I just stop. Because I'm not in school anymore and I don't have to if I don't want to.
I ultimately learned about that affair. They, at the suggestions of friends and family, they went through counseling and they worked through it.
It probably was.
I believe you'll hear testimony from Todd that his marriage was important. His children were important. The farm life was important to him, but not so important that he's going to murder the mother of his children and his wife. There will be sometimes perhaps confusing text messages, phone contacts, or information about what was said by Amy. But I think you will find that.
Oh my God. Have you been to the doctor? Do something. That's a month. Don't just suffer with that. Do something. There's all kinds of new migraine medicines now. Go get Botox or whatever the new thing is. That's a month. You can't function with a migraine for a month. Oh my God. I will be praying for you. I don't think I've ever had one that lasted an entire month before. I've had like 2 weeks. That's miserable. I will definitely be praying for you, my friend, because no. You cannot function with a headache that lasts a month. or a migraine. I mean, migraine and headache are two different things.
Todd continued to work towards maintaining his marriage throughout all this confusion. But behind his back, Amy was having a significant sexual affair on a regular basis. A gentleman by the name of Jerry Frazier. He worked for a company that contracted these hogs into these various hog confinement facilities. New.
Oh, I had the impression that he worked for Todd at the farm and was like there every day. I didn't know like he was just somebody that came and went and wasn't there all the time. Interesting.
Numerous hog operations like the Mullises. So he knew the farm, he knew the people, he'd come there on a regular basis, and he and Amy would have business conversations, business communication, I guess I'll call it, about feed and medicine for the hogs and things that were going on a business level. But he would say that in the spring of 2018, it became a flirting thing, and then it became a sexual thing. And it was extensive, that he and Amy would meet on various locations at various times, and it was sexual. I'm going to say you'll find that somewhere on the first part of July, Todd saw some phone bills that would show the amount of messaging going back between Amy and Mr. Frazier. And it bothered him. Bothered him to the extent that he called Jerry Frazier and said, "Hey, what's going on? Is there something going on?" Frazier, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a nice guy. Amy wants the kids to get involved in showing pigs at fairs and stuff like that. And I help out a lot of people. And we got our regular contacts about the hog operation there at the Mullis farm. Don't worry, Todd." Todd even calls his wife, and she thinks Todd's crazy. She doesn't suspect anything. And I think it's pretty fair to assume that Jerry Frazier convinced his wife that Todd was a little wacky and don't pay attention to him. The affair continued. There was plans to meet at the state fair in Des Moines in August. Amy was telling people, as soon as Jerry is ready and his kids have graduated, then I'm going to get a divorce and so forth and so on. But I don't think Jerry was quite into it like she was. But he admits it still continued right up until just a few days before this November 6th medical procedure. So I'm not going to try to lay out exactly all these text messages and communications, but there will be some. The internet searches that the state mentioned, there were phones, there were Kindles, there was an iPad, a laptop, and there was an iPad. An iPad used extensively for the hog and farming operation. It would actually be taken out in the tractors when you were doing, like, as I understand it, and I hope I'm not wrong, like GPS planning, that you could coordinate with this iPad. And also it was used in the hog operation because it had better Wi-Fi or whatever the connections. I'm terrible with this stuff. I'm too old. But it had better connections, so it'd be taken out in the shop. And that a dispute may be as to how many people had access to that and what the significance of these searches are, when they were made and why they were made. Folks, again, Todd Mullis' statements about Amy falling on a fork and dying accidentally was a honest, legitimate, on-the-spot explanation or an attempt to explain what happened to her. It was wrong. She was murdered.
Oh.
Horribly. But I believe that you will find that not only at the end of this case that there's a reasonable doubt about Mr. Mullis's guilt, but there's no doubt at all. Thank you.
Okay. Wow. Okay, where's the next video? Well, that was a weird opening. His saying it was an accident was an on-the-spot explanation, but it was wrong. That was different. And in case you guys don't remember, I said it during the PCR. The procedure she had, they keep saying, like, they're going back and forth between surgery and procedure. When I had mine done, they called it a surgery. It's not really a surgery. It's a procedure. They go in and scrape out your uterus, and then they burn it. So the procedure in and of itself really doesn't have, you're not in pain. There's like no, I mean, I'm sure they gave me a list of things that could happen, but I didn't have any problem at all. She would have had more problems prior to the surgery from the bleeding. Usually they do it for women that have heavy periods. Some women that like never stop having a period. And usually they become anemic. So she would have been like weak and wobbly and everything from blood loss before the procedure. And of course, having the procedure doesn't stop that immediately. It takes a while for you to, your blood cells and everything to build back up to the point that you aren't anemic. So yeah, she's still going to be wobbly for a while. So I'm not saying, of course, I'm not seeing all the evidence. That I'm not saying that he's not guilty. But like the prosecution is saying he waited for her to have this medical procedure to use it as an excuse for why, but that's a flawed, what's the word I want? It's a flawed opinion or a flawed, it's not the right word. Just because, tell me what word I'm trying to think of. Because anytime leading up to that procedure, if she needs that procedure because she's anemic and she's bleeding, she's going to be all wobbly and faint anyway. So he didn't have to wait until she had that procedure because she's already got those symptoms. Thank you. It's flawed logic. Thank you. She already had the wobbly. She had to have, because they only do that procedure because of blood loss. And so you're already anemic and dizzy and wobbly and all those things before you have that procedure. So he didn't need to wait. So prosecution saying he waited for her to have that procedure so he could make it look flawed premise. Yeah, that one's good too. You know what I meant. Um, so him waiting for that procedure, it makes no sense because he could have done it at any time and said, well, it's because of her anemia. She has spells where she, passes out or falls down or whatever. So that's my problem with the prosecution's case. I'm not saying that he didn't do it. I'm just saying, and that just comes from me being a nurse and also personally experiencing that. And it bugs me. It just bugs me. It doesn't mean that they're wrong. It just bugs, that one thing bugs me. You know how that one little thing that you hear in a story or whatever, and you're just like, it doesn't make sense and it drives me nuts. That's my one thing in this that drives me nuts.
Just indicated your name.
Yes,
Do you go by Jeff?
I go by Jeff.
And how old are you, Jeff?
I am 43. I'll be 44 tomorrow.
Oh, happy birthday, Jeff. Who are you? What is your last name? I know though. Can you please not buffer?
What area do you live in?
I live in the town of Eldora, Iowa.
And where did you grow up?
I grew up on the farm just outside of Eldora.
And was that on a farm?
On the farm, yes, sir.
Who did you grow up there with?
I grew up there with my mom and my dad and my sister, Amy.
Did you graduate from high school?
I graduated from Eldora New Providence High School in 1994.
And did you receive any additional schooling?
Yes, I got my bachelor's degree in occupational safety and health, and I have a master's degree in organizational leadership.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm the human resources manager at American Packaging Corporation in Story City, Iowa.
Now, you indicated earlier that you lived with Amy Mullis.
Yes.
Who is Amy Mullis?
Amy is my sister, my younger biological sister.
Do you know Amy's birthday?
Amy's birthday was January 23rd, 1979.
Exactly.
Yes.
You states Exhibit 1. Recognize photograph?
Yes, that's my sister, Amy.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of Amy and what she appeared to be prior to November 2018?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish this to the jury.
Before you publish it, we should have it offered first. Are you offering it into evidence? Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 1 is admitted, and you may publish.
Jeff, I'm showing on the screen what's been marked and offered into evidence as Exhibit number 1.
Yes.
Is that a photograph of Amy?
Yes, it is.
Did Amy work?
She had been a registered nurse, and she had left that to work on the farm with the family farm.
And did Amy graduate from the same high school as you?
Yes.
And what high school was that?
Eldora New Providence High School.
What kind of things did Amy like to do?
Amy loved being outside, hunting, fishing, playing golf, but her biggest pride and joy was being a mom to her kids.
And you indicate, how many kids did Amy have?
Amy had 3 children,
And what are their names?
Tristan, Taylor, and Wyatt
And their last name?
Mullis.
Do you know Todd Mullis?
Yes.
And do you see Todd Mullis in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing in court today?
He's wearing a green-gray shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect an in-court identification of the defendant by this witness.
Will.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that Amy, prior to her death, was actually working on the farm. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And prior to that, what kind of work did Amy do outside of the home?
She was a registered nurse.
And where did she go to school for nursing?
Kirkwood.
Now, you indicated that you met Todd Mullis.
Yes.
When did you first meet Todd Mullis?
I met Todd shortly after I got out of the Navy. It would have been 2003 or 2004 in that time frame.
And do you recall what year Amy and Todd got married?
I believe they got married in 2004.
What was the nature of your relationship with Amy like?
Amy and I had a good relationship. We would call and text. We got together on holidays and family events. I would go see some of her kids' events. She would come see some of my kids' events. We had a good relationship.
Who are your parents?
My parents are Robert Fuller and Peggy Munson.
And so would it be fair to say that Robert Fuller is your father?
Yes.
And where does Robert Fuller live?
He lives on the farm that we grew up on.
And is Robert married?
Yes.
And who is he married to?
Yes, he's married to Eileen Fuller.
And you indicated that your mother's name is Peggy Munson?
Yes.
And where does your mother live?
My mom lives in Ankeny with her husband, Randy Munson.
Did you and Amy ever talk about her relationship with Todd?
Occasionally. Back in around the time that Wyatt was born, which she said that she had not been happy and she was just not happy back then.
How old is Wyatt currently?
Wyatt is 9.
And how old is Taylor Mullis?
Taylor's 11.
And how old is Tristan Mullis?
Tristan is 14.
Now, you indicated that you had this conversation with Amy when Wyatt was born.
Right around the time he was born.
And where did that conversation take place?
I think it was at my dad's house, but I'm not positive.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to sometime around August 2018.
Yes.
Around that time, was there anything going on in your family?
Yes.
What was going on?
Our grandma, Margaret, who is my mom's mother, had fallen and was in the hospital in Des Moines. And the prognosis was not good. Amy had gone to the hospital the day before I had gotten there. And then I met Amy outside of the hospital when we got there.
Jeff, let me just stop you there.
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that you and Amy were visiting your grandmother who was in the hospital?
Yes.
Now, at some point while you were at the hospital, did you have a conversation with Amy?
Yes.
And where in the hospital did this conversation take place?
We were outside the emergency room exit. She met me there. She was me and my wife. She was going to escort us up to Grandma's room.
Was your wife present for this conversation?
Yes.
And what's your wife's name?
Morgan.
And what, if anything, during that conversation did Amy tell you?
Your Honor, I'll object. Calls for hearsay. You want to respond to this use?
Judge, I believe based on the response to all of these statements that these statements are all admissible or are to the case law as well as the rules of evidence.
Well, if you want to tell me specifically what rule you think creates the exception, it would be hearsay. If there's an exception, if you want to tell me what the rule is.
Judge, first, the state's position is that it's not hearsay because it's to show the state of mind of the victim and to show that she was fearful of the defendant, not that the actual acts happen that he's about to testify to, Your Honor. And then further than that, I think that if Your Honor does believe that they're for the truth of the matter asserted, it does go towards the victim's state of mind, its present sense impression, and it also falls under the residual hearsay rule that we did file a notice of.
Without having heard the testimony of the witness, but believing I understand, I believe he's going to give testimony about the present sense impression or the then existing state of mind of the declarant. I'm going to overrule the objection for now and let him answer. Do you remember the question?
Yes.
Go ahead, you can answer.
So that conversation, when my wife and I approached Amy, she said that she was planning on getting a divorce and she was going to leave Todd and that he was going to flip out.
Did she tell you when she would be leaving Todd?
At that time, she said it'd be a little bit later after the crops were out of the field.
Did she indicate to you that she was going to divorce Todd or just leave him?
She was going to divorce him.
Did your grandmother pass away from that time in the hospital?
Yes, she passed away that same day.
And shortly after your grandmother passed away, did you go anywhere to take care of her belongings?
Yes, my wife and I, my mother, her husband, and my aunts and uncles helped clean out Grandma's house in Eldora.
And were those all the people that were present on that day that were helping cleaning out the house?
Yes.
While that was happening, did you and Amy have a conversation?
Yes.
Was it just the two of you at that time?
I believe so. There may have been some people that overheard the conversation. We were all just around in the area.
What did Amy tell you then?
Okay. Amy asked me if she could store Grandma's couch and some chairs and lamps at my house so that she would have some furniture when she left Todd.
Did you then take any of that furniture?
Yes.
And where did you put it?
I stored it. I still have it in my garage. I had set it on some pallets and covered it with some tarps to keep the animals off of it.
And why did you keep that furniture?
So she would have furniture when she moved out, so she would have something to start off with.
During your conversation with Amy, did she say anything to you specifically during this conversation about Tristan, her son?
Yes. She said she was worried about Tristan because him and Todd were close. And when she left, she knew that Tristan would be angry with Amy for leaving.
When was the last time you spoke to Amy?
The last text message was the day before she was killed.
Would that be November 9th, 2018?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
She had had a procedure earlier in the week, and she had sent me a picture of a bruise on her arm from the IV that was not put in very well, apparently.
IVs can bruise. They can be in perfectly fine and still bruise.
At any point, did you have a conversation with Amy about an argument or fight that she had with her mother-in-law?
Yes.
And how did that conversation take place? Was that in person or over the phone or text message?
That was over the phone.
And approximately when did that conversation take place?
It happened shortly after, it would have been sometime in October. We had been at the hospital with my uncle who had had a brain bleed. And Amy had come down. We were with Mom in the hospital to support her because she had just lost her mother. And now her brother was in the hospital and it didn't look very good at the time.
Around this time, was Amy spending a lot of time in the Ankeny or Des Moines area?
Yes.
And what specifically did Amy tell you during that conversation?
During the conversation, after she'd gotten home, she went to pick up her kids from her mother-in-law. And she said that her mother-in-law was talking very negatively at her, telling her that Amy had been abandoning her children and didn't deserve to be a mother and was just a horrible person.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please tell me again when your grandma had the fall and her resulting death.
That would have been August of 2018.
And after that, your uncle had some type of medical issue too.
Yes, that's correct.
What was his name?
Jerry Granzo.
And do you know where he was hospitalized for this medical issue?
Yes, he was hospitalized in Des Moines.
Do you recall approximately how long he would have been in the hospital?
He was in the hospital for a few weeks, and then he went to On With Life to help with his recovery.
During the time that he was in the hospital or at On With Life, did you visit him?
Yes.
Did Amy?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate of how many times Amy might have visited?
I don't know how many times she went. I know the one time was the last time I saw her alive. We went out for supper with my mom to help support her during that time.
So every time you visited your uncle, it didn't necessarily coincide with the visit from Amy.
That would be correct, yes.
So really, you'd only be able to guess how many times she might have visited.
I could guess, but I don't have an answer.
Do you know if there were ever any times that Amy combined a visit to her uncle and her mom with activities that Taylor was engaged in, the tumbling, I believe, that she participated in?
I don't know if she did that or not.
Okay. And you believe it was sometime in October that Amy told you about having a run-in with Todd's mom?
Yes, I remember we had just left Uncle Jerry's, the hospital that he was in. And I had gotten home and she got home the day after, I believe. And she called me.
Did she ever talk to you again about and tell you that Todd had actually stood up for her and criticized his mother for doing what she did?
No, I think that might have been the last time I talked to her in person before she was killed.
Were you aware that Amy had had this affair about 5 years ago?
No,
Were you aware up until the time of her death that she was having an affair?
no.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, can you spell Uncle Jerry's last name for the record?
Granzow.
Okay, thank you. You're free to step down.
Thank you.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Eileen Fuller, EILEENFULLER.
Go ahead, counsel.
Ma'am, you indicated your name is Eileen Fuller.
Correct.
Could you tell us how old you are?
54.
Where do you currently live?
Iowa Falls, Iowa.
Where did you grow up?
Strawberry Point, Iowa.
And where did you go to school?
Starmont High School.
What is your current occupation?
Sales and advertising.
Are you currently married?
I am.
And who are you married to?
Robert Fuller.
Do you have any children?
I do.
And who are your children?
Whitney Gam and Zachary Converse.
And when did you and Robert Fuller get married?
2004.
And does Robert have any children?
He does.
And who are his children?
Jeffrey Fuller and Amy Fuller.
When you first met Amy, when was that?
In 2002.
How did you meet Amy?
I met her through a mutual friend.
And what kind of relationship did you have with Amy?
We were friends.
And when you first met Amy, her name was Amy Fuller.
Fuller.
And what kind of things would you and Amy do together?
Go to dances. She'd come to my house. We'd barbecue, swimming. I mean, just did a lot of everything together.
During that time when you first became friends with Amy, did you meet Todd Mullis?
Not for a while.
And how was it that you did meet Todd Mullis?
Through Amy.
And how did you meet your current husband, Robert Fuller?
Through Amy.
Do you recall when you met Todd Mullis?
I'm going to say that I met Todd in July of 2003.
And when did Todd and Amy get married?
Todd and Amy were married September 11th, 2004.
And when were you and Bob or Robert Fuller married?
July 31st, 2004.
So just a little over a month before you and Bob got married, a little bit over a month before Todd and Amy.
Correct.
Did you have a relationship with the defendant, a friendship or relationship? How did you get along?
Todd
Yes.
and I got along fine.
And when you initially moved on into the farm in Eldora, would Todd spend any time on the farm?
He did.
And in what capacity?
He and his father rented the ground, so they were there twice a year to put in the crops and take out the crops.
Were you aware several years ago, about 5 years ago, that Amy had an affair?
I was.
And how did you find out about that affair?
I found out through Amy.
After that affair, what did you observe about Todd and Amy's relationship?
We didn't see them a whole lot. They seemed to be working things out.
After that, after you found out about that first affair, do you remember a time when you had a conversation with the defendant?
I do.
And
yes.
Approximately how long after that affair was this conversation?
I'm going to say right around 2.5 years after.
And where did that conversation take place?
In my kitchen.
Was anybody else present for that conversation?
It was just Todd and I. The rest of the family was in the basement watching TV. It was a holiday. They were watching football.
What did the defendant, Todd, say to you at that time?
He said, Eileen, do you know what Amy did? And I said, yes, Todd, I do. And I said to him, it looks like you're working things out.
Did he then say anything else to you?
He did. He said, well, I have to. He said, I'm not going to lose my farm and what I've worked for.
Now, in the summer and fall of 2018, did Amy have anything going on in her life that you were aware of?
In 2018?
Yes.
Yes. Amy was having some health issues at the time.
And was there anything going on with her?
Yeah, that's not what you want to hear. You don't want to hear your husband say, I'm not going to lose my farm. You want to hear, I really love her and I don't want to lose her to another man. You don't want to hear, I'm not going to lose my farm. That's not the right answer.
Mother's side of the family.
Yes. She had lost her grandmother.
And was anybody else in her family also in the hospital?
Yes. Not long after her grandma died, I know that her uncle had an aneurysm.
And were you aware of where Amy was spending a lot of time then?
She was down in Des Moines at the hospital, I was told, spending a lot of time with her, helping with her uncle.
Now, at the same time that Amy was dealing with these family issues, did you have contact with the defendant?
Todd had called me several times and discussing, worried about Amy not being home.
Now, you said he called you. Would he call you on your cell phone?
Correct.
And did you guys communicate any other way?
Texting. He would text me.
And did Todd say anything to you about Amy spending so much time at the hospital?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
He just said, she needs to be home helping with the kids. It was a very wet fall. I know he was trying to get the crops out. I know it was very aggravating. The kids were there, so he had a lot on his plate.
How often would the defendant call you?
Most of it was through texting. He did call on occasion.
And did you make any observations of the defendant behavior or how he was when he would talk to you or send you these text messages?
Mostly angry, just frustrated anger.
And did these conversations with the defendant go on for a couple of months?
Yes.
And did the defendant, Todd, ever talk to you about his relationship with Amy?
He just said that they were obviously having issues. He didn't go into extreme detail, no.
At some point, did you have a conversation with Todd about him suspecting that Amy was having another affair?
Yes.
And was that, if you recall, were those text messages or phone calls?
Both.
And specifically, what did the defendant Todd say to you about that?
He just said he had confronted the field manager. I didn't really catch a name that he specified. It was his field manager, and he said that he had he had asked him about it. He had confronted he and Amy both.
And did he tell you what led him to confront them about it?
He said that via her phone, he could tell that, she was contacting him. They were contacting each other.
And at any point, did the defendant ask you for advice or ask you what you thought he should do about it?
He did, yes.
And what, if anything, did you tell him?
I said, I don't know, Todd. If that was me, I guess I would talk to his wife. I didn't. That's what I would do.
At that point, did you know who this person was that Todd was alleging she was having an affair with?
No.
Had you ever met him, or did you even know his name?
No.
Did Todd ever tell you about a fight between Amy and his mother?
Yes.
And again, was that text or phone calls or both?
He had texted me and said that Amy and his mother had just gotten into a fight. That was basically it.
Did he tell you anything else about that fight?
Something about his mother and Amy I'm not sure why Amy was there, what that situation was. He just said that her mom kicked Amy out of the house, meaning her home.
Can I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
I can see him not trusting her when she's not home, but also she has sick relatives in the hospital.
Ma'am, when Todd and you first talked about the first affair that Amy had, I believe you've told us, and perhaps today I missed it, that this happened 2 or 3 years, the conversation with you and Todd after it occurred?
Correct. About around 2.5 years. I didn't write the dates down.
When that conversation occurred several years ago, you said it was a family, maybe a holiday gathering?
Thanksgiving, correct.
Amy and the kids there?
Correct.
In your opinion, did Todd love his children?
Yes.
Love his career, his farm life?
Yes, very much.
Hard worker?
Very hard.
And you saw evidence of that because him and his dad rented ground from your family?
Correct.
Moving ahead then to late summer, August, September of last year, 2018, you said Todd communicated with you with concerns about Amy being absent from the home.
Correct.
And that was due to health issues of both grandma and uncle.
Correct.
You mentioned his plate full. Crops coming out about that time of year.
Correct.
Do you know how much land the Mullis, Todd's operation was?
I don't exactly. I know they have quite a bit of land.
Pretty substantial.
Right, and renting and vice versa, yes.
And it sounds like from what you're telling us, that Amy was doing this family health issue visits without the kids going with her.
I can't say that for 100%. I know all the time that she was there, but I know when Todd had talked to me, they were at home.
So Todd's got the 3 kids and farm and weather issues and so forth. You said he was angry, frustrated?
He seemed angry, frustrated, yes.
But is this also about the time that he told you that he had some suspicions again about Amy's fidelity?
Correct.
And that he had talked to this farm manager?
He said he had talked to him, yes.
Did he seem satisfied that the explanation he got explained things?
objection calls for speculation.
I'm going to let her answer yes or no. Do you understand the question?
Can you repeat that, please?
Did it appear that Todd seemed satisfied with the explanation he had received from this farm manager?
He didn't say either way. Just said he had asked him, confronted him.
But you then encouraged him to contact this man's wife?
He asked me what I would do. I said, I guess if it was me, I would tell his wife.
Do you know if he did that?
I do not.
And then you told us this morning that Amy shared with you that she had, I'll call it a run-in with Todd's mom.
Todd told me that.
Right. And the issue was Amy's absence from the home. Was that kind of the...
Sounded like that was the basis of the argument, yes.
Did you ever talk to Todd about that?
No, I don't. He had just told me that his mom had kicked her out. That's about the extent of that.
Did he also tell you that he confronted his mom about what she had said and done with Amy?
I don't believe so. I don't recall that.
Okay. You're not saying it didn't happen. He just...
Right.
You mentioned that Todd had made a comment to you back at this holiday thing a few years after the first affair that he didn't want to lose the farm. Isn't it true that he also added that he didn't want his family to be split up?
No, he didn't say that. He said, I'm not going to lose my farm and everything I've worked for.
Maybe this is incidental here, but the farm ground that Todd and his dad rented, who did that belong to?
Robert Fuller, Sr.,
Amy's dad.
Amy's grandfather.
Grandfather, I'm sorry. And where did this land situate? Where was it located?
Between Iowa Falls and Eldora,
Okay.
Iowa.
And this was in the vicinity where you live?
Correct.
Okay. When you said that they would come out, put the crop in, come back, take the crop out.
Correct.
Would you have contact with them on either one of those occasions?
Sure.
Okay. Any recollection of any concern that or concern that Todd shared with you about his life with Amy, the kids, or anything like that?
You'll have to rephrase that. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
It was not a good question. During those encounters that when they would be there for farming purposes only, not family gatherings or anything, did you ever have any personal conversations with Todd then about family issues?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Any redirect? Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
Sorry, guys. I should have had these ready. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, this is Tristan. I wonder if we actually get to see him. Well, right now we don't see anything, not even me. Oh, there we go.
Okay, do we have another witness for the state?
We do, Your Honor. This time the state calls Tristan Mullis.
Tristan Judder, can you hear me okay?
Sir.
Okay. You're going to be called as a witness to testify, so you have to promise to take an oath. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, Your Honor.
I want you to raise your right hand right now. Do you swear that the testimony you give here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
State your name and spell your first name, please.
My first name is Tristan. My last name is Mullis. My first name is spelled Trysten. My last name is Mullis, and it's spelled Mullis.
Okay. Counsel, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tristan, what is your date of birth?
September 3rd, 2005,
And where you currently live?
in Rake.
Who you live in Amy with?
My grandmother and my step-grandfather.
And what grade are you in?
8th grade.
And do you like sports?
Yes.
What kind of sports do you like?
I like to play football.
And do you have a favorite football team?
Yeah, the Iowa Hawkeyes.
What else do you like to do in your free time?
I like to hunt. I like to fish. I like to go on a four-wheeler ride. I like to hang out with friends.
Tristan, what is your mom's name?
Amy
And what's her last name?
Mullis.
And what kind of things did your mom like to do?
She liked to do puzzles. She liked to help out with the Delaware County pork producers. She liked to help people out.
Prior to living in Ankeny with your grandparents, where did you live?
In Earlville, or outside of Earlville.
And what was your address?
I don't know.
And did you live on a farm?
Yes.
Who did you live there with?
My mom and dad.
And what's your dad's name?
Todd.
And do you have any siblings?
Yes.
What are your siblings' names?
Taylor and Wyatt.
How old are Taylor and Wyatt?
Taylor is 11 and Wyatt is 9.
When you were living on the farm, is there anything that specifically you were in charge of or you liked to do?
I had chickens that I took care of.
And what are how did you take care of those chickens?
I fed them, watered them. I picked up the eggs when it needed to be picked up.
Did you actually sell the eggs to the customers?
Yes.
And how much did you sell them for?
$1.50 per dozen of eggs.
Were you able to keep that money?
Yes.
Now, what kinds of things did you do with your mother?
She took me shopping a lot, like for school clothes. We went to some Iowa Hawkeye football games. Just stuff like that.
When you lived on the farm, who worked on the farm?
We all did.
And when you say we all did, who do you mean?
Both my parents, me, and my brother and sister.
And what kind of things did your mom do around the farm?
She kept the paperwork for the chemicals. She ordered feed for the hogs that we have. She just do a lot of paperwork.
And what kind of things would your dad do on the farm?
He'd do the labor work, like the chores and the field work.
Did doing all the farm work take up a lot of your dad's time?
Yeah.
And did you help a lot on the farm?
Yes.
Sometimes did you actually take time off school to help on the farm?
Yes.
And you back in 2018, what was your relationship like with your dad?
You guys, I tried to have the next video protect you. What is on your nose? That came out of the cat scratching thing. Give me. Don't be eating that stuff. Why is it on your nose? Were you eating it? It's not food. You didn't crash it. It just got tired of playing nice and decided to aggravate me.
Yes.
Where were you at that morning?
In the house.
And what's the first thing you remember that day?
Just waking up.
And where did you go after you woke up?
To my room to get went upstairs.
Did you at some point leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
My dad.
And when you left the house, who was at home?
My mom and my brother and my sister.
Where did you go that morning?
To the other hog site where we had hogs that needed to be taken care of.
Tristan, tell me a little bit of the farm that you lived on.
We have a house. We got a few grain bins that storage either corn or soybeans. We have a shop basically where we do all the maintenance on the shed for those vehicles. We have 2 hog buildings, and that's pretty much it.
That's so weird. I put my channel up so I can see what you guys see. And now I see Todd Mullis. But a minute ago I saw was purple. I'm going to back it up if I can. So let me, just to make sure you guys didn't miss anything. It won't let me back it up.
Ms. Hughes, can you grab the microphone from Mr. Firehelm and set it up by you?
Just a couple seconds. Hold on. Now it's going to buffer again. Yeah, when I had migraines, I did everything. Like they gave me a list of all the triggers and I tried everything. My food triggers were onions and wine coolers. Back when they made wine coolers. Do they still make wine coolers? I've not seen any in forever. I went to Chicago. This was back in the 90s. Back then they had IRC, Internet Relay Chat. And there was a whole bunch of people that we met in a Stephen King chat room. And we met up in Chicago, and there are people from all over the place. France, Canada, Australia, and all over the United States. We had so much fun. And I drank a wine cooler, and the next day I had the worst one wine cooler. It wasn't a hangover. One wine cooler. And I was miserable the next day. It was horrible. Those were my only 2 triggers, food wise. And I could drink caffeine and it would help my migraine. And to this day, even though I don't have like migraines anymore, I still occasionally have a bad headache. I can drink McDonald's sweet tea, like all that sugar and all that caffeine, and it'll take my headache away like that. I don't think this is me or StreamYard. I think this is Court TV. I don't know what's going on. Court TV, straighten yourself up. You've been doing good all day. Why now? Why are you wigging out on me now? I really wish this was on YouTube. I went down that whole, they gave me a whole list of stuff, and I remember looking at it and going, chocolate. Oh God, please don't be chocolate. That was the first thing I tried. Because, they make you try everything in like isolation, and I was like, okay, I'm trying chocolate first. It better not be chocolate. Chocolate was not one of them. Thank God. That is so weird. It plays, and then I put it full screen, and it starts to buffer. Why? Why you want to do this to me? Why? Okay, now it's Court TV and
Spell your first name,
they're in
please.
collusion against me.
My first name is Tristan. My last name is Mullis. My first name is spelled Trysten. My last name is Mullis, and it's spelled Mullis.
Okay. Counsel, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Who did you go outside with?
My dad.
And where did you go when you went outside?
To the
Did your mom at some point come outside?
yes.
And do you know what time you went outside?
I can't remember, but I think it was 9:30.
How long after did your mom come outside?
About 2-3 minutes.
Do you remember what your mom was wearing that day?
She was wearing a shirt, sweatshirt, winter coat, and a pair of pants.
Now, you said that you and your dad went to the hog barn.
Yes,
Where did your mom go?
to the same one.
When you went to the hog barn, what were you doing?
We were preparing the barn for infant pigs.
So at that point, were there pigs in the barn?
No.
So what were you doing inside the hog barn?
I was carrying heaters since it's in the wintertime. It gets cold and they can get sick and die, so we have to carry feeders that or heaters.
What was your dad doing inside the hog barn?
He was putting down these bars that imitates sow, so that the pigs basically it weans them.
Now, this hog barn that you were in, can you just describe it to us a little bit? What does it look like?
It's kind of an open barn. It's got a roof on it, but it's about a football field long. It's got 24 pins in a barn, 12 on each side. There's a small alleyway that you can walk through to get to one end of the barn to the other. Our system connected to it.
What was your mom doing after she came out to the hog barn?
She was cleaning light bulb fixtures.
And how was she doing that?
So she would get on a bucket, a 5-gallon bucket, and then she would reach up to these the light bulbs in the ceiling, and there'd be this little glass oval that would go around the light bulb, and glass discarded on the ground. So sometimes there'd be flies that get in the light fixtures, so she would clean those out.
So would it be fair to say that all three of you were doing different things in the barn?
Yes.
Where were Taylor and Wyatt while the three of you were working in the hog barn?
In the house.
And was anybody else on the farm?
No.
What happened then?
My mom, she kind of, she said she was getting dizzy, and she said that she was bleeding because she had a surgery a few days prior to that day. And so,
She should be.
we just, she just said that she was dizzy and bleeding. So, and then she kind of she said she was getting really dizzy. So we asked her what was wrong, and she said it was nothing.
Now, Tristan, did you see your mom get dizzy, or did she tell you she got dizzy?
I saw her get dizzy.
What did you see her do?
She kind of had to, when she got in a bucket, she had to hold herself from falling off, and she got down and her legs, she was kind of shaky.
What happened then?
Me and my dad both asked her if she was all right.
Your dad say anything else to your mom at that time?
No, not at that time.
What did you do then?
We continued working.
What happened after you were working?
She kind of did the same thing, but this time we told her that maybe it was better off if she didn't do that job anymore.
Tristan, did you say that to your mom, or did your dad say that to your mom?
We both did.
Did your dad say anything else to your mom?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, I really don't think it's wise for you to stay out here because, I don't want you falling off and getting hurt.
Did your dad ask your mom to do anything else?
Yes.
What did he ask her to do?
So that later that day, after we had gotten done with the hog barn, there was we had to go, I think it was feed or water, I think it was water the chickens. And we have it's a tote, it's a chemical tote that was not being used. And we put a hose on it so we could store water in that tote. And so we used that for water to carry water. And it was in the shop, and there were cats in the shop, and still also in the shop, so we didn't want them running away or, possibly getting in an accident.
So, Tristan, did your dad say anything to your mom or tell her to do something?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, if you want to help out, it would mean a lot to us if you would get the pet cage that was in.
And is that also referred to?
Yes.
Where was it located?
In the red shed, as we call it.
And how far is the red shed from the hog barn that you were in?
From the front of the barn, it's about 30 yards.
Did your mom actually leave the hog barn?
Yes.
And this carrier, it's kind of correct. And what would you approximate? Well, can you give us an approximation of how much you think that pet carrier weighs?
Probably maybe 15, 18 pounds. I'm not sure.
And your dad asked your mom to get that after she appeared to be dizzy.
Yes.
Did your dad tell your mom where to put it after she got it?
Yes.
Where did he tell her to put it?
They said two things. He said, if you can get it to the shop, that would help. But if you can get it out of the barn, that would be also helpful. But if you just can't get it, then just leave it. We'll get it.
Now, where specifically in the red shed was that pet carrier located?
It was kind of against the wall. I want to say it was against the southern wall, something like that.
So you actually saw your mom then leave the hog barn?
Yes.
What were you doing after your mom left the hog barn?
I continued her job.
And what was that?
Cleaning the light fixtures.
And what was your dad doing?
He was doing the same thing that he was doing just when before she left.
How long were you and your dad in the hog barn together after your mom left?
Probably about another hour and 30 minutes.
Now, while you were in this barn, you were still working?
Yes.
And your dad was doing his job or working as well?
Yes.
At some point, did you lose sight of your dad?
Yes.
Do you know exactly how long your dad wasn't in your sight?
No.
The time that you didn't see your dad you obviously didn't see your mother either.
Yes.
You did not see your mom at that time? Sorry,
yes.
That was confusing.
Yes.
While you were in the hog barn working for approximately that hour and a half, did you have a watch on?
No.
Did you have your phone with you?
No.
Was there a clock inside the hog barn that you were looking at the time?
No.
At the PCR, they made it sound like he wasn't out of his sight, but just a few minutes. That's an hour and a half. That's plenty of time for him to do something. That's not just a few minutes like they made it sound.
Tristan, would it be accurate to say that you don't know how much time you were away from your dad when you were working in the hog barn?
Yes.
Bye, Carla.
You swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
Under oath right now.
Yes.
Now, did you also swear to tell the truth last week when you did a deposition to talk about these same things?
Yes.
And during that deposition, were you asked how long your dad was out of your sight?
Yes.
And during that deposition, you were also under oath?
Yes.
And during that deposition, you estimated that it was approximately.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
May I proceed, Judge?
Go ahead.
Tristan, during that deposition, you estimated that you were out of your dad's sight for approximately 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Yes.
Was that accurate when you gave that testimony?
No.
After the deposition, did you meet with your attorney and tell him that that was not accurate?
Yes.
And did you ask him to tell myself and the defense attorney that that time estimate was inaccurate?
Yes.
Now, Tristan, after approximately that hour and a half that you said you were working in the hog barn, did your dad say or tell you to do anything?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
He just said, since we did not see the pet carrier or whatever you want to call it, in front of the shop or out on the in front of the barn. We just assumed that, you know, maybe it was too heavy or she couldn't get it, or like, you know, because she was on a weight restriction. So we just thought that, you know, maybe it was just, you know, one of those things where you just can't do it yourself. So he just told me to get it myself.
Now, let me just ask you a few questions, Tristan, about what you just said. You said your mom was on a weight restriction?
Yes.
And what do you mean by that?
It means since she had the surgery, as I earlier said, that she couldn't, she wasn't recommended to lift over 10 pounds, is what she told me.
Now, after you were working in the barn for approximately an hour and a half, did you and your dad had that conversation about how you didn't see the pet carrier by the shop?
Yes.
Where did that conversation with you and your dad take place?
There's an office, or it's like an office in the barn that we were working in, and it's where, you know, all the paperwork for the both barns go for, you know, the pigs, the days, and stuff like that, and just a storage area.
Now, did your dad ask you to go and check the red shed?
Yeah.
And did he ask you to go look for your mom or to go look for the pet carrier?
Go look for the pet carrier.
Where did you go then?
I went to the barn.
And when you say barn, that's also the red shed?
Yes, yes.
So sometimes you guys call it the old red barn or the old shed?
Yes.
Where was your dad when you went into the shed?
He was changing his boots that he had put on, because they say it's wise to change boots so you don't spread disease throughout the barns. So we were both wearing different boots, and he had to fill out some paperwork.
Did you then walk to the red shed or red barn?
Yes.
At that point, was anybody else on the farm?
No.
Where did you go then?
I went to the barn.
What did you see when you walked in?
My mom.
And where was your mom at?
She was just inside the door.
And what position was she in?
She was kind of on her hands and knees, face down.
What did you do?
I yelled for my dad.
Did you see anything that was protruding or sticking out of your mom's body?
Yes.
What did you see?
A corn rake.
And where was that at in relation to your mom's body?
In her center back, probably. No.
Did you do anything to see if she was?
Yes.
What did you do?
I checked for a pulse on her neck and her arm, and I put my finger, or my index and my middle finger, under her nose to see if she was, you know, if there was breath.
Now, at that point, I think you indicated that's when you called for your dad.
Yes.
What happened then?
He started running over.
And what did your dad do?
He went in the barn and he told me to go get the truck.
At that point, did you or your dad call 911?
Yes.
Right then you did?
No, not then, no.
When you say you went and got the truck, what do you mean? What did you actually do?
Went and got in the truck and drove it over to where they were.
And what was your dad doing then?
He was helping Mom out of the barn.
And how was he doing that?
He was kind of had a hand over both of his shoulders, kind of like the Army carry.
And so did you actually see your dad take the rake out of your mom?
Yes.
And you saw him pull it out?
Yes.
And then is that when you saw him holding your mom like you just described?
Yes.
What did you do then after you pulled the truck up?
I got out of it and I saw her, and I got really like, I kind of got lightheaded, and then my dad just told me to snap out of it, and I got the door open for him, and I sat in the passenger seat, and she sat in my lap, and we drove off to the hospital.
So your dad then drove the car?
The truck, yes.
I'm sorry, the truck. And you were in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
And at that point, where was your mom?
She was on top of me.
And would it be fair to say, was your mom bleeding?
Yes.
And your dad started driving?
Yes.
While your mom was on top of you and your dad was driving, at any point did you see your mom become responsive?
No.
When your dad started driving, shortly after he started driving, did he do anything?
He called 911.
What happened then?
The operator told him to pull over in so we pulled over in it was like an area where a house is being built and nobody was there, so we just pulled over.
What happened after you guys pulled over?
We got her out of the car and the truck, and the operator told us to give CPR.
And did your dad do that?
Yes.
Did police and an ambulance arrive?
Yes.
And what happened after they arrived?
They started doing chest compressions and they loaded her into the ambulance and drove her off to the hospital.
Did anybody else other than the police and paramedics arrive where you guys were at on the side of the road?
Yes.
Who else came or showed up?
It was by sheer coincidence, but a few friends did.
Where did you go then after your mom got put in the ambulance?
We went back to my house.
When you say we, who were you with?
One of our friends.
And do you recall his name?
Yes.
What was his name?
Michael Krogman.
And is Michael Krogman a neighbor or a friend?
Yes.
And he actually drove you back to your house?
Yes.
Was it just the two of you in the car?
Yeah, the truck, yes.
Sorry, the truck. When you got back, you drove in the truck with Mike Krogman. Did anybody else follow you back to your farm?
I don't remember.
At some point, did some police officers arrive?
Yes.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes.
Did you show them the area where you found your mom?
Yes.
Now, this area where you found your mom, can you just describe it a little bit more, please?
There's a door. There's two sliding doors. There's chemical totes in there. There was an old wagon in there. It's kind of narrow,
No, I apologize. The area where you found your mom, is that the same area where the pet carrier is?
Yeah, basically.
Well, you actually have to, where you found your mom is right, if I have this right when you walk in the doors, to your left is where your mom was.
Yes.
And your mom, you indicated, was on her hands and knees face down.
Yes.
And you would actually have to walk a little bit further and turn in order to see where the pet carrier is.
Yes.
Did you then talk with the police and indicate to them where you found your mom?
Yes.
Now, Tristan, after this happened, that day, you went to the hospital.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that this was a very traumatic experience for you?
Yes.
You indicated earlier that you actually felt like you almost were going to pass out when you found your mom.
Yes.
And obviously, what were you feeling after you found your mom?
I just kind of freaked out, and I was, my anxiety level was 0 to 100 in about a split second.
Now, you spoke to police, sheriff, that day at the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they asked you a little bit about what happened that day.
Yes.
And you told them at that time that you were with your dad the whole time.
Yes.
You also talked to Scott Rieger from the Department of Criminal Investigations. He came to your school a few days later and talked to you.
Yes.
And he also asked you if you were with your dad the whole time.
Yes.
And you said yes.
Yes.
And lastly, you also talked to a forensic interviewer at the Child Protection Services a couple months after this happened. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you also told that interviewer that you were with your dad the whole time.
Yes.
But what you're telling us today and what you told us at the deposition is that there was a period of time that you were not with your dad.
Yes.
Now, after this happened on November 10th, 2018, where were you living?
With my dad and my two siblings.
And were you living at home on your farm, or did you stay somewhere else for a little bit?
We stayed somewhere else for a little bit.
And who did you stay with?
My dad's parents.
And would that be your grandma and grandpa Mullis?
Yes.
And where do they live in relation to your farm?
About maybe a couple miles away.
Now, Tristan, I just want to go back a little bit and ask you a few more questions about the day that this happened. When you first found your mom, were you able to see your mom's face or her front side when you first found her?
No.
And in the area that your mom was found, what's in that specific area?
It's just like a walkway, and there's like chemical totes in there and a wagon that carries fertilizer.
Now, at any point on the day that this happened on November 10th, 2018, did you ever see anybody other than your mom, your dad, and your brothers and sisters on the farm?
Yes.
Who else? I'm sorry, before this happened.
Oh, no.
You indicated a minute ago that at some point you saw other people.
When?
Did you I'll just rephrase my question. I apologize. When you and your mom and your dad were out in the barn, at any point, did you see anybody else on the farm?
Oh, no.
Did you hear anybody else on the farm?
No.
After your mom went to get the pet carrier, did you hear anybody else on the farm?
No.
Did you see any trucks or hear anybody else on the farm?
No.
And after you went home, after this happened, at that point, there was some police and some other family members that came over.
Yeah.
What time do you think you worked outside until you found your mom? About what time?
Noon.
Now, Tristan, I want to ask you a little bit about when you were, prior to this happening, you would, did you have your own bedroom at the farm?
Yes.
Would you sleep in your bedroom?
No.
Why not?
Just because, it's downstairs, and it's kind of I'm the only room downstairs, and it just was kind of lonely. I guess I just slept upstairs.
And where would you sleep at your house?
In the living room.
Would you sleep on a couch?
Yes.
And would your dad generally also sleep in that same room?
Yes.
And would that be on a separate couch?
Yes.
And do you know why your dad slept on that couch?
Because he had back problems, I know, and there was a certain inclination that he would sleep in, and it wouldn't hurt his back, and so he just kind of slept on that.
Now, did your dad have an iPad?
Problems.
Yes.
And where would your dad keep that iPad?
There was a little kind of a rectangular box kind of thing. It was like a gift that he had gotten, I think, and he would keep it in that beside the couch.
Now, let me back up a minute. Did you have any type of device at this time, back in November 2018 or around that time? Did you have a phone or an iPad?
Yes.
What did you have?
I had a phone, and I had a Kindle or whatever you want to call it.
And did Taylor or Wyatt have any type of devices?
Yes.
What did they have?
Taylor had a cell phone as well, and they both had a Kindle.
And what if anything, did your mom have, type of device?
She had a cell phone. She had a Kindle as well.
And was there a family laptop or computer that you all used?
Yes.
And where was that device or that? Was it a laptop?
Yeah.
Where was that usually kept?
It was generally kept kind of next to a door that led out to the deck, but it was kind of in the kitchen vicinity.
And it generally stayed in the kitchen area?
Yes.
Now, this iPad that was your dad's, where did you see your dad use it at?
On the couch.
And would your dad also sometimes take that when he was in the field or in the tractor or to use it around the farm?
Yes.
And was there a code to get into this iPad?
Yes.
Are you aware of what that password was?
Yes.
Did you yourself ever use that iPad?
Yes.
When did you use that iPad?
Maybe once, I think, to look up something for Dad, or I think one of those, I can't remember, but I know I did use it a couple times, but it was just to look up stuff.
Now, during your deposition last week, you were asked if you ever used that iPad, correct?
Yes.
And during that deposition, you said you never used it.
Yes.
But today you're saying that you have used it.
Yes.
And do you recall when that was?
No.
Do you know what year it was?
2018.
Did you ever see your mom use that iPad?
No.
Did you ever see Taylor use that iPad?
No.
Did you ever see Wyatt use that iPad?
No.
Now, Tristan, did you know kind of a lot about your mom and dad's relationship?
Yeah.
Were you aware that approximately 5 years ago that your mother had an affair?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that information?
I heard a conversation between my parents, and I heard my mom say that, yes, I had an affair.
And then several years later, a couple months before your mother's death, did you ever, well, let me say in about the summer to fall of 2018, before your mother's death, do you remember a time when you came home from school and your mom was really upset?
Yes.
Do you remember specifically when that was?
I can give you an estimate. It was probably August, late August.
You remember you were in school.
Yes.
And when you came home, what did you observe about your mother?
She was just kind of upset, and she just, I don't know, she was just upset.
And did she do anything with you? Did she hug you or kiss you?
Yeah.
And then that same day, did you go outside?
Yes.
And did you then have a conversation with your dad?
Yes.
Was it anybody besides you and your dad that day?
No.
And what, if anything, did your dad say to you during that conversation?
He just said that, mom was upset today and we got in an argument, and it was just about what was going on, and she just kind of got upset about it.
Well, when you say what was going on, your dad actually told you that your mom was talking to another man.
Yes.
During that conversation.
Yes.
And Tristan, was there another time that you were also with your dad around this same time where he was talking to you about his relationship with your mother?
Yes.
And what were you and your dad doing at that time?
I don't remember.
Do you remember saying in your deposition that you were burning something, or that your dad might have been burning? And what did your dad say to you in that conversation?
He just said that, have you noticed anything with mom? Is she getting grumpy, or is she upset with you guys? Is she, is she like texting a lot?
So you talked about your mom and dad's relationship.
Yes.
Now, after this happened on November 10th, 2018, after you learned about your mom's passing, did you ever go out to the red shed yourself?
Yes.
And for what purpose did you go out there?
I just wanted to see what happened.
And how many times would you say you went out there?
2, 3 times.
Now, Tristan, you said earlier that you're staying currently with your grandma and grandpa in Ankeny.
Yes.
And that's your mom's mother and stepdad, right?
Yes.
Have you ever talked to them about the facts from this day?
No.
And did they tell you, or did anybody else in your mom's family tell you what to say today?
No.
And in fact, after you hired an attorney, your attorney told you not to talk to anybody about this other than when you're testifying.
Yes.
Tristan, at any point on November 10th, 2018, prior to you finding your mother, did you see Taylor and Wyatt outside?
No.
So you saw nobody else outside but you, your mom, and your dad?
Yes.
And Tristan, did you do anything to hurt your mom that day?
No.
You were never with your mom in the red shed until you actually found her.
Yes.
Can I just have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Firehelm, go ahead. Your Honor, I know it's only 11:35, but with some of the changes we've heard about during this testimony and the fact that we're split up from Mr. Sabers, I think I could do a much more efficient time-wise if I had a chance to review notes and talk to him and get these exhibits lined up. You want to take a lunch break now? I think it would be less confusing and more productive if we did that. Okay, we can do that. Typically, we break for lunch around noon. It's 25 minutes to 12. So, folks, we'll take our lunch break at this point in time. Remember the admonition I've given you before. Same rules apply. Keep an open mind and don't draw any conclusions. We'll take until about 12:45. We'll give you about an hour and 10 minutes for lunch. Report back to the jury room. Okay? Okay, Mr. Firehelm, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Tristan.
Good afternoon, Jake.
Tristan, Ms. Hughes asked you a few questions about the involvement that you had in the farming operation with your dad and mom and actually with your siblings. Had you reached a point where you would be responsible enough to go out and do farm work with a tractor on your own?
Yes.
And did sometimes you do work for your Uncle Mike?
Yes.
She asked you about some activities that you did with your dad, and I'm not going to ask you to just repeat those, but typical things of hunting, fishing, that kind of thing. You mentioned homeschooling. Was that your dad's idea, your mom's idea, or both, or do you remember?
Yeah, it was probably both.
And then I too, like Ms. Hughes did, I'm going to jump right to November 10th, okay?
Yep.
When you went over to the other place to do the chores there, was there any discussion or comments made by Todd about the possibility of doing some field work that day?
Yeah.
What was that?
He just said that he would have to hear back from my cousin, because he didn't know if the ground was frozen.
Had your cousin been doing some, what I call chisel plowing the day before?
Yeah.
Okay. And why was that not continued then again on that Saturday, if you know?
Because the ground was probably frozen.
Okay. So that trip involved just getting chores done only?
Yes.
Okay. You said you went back to the house, and if I understood your testimony correctly, your mom had already prepared a breakfast, but was now engaged in doing a puzzle?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what your brother and sister were doing?
Maybe watching a movie or something.
Okay.
You know.
How did the conversation or topic begin about going out to do work in one of the hog barns?
Well, we got the call from my cousin saying the ground was frozen about the time we walked in the door, and so we started eating. And Dad just said that, the ground's frozen. It's not going to be a good day. We don't want nothing getting broken on the plow. Why don't we just do this today?
And when he said, let's do this, you knew what you'd planned to do.
Well, he said, let's get the barns ready.
Okay. That you getting the barns ready, was that something you'd helped your dad with before?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told Ms. Hughes that you guessed or estimate that you went out to the barns around 9:30.
Yes.
And if you recall, was this a situation where you or Todd, your dad, asked your mom to come along, or did she ask to come along? Did she want?
She asked to come along.
Okay. And this is a few days after she had had this medical procedure done.
Yes.
Had she been kind of taking it easy there in the house during those few days?
Yes.
Tristan, I'm going to ask Mr. Sabers to present to you Defendant's Exhibit J.
Yep.
Do you see it?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what Exhibit J represents or depicts?
I see the front of our hog barn.
Was that the barn you were working in on November 10th?
Yes.
And I'll ask you to look to the very right edge of that photograph. What do you see there partially?
The other barn, I see some bins and the door.
Okay. And there's a door higher up in the middle. What's that represent?
That is to the office of the barn.
What I'm asking you to look at is there in the middle, high off the ground, it looks like a door.
Sorry. That is a chute door. So basically, when the semis back up, that is a door that the pigs walk through, and when you don't need it, there's a door that seals it.
Okay. So if you were going to load pigs into a truck, that's where they'd come out.
Yes.
Okay. And on the side of the building to the left of that service door,
yeah,
there's a sign. It looks like it says Mullis Hogs.
Yes.
Okay. And there's a window also there.
Yes.
And is that into what you call the office?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit J, or first I'd move to introduce Exhibit J and publish it to the jury.
Any objection to introducing J into evidence?
The already spoken about objections, Judge, that we will just maintain for all of these photos.
Okay, J is admitted into evidence. Go ahead, you can publish.
Can I say something about the exhibit?
Tristan,
yes.
when you and your dad and then your mom joined you, when you went into the barn that we just saw in Exhibit J, would you have gone in that service door on the very right side there?
Yes.
I'd ask you to take a look at Exhibit I, please.
Okay.
Tell us what the photograph Exhibit I shows us.
The office of the barn.
Okay. So would I be correct that if you walked in that door of Exhibit J, that's where you would be?
Yes.
Okay. And that window that you pointed out in Exhibit J, when we're looking at I, that's that window to the right.
Yes.
And there's also a window to the left. Where would that, if I was looking through that window, what would I be seeing?
The entire barn, like the inside of the pins and stuff.
Here I would offer Exhibit I and ask permission to publish.
Other than the previous objections, any objection to I?
No, Your Honor.
I is admitted. Go ahead, you can publish.
Tristan, I'd like to have you take a look at Defendant's Exhibit AA.
Okay.
What is that showing us?
Kind of a layout of the driveway and the farm.
if you were to place the person taking that photograph, where would they be in relation to the barn that we just talked about?
They would be basically they would be on like just coming out of the door.
That's that service door we just talked about.
Yes.
Right. And I understand that where the events we're talking about happened in November, so there wouldn't be that nice green trees, but is the red barn or shed that we've talked about, is that what shows there between the tree limbs?
Yes.
And that's where you found your mom?
Yes.
Defendant would offer defendant's exhibit AA and ask to publish.
AA is admitted. Go ahead, you can publish.
Tristan, when you and your dad got in the barn, what did you set out to do then?
We were gonna prepare the barn for the new baby pigs coming in.
And what specifically did you do?
There was these heaters that needed to be carried throughout the barn, and that's what I did.
And where were these heaters located?
They were in like a separate area. So when you walk out of the office and into the chute, there was a gate, and then there was the storage area where we kept the heaters in.
Okay. Tristan, I'm going to take an exhibit out of order and ask you to take a look at Q.
All right. Single or double?
Single.
All right.
What's that photo show us?
That's where the heaters would have been.
So you're telling us that that's where you'd go retrieve them and then take them out into the barn and put them by the respective pens?
Yes.
And this is not the office, but a separate area up there at the end of the barn?
Yes.
Your Honor, it offers.
It's at the same end of the barn, but it's just across the chute.
Okay. Offer exhibit Q, Your Honor, defendant's exhibit Q, and ask to publish.
Q is admitted. You may publish.
Tristan, while you were retrieving those heaters and taking them out to the pens, what was your dad doing?
He was taking down these bars that would imitate a sow, and so what that would do is give the pigs, basically it would wean them.
And where were these bars stored or located?
They were connected to a hose that would have been connected to a water line, but they were in the pen. Like, they never left the pen.
Were they down on the floor, on the fence?
They were on the ceiling.
So your dad would have to remove them from the ceiling and put them down in place?
Yes.
And these, I think you told us in earlier conversations that you referred to them as nipple bars.
Yes.
Meaning they were used to wean the little pigs off their mothers.
Yes.
Okay. And ask you to take a look at the exhibit labeled as triple R, RRR.
Okay.
What's that show us?
The office from a different perspective.
Right. Am I correct that that would be, if I was walking in that service door looking straight ahead, that's what I'd see?
Yes.
The window to your left would be looking towards the house?
Yes.
And the window to the right, as we talked about before, looks into the big main part of the hog barn?
Yes.
What's that door straight ahead lead to?
That would be to the chute, which would lead you into the actual barn or where the heaters were.
Okay. Your Honor, offer triple R and ask to publish.
RRR is admitted. You may publish.
Tristan, please take a look at Exhibit X, Defendant's Exhibit X. Tell the jury, please, what that shows.
That shows the window looking into the hog barn.
And obviously this was not taken the same day. There were no pigs in the barn on November 10th.
Yes.
And, well, strike that. Offer exhibit, Defendant's Exhibit X, and ask to publish.
X is admitted, and you may publish.
Tristan, I apologize for how long it takes to show these pictures to each juror, let them each look at it. But we had some equipment that was not available that would allow them to all look at it at the same time. So just so you understand.
Yeah, you're fine.
Just a few more here. Tristan, would you please look at Exhibit T?
Okay.
Tell the jury, please, what that shows us.
That would be the office leading into the hog barn.
And am I correct, Tristan, that to the left, or excuse me, to the right, there's a blue barrel sitting on the floor? That would be in the office area.
Yes.
And that hallway is going down into the main part of the hog barn.
Yes.
Would I also be correct that if I was taking that photograph, I'd be standing pretty much where that chute goes out to load hogs?
Yeah, you'd be on the incline of the chute.
Okay. Your Honor, offer Defendant's Exhibit 10 and ask to publish.
Is it T, or excuse me, T? T is admitted, and you may publish.
Tristan, in earlier testimony, we talked about while you were doing your job of getting those heaters out, that there may have been times when you stopped to get a drink of water. Remember that?
Yes.
Is that still your testimony that you did get a drink of water at some point during these chores?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit O. Tell the jury what that shows us.
That shows the hose that you would drink out of.
All right. And is that where you got a drink that day?
Yes.
Did you do it on more than one occasion?
Yes.
How many times do you think?
2.
Okay. And those hoses that we're looking at in Exhibit O are in the office area?
Yes.
Right. Matter of fact, that blue barrel sitting there we talked about in the earlier exhibit, right?
Yes.
Okay. Offer Defendant's Exhibit O and ask to publish.
O is admitted, you may publish.
Tristan, look at Exhibit N as in Nancy.
All right.
Please tell the jury what we're looking at.
You're looking at the, you're basically in the hog barn right now. You're in the, where the pens are and where the pigs and stuff.
And I call your attention to the ceiling of the barn. Are those the light fixtures that you talked about your mom cleaning that day?
Yes.
Okay. And describe how, if you would, the method and physically how she went about doing that.
Well, she had 2 buckets in her hand, and one had water, and one was to stand on. And what she did is she just took the bucket and, she stood on it, and it's a screw on, so you'd have to screw it off, and then she would put like 3 in the bucket with the soapy water, and then she would just take a rag or a scrub brush or something, and she'd wipe it down, clean all the stuff off, and then she'd let it, dry out a little bit, and then she'd take some paper napkins and just wipe the inside of it.
And do you have any estimate at all of how many she finished that day before she quit doing that?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd offer defendant's exhibit N and ask to publish.
N is admitted, and you may publish.
Just a couple more, Tristan, and just so Mr. Sabers understand, I'm skipping a couple. Please look at defendant's exhibit QQ.
All right.
Please describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
You are in the back of the barn, and you'd be looking down the the space in between the two barns.
And those grain bins that we see almost in the center, those are up by that service door that goes into the office, right?
Yes.
Over by that tree to the left of the bins, that's where the red shed would be.
Yes.
Tristan, are there any doors on the sides of this long building?
No.
Is there a door at the very end?
Yes.
And that would be in the middle?
Yeah.
So from those earlier photos, if we walked down that walkway between the pins and just kept going straight, there'd be a service door way down there at the end of the barn.
Yes.
Okay. But that would be the only way to get out of the barn other than the service door up in the office.
Yes.
Offer exhibit QQ and ask to publish.
QQ is admitted, and you may publish.
Tristan, now that we've kind of given the layout and got the jury hopefully a mind's eye picture of the barns and how it's laid out, I think we left off really in asking you questions that you were carrying the heaters down, your mom was cleaning those light globes, and your dad was putting those nipple bars down. Is that pretty accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes then asked you if at some point did a concern develop over your mom's physical condition?
Yes.
And tell us again, what was that concern, or what was your awareness of it?
That she was bleeding is what she told us, and that she was getting dizzy is what she told us.
And did you personally respond to your mom, or was it your dad?
I did. We both did.
And saying what?
I told her first. I think I remember saying, are you all right? Do you need help cleaning them? And then Dad kind of asked the same thing.
And how did your mom respond, if you remember?
She just said, no, I'm fine.
And continued on?
Yes.
And I don't know if this is fair or not, but do you have an estimate of how long she had been working at cleaning these globes before this observation or concern about her physical health occurred?
Probably about 30, 45 minutes, somewhere around there.
Okay. But after that initial concern and discussion, she continued to do more globes.
Yes.
Was there another indication or concern about her health?
Yes.
What did you see or hear that indicated that?
She kind of she got really shaky all of a sudden. She just, she just said that, I'm getting dizzy, it's getting kind of bad. And, she just kind of was trying to focus or something.
Okay. And what did either you or your dad say to her in that regard?
I think I asked, are you, seriously, are you okay? Do you need to, are you okay, basically, is what I just said.
And how was she responding to those concerns?
She was kind of breathing kind of heavy, and she just said, I'm fine, I can do a few more, and then I'll go in the house.
Did your dad say anything to her about going to the house?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Well, she just said that she wanted to finish this barn up and then go in the house. Sorry about that. But then he said, why don't you just go in the house now and we can finish this up?
Right. Did she finally concede and agree to go?
Yes.
Right. Were you all three out in the barn doing these different duties when that discussion was taking place?
Yes.
And when she left to go, was it your understanding that she was going directly to the house?
No.
Okay, tell us about that. How did that come about?
Well, when she said that, she just wanted to finish this barn and then she'd go in the house, we were concerned about her and we just wanted her to be safe. And so we just said, you know what, if you can get the pet carrier for us, it'd be really helpful. We understand that you want to help out, but, we just don't want you getting hurt.
Okay. So if I understand this pet carrier thing is that there was a litter of kittens up in the shop?
Yes.
And had the mother been killed somehow, run over?
I think she got sick by poison or something.
Okay. And I believe you told us before that because of equipment going in and out of the shop, there was a concern about running over these kittens that were running loose in there.
Yes.
So when your mom left the hog barn, it was your understanding she was going to go to the shed to get that pet carrier?
Yes.
Did you watch her go?
Yes.
Where was she physically the last time you saw her?
She was just walking out of the barn I saw her through the window of the office, and that's probably the last time I saw her.
Okay. And did you then go back in the barn and continue with your other work there?
Yes.
And your dad was still in the barn?
Yes.
You said you got a drink of water or did it a couple times, right?
Yes.
And that would have been walking from the barn into that office area and getting a drink out of the hose?
Yes.
Did you, from the time that your mom left until the time you found her in the shed, did you leave the hog barn?
No.
Did you go anywhere else other than to get drinks?
No.
Okay. And because of the wall between the office and the hog barn area itself, you would not have been in your dad's sight and he not in yours while you were getting the drinks, right?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Hughes asked you if the time frame that you gave earlier when we talked to you was correct. And I think you said maybe a minute and 45 seconds all total, you would have been out in the office getting a drink.
Yes.
And apparently you're saying that amount of time is wrong.
Yes.
Do you have an estimate of time?
No.
None at all?
No.
Would your actions of leaving the barn and going out and getting the drink of water and returning to the barn, did you do any other activities other than turn the faucet on, take a drink, turn it off, and go back?
No.
Okay. I believe you estimated the amount of time after your mom had left the hog barn until you went to look for her was about an hour and a half?
Yeah.
Before you went to look for her, had you and or your dad looked out the window of the office to see if the pet carrier was up by the shop?
Yes.
I'd ask you to take a look at Exhibit W.
Okay.
Tell the jury what W shows us.
It shows you looking out of that window that's in the office, and it's basically what you would see if you would look out of it.
Okay. And did you and your dad expect to see the pet carrier up there by the open door of the shop?
Yes.
That's what you thought your mom was going to take it.
Yes.
And off to the left, you can just barely see, it looks like the tail end of a pickup. Is that the garage on the house?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer Defendant's Exhibit W and ask to publish.
W is admitted and you may publish.
Tristan, next thing I want to jump to is after you and your dad left the farm with your mom in the pickup, you met the ambulances and the deputies, and I believe you indicated that you returned to the farm with Michael Krogman. Is that correct?
Yes.
Later on at the hospital, I believe it might have been Deputy Thompson, perhaps, that came and talked to you about kind of what happened, or tell me what happened.
Yes.
And then later on, you were questioned by a DCI agent. I think that was at school, right?
Yes.
And finally, at this interview center at, I believe, St. Luke's Hospital.
Yes.
And Ms. Hughes asked you if it was true that each time you said that you and your dad were never apart in the barn. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's what you told them.
Yes.
But today you're saying that there was some physical separation as you got those 2 drinks of water.
Yes.
But no other times. You didn't leave the building.
No.
And if your dad would have left the building, would he have had to come by you and through the office to get out?
Yes.
Unless he went out that back door and would have had to come up alongside that long building that was shown in one of the exhibits, right?
Yes.
After your mom left and before you went and found her, and the time that you would have spent with your dad, did you ever see him with torn clothes, blood on his hands, emotionally distraught or anything like that?
No.
And today, I'm going to jump around a little bit now. You said that you do recall now that at least once you've used your dad's iPad.
Yes.
And you remember, maybe you said in direct testimony what that was for?
Yes.
Do you remember what it?
No, probably I was looking something up for him or showing him something.
Okay. And then you were asked about your mom and dad's relationship and your awareness of some relationship that your mom had outside the marriage some years ago, right?
Yes.
And you said you were aware of that because you heard your parents talking about it.
Yes.
And that was a long time ago.
Yes.
But at least you were back in school in August of 2018. Your mom seemed upset about this topic again. Is that a fair way to say it?
Yes.
After your mom seemed upset, I think you described it as she gave you a hug and a kiss and that kind of thing. I believe you said you went outside and went with, eventually hooked up with your father, right?
Yes.
And that was where? In the shop?
Yes.
All right. Do you know what your dad was doing at the time?
He was working on the planner because we had just gotten a new planner and it needed a lot of work, and I think he was working on that.
So if we found some receipts that a new planner was purchased in August 17th of 2018, does that kind of make sense?
Yes.
So that new planner was bought, but it needed things put on it, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay. So this situation involving your mom being upset is probably happening there around the end of August, 1st of September. That'd be fair? Okay.
Yes.
But also, she asked you some questions about, and I think this happened earlier in the summer, about burning trash and seeing your dad saying something or seeing something.
No.
Tell me, I misunderstood then.
I didn't understand the question correctly.
Okay. Well, I wrote down in my notes that that you and your dad may have been burning trash.
Yes,
And do you remember about when that would have happened?
middle of July, late July, something like that.
Where would you go to burn trash?
It's kind of in between our place and the other hog barns. It was like an old, it's like, I don't know, it's on a road and there's like a hill that leads up to it, and it's just an old pasture-like area that was, abandoned, and we bought it when we bought the land, and it was not good for farming, so we just decided to burn trash there.
Okay. Was at that time, mid-July, thereabouts, was there any discussion or back and forth between your dad that would relate to his and your mom's relationship?
Yes.
What was it?
It was, we were talking about, was she acting weird? Was she, was she getting upset a lot? Was she doing, was she texting a lot? Was she doing, just stuff the way she was acting was kind of funny. So we just talked about it.
Did he specifically say, hey, I think your mom's having an affair?
No.
Okay. Just concerned about her, the way she was behaving.
Yes.
Okay. Later in the fall, we've heard testimony that your mom's grandmother passed away.
Yes.
And her uncle had a serious health issue, and I think he passed away, right?
No, he had we call it a brain bleed, but his brain something was wrong with his head, and he survived.
Well, that's okay. Yeah, I think somebody said he went on with life after he was hospitalized.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But did both of those things take your mom away from the home for substantial times?
Yes.
Okay. Did you and your brother and sister go with her each of those times?
No.
When she was gone and the three of you were home, I assume your dad was kind of in charge.
Yes.
And this would have been, I think, in September, maybe gone into October.
Yeah.
Okay. What's going on the farm during those months?
September, I think that last year we were butchering chickens because we raised meat birds, and around the time that my great-grandmother, her grandma died, we were butchering chickens, I think, at that time. And around the time of her uncle's incident, I don't think we were doing much because it was raining and we couldn't get in the field.
So other than bad weather, you would have been in the field?
I don't know. I don't think so, but,
All right. When mom was away and you and your brother and sister were at home, obviously you were old enough, you didn't need.
No.
Did you consider either your brother or sister needing someone to watch them? In other words, they just couldn't be left on their own all day long.
No, they could be left on their own all day long. I mean, Taylor knew how to cook. She knew how to cook, and they could keep themselves entertained.
Okay. Did they ever, to your knowledge, go out and ride in the combine with your dad when he was harvesting?
Yes.
Other than the time when you were burning trash, did your dad ever have any other conversations with you about where he expressed concern about how your mom was acting, her personality or anything like that?
Yes.
And when would that have been?
That was when in August when she was upset that one day.
Okay. Any other times you can recall?
No.
Okay. Just hang on just a second, Tristan.
All right.
Thank Thank you, Tristan. That's all the questions I have. Ms. Hughes may have some more.
Go ahead, counsel.
Kristen, can you do me a favor and look at W again? I think it's one CAD you look at.
Yes.
When you're looking at Defendant's Exhibit W, that's the window that you described.
Yes.
And you're looking in it, you can see it's a red, it looks like a red barn.
It's a red and white barn.
And what do you call that red and white barn?
The shop is what we call it.
That's not the actual red shed or old barn that you found your mom in.
No.
Because from the window, the red shed were
not from that angle.
And can you also look at AA?
Give me a second here. Okay.
And that is actually an AA. That is the shed.
Yes.
And when somebody would have been taking a picture from, you would have seen a barn. That's when they would have taken it.
Yes.
So this angle is not the office or the hog barn where you were doing that work.
No.
Thank you. Now, Tristan, the defense attorney also asked you about using that iPad of your dad's, and you indicated that there was a time now that you remember you might have searched something or looked something up.
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you remember exactly what you looked up?
No.
Did you look up on that iPad killing unfaithful women?
No.
Did you look up what happened to cheating spouses in historic Aztec tribes?
No.
Did you ever visit a site which indicated the punishment for killing a cheating wife?
No.
Cultures kill adulterers?
No.
And did you ever look up the characteristics of a cheating woman?
No.
Now, Tristan, just so that we're clear, because I know that there was a ton of questions about the different statements that you've given. When you first talked to police in this case, both the day that this happened and at school, you indicated that you were with your dad the entire time after your mom left the hog barn.
Yes.
In your deposition last week, you changed that story or that
Darn it. All I did was get the next one ready to go. That's all I did. It's not asking too much.
case, both the day that this happened and at school, you indicated that you were with your dad the entire time after.
Yes.
In your deposition last week, you changed that story or that testimony.
Stop. This is the important part.
seconds.
I'm sorry, a minute and 40 seconds. I apologize. That's what then you said towards the end of the deposition.
Yes.
Now, did you meet with your attorney right after that deposition?
Yes.
And that's when you indicated to your attorney that you would like that information regarding the timing was inaccurate.
Yes.
And do you know, did you ask your attorney to tell myself and the defense attorney that?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, do you know how much time you were away from your dad in that hour and a half in the hog barn?
No.
Were you wearing? Was this entire day a traumatic day for you?
Yes.
You obviously found your mom when she was unresponsive.
Yes.
You then got into the truck and you had your mom's blood all over you after she was taken out of the car.
Yes.
Tristan, do you want to be here testifying today?
No.
Did you want to testify in the deposition?
No.
Is this a very difficult thing for you to talk about?
Yes.
Tristan, before this really close, correct?
Yes.
You spent a lot of time together.
Yes.
And after this happened, you spent a lot of time with your dad.
Yes.
And you don't want anything bad to happen to your dad.
No.
I just have a few more questions, Tristan. Your dad is the one that told your mom to get the pet carrier and put it by the shop, correct?
He didn't specifically tell her to. He asked her if.
I'm sorry, he asked her if she would do that.
Yes.
And your dad, after the hour and a half was up, he didn't ask you to go in the house to check for your mom.
No.
He asked you to go to the red shed to check on your mom.
He asked to go check on her because maybe we thought that she was still struggling to get it out, to get the pet cage, or maybe she just wanted a house. So we didn't really know where she was. He just said, go check on mom.
But he told you to go to the red shed.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Fireham, anything else for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Tristan, I understand that in the deposition, you made an estimate of time of 1 minute and 45 seconds, right?
Yes.
Today, you told me that you were out of sight of your father for 2 times,
Yes.
getting drinks.
Yes.
And you're saying you don't want to, or you don't think you can estimate how long you would have taken to get a drink.
Yes.
But you didn't fill pails with water, or you didn't wash down the office. You just got a drink.
Yes.
Okay. And the business about going to check on your mom, did that conversation begin when you looked out the window and the pet carrier wasn't up by the shop where you expected it to be?
Yes.
So when you went to look for her, as you just said here a few seconds ago, one of the places you could go look is where the pet carrier was, right?
Yes.
And unfortunately, that's where you found her.
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Tristan, we are all finished with our questions for you, and we're going to disconnect, and you are excused, okay? Thank you.
Okay, I'm confused. Whenever I do merch, that's got to be one of my first merches, because I say that. I say that way too much. I'm very easily confused. Okay. I have in my notes that he said he was separated from his dad for around 1.5 hours. But in his deposition, he said 1 minute and 40 seconds, which was inaccurate. But now he's saying no. It was only long enough for him to get a couple of drinks of water. Did I misunderstand something? It was an hour. I know it was an hour and a half from the time his mom left to go get the pet carrier before he checked on her. But I thought that was also an hour and a half since he saw his dad, too. Did I misunderstand something? I'm confused about the timeline. Jeez. So how long was his dad out of his sight? Right, they weren't with Amy for an hour and a half. Todd sent her to get she was cleaning the glass things over the lights in the hog pens. They were waiting for a shipment of baby pigs. Todd was getting the tubes that they put the nipples on to feed them water to like wean them off the nipple. And Tristan was getting the heaters because it was November and it was cold. And she was cleaning the light fixtures. So they were all in the hog barn together, but they were doing different tasks to get ready for the piglets. And which they didn't call them piglets. Isn't that what you call a baby pig? A piglet? They called them infant pigs. Don't you call them piglets? That's what I've always called them. Did Disney lie to us? Isn't piglet a baby pig? Isn't that what they're called? Piglets? So they all had their own individual tasks. I don't know why she's still bleeding. Because if she had a uterine ablation, she shouldn't be bleeding. That's why they do those. Yeah, I call them piglets. They should be called piglets. Anyway. So she left because she was wobbly and almost fell. And Todd said, will you please go get if you can, or if you feel like it, or however he worded it, go get the pet carrier because there was kittens, motherless kittens that they wanted to move, I guess, because where they were was dangerous for them. And he said, put it out by the shop if you can. And then I guess they looked out the window an hour and a half later and there was no pet carrier out there. So then Tristan went. Did he send Tristan? Or did Tristan volunteer to go? I missed that part. I don't remember. So that's when Tristan went out there and found her. But I thought Tristan said he was also out of his dad's sight for an hour and a half. Which would make sense if he was out there doing something to her. If he was apart from them for an hour and a half. But now he's saying he was only out of his sight long enough to get a couple of drinks of water. So that wouldn't give him enough time to go in there and do anything. Unless whatever he was doing with those pipes had him going in and out of the hog barn. I don't know. Oh, well, let's keep going. Next, we have the 911 call. And I hope we can understand it better than it was in the PCR. Because supposedly, well, I'm sure they will try to point it out. Supposedly, he says, breathe, you effing whore. Which, why would he say breathe, you effing whore? Wouldn't he want to say, don't breathe? I was going to say the other word, but that might be misconstrued if I say the other word. The D word. Oh, okay, that would make sense. Every time it switches to a new video, it buffers. It only does it on court TV. If this was on YouTube, this would not be doing this. Not on YouTube. It's not like it happened forever ago. This is 2018 or 19.
Would like to proceed by way of playing a video. I believe that there is a stipulation from the defense and the state as to the foundation of these 911 videos.
Okay. You want to identify, is it marked with an exhibit number?
Your Honor, it is People's Exhibit number 2 or State's Exhibit number 2.
Okay.
And they're in 2 segments, but it's one full call.
Mr. Firehelm, any objection to State's Exhibit 2 coming into evidence?
No, we previously discussed it. That's fine.
Okay, 2 is admitted into evidence, and you intend to publish at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Delaware County 911, what's the address of your emergency room? Oh! This is Todd. Hello, hello? Where are you at? What's going on, sir? My wife, what the hell, she got a full pork sitting in the barn. Okay. She's not responsive on this. Me and my son bring it. Okay, so your wife is in a barn and said she's unresponsive? No, she's...
I guess I just can't be a regular YouTuber and have my camera on. I tried. It lasted for a while today. Stop buffering.
Coming into evidence?
No, we previously discussed it. That's fine.
Okay, 2 is admitted into evidence,
We went the whole effect
and you
of
intend to
911
publish
call.
at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Delaware County 911, what's the address of your emergency room? Oh! This is Todd. Hello, hello? Where are you at? I'm on the road. I'm on a bus. Okay. What's going on, sir? My wife, what the hell, she got a full pork in the barn. Okay. She's not responsive on this. Me and my son bring it. Okay. Your wife is in a barn and said she's unresponsive? No, she's a bulldogging, what do you call corn pork. I don't know if she tripped. I don't know. She was halfway out the door. I jumped my son for the... Okay. Yelled at me. I'm on the ride. Okay. She looks fine. Okay. Okay, you're headed to the hospital and she's in your vehicle? Yes, my white truck. Okay, just a second here. There's no call. Just a second, I'm gonna have another dispatcher get on. I'm gonna ask you to pause. Can you pull over? I can. Okay, how about you pull over? Sir, what's your current location, and we'll get an ambulance headed your way. All right. Another dispatcher get on. I'm gonna ask you to pause. Can you pull over? I can. Okay, how about you pull over? So what's your current location, and we'll get an ambulance your way. All right. I can do it right east of Oneida. Okay. You guys do anything? There's nothing. Okay. What is your name, sir? Todd Mullis. And what are you driving? White Chevy. A white Chevy. I can be closer. A white Chevy truck? No, I don't feel anything. Goddamn, she's there. Cover her up a little bit. She has her fucking pants on. I just gotta get her out of this shit. You feel anything? 25 Manchester. Do you see anything? Feel anything? 28.5 Manchester. Where's the other kids? Somebody said his wife in the vehicle unresponsive. They're coming to Oneida. I asked him to stop there. We've got the ambulance paged out. Can you head that way? Can I get a little closer? He said Oneida. Can I go a little closer? I've got an officer almost to where you're at. Okay. I'll turn it off so they can get there. Go ahead. They can pull right in here. Cut. What? I'm just east of Oneida. Okay. All right. You feel anything? Amy. Okay, so what happened that she's not conscious or breathing? She fell on a fork. I had put a goddamn fork on her. It was an old fork getting in somewhere, and then she was halfway out of the barn. Like, she called me to get out, and then took and yelled, and I ran over there, and she's laying there. I pulled it out of her. I couldn't get her out of the barn. The doors were narrow, and she's not responding. Was this like a pitchfork? One of them old corn forks. Right. That's like a curved one. Yeah, it's kind of got a curve on it. I don't know how that freaking happened. I'm sorry about my cursing. Okay. So is she bleeding? I can't tell. I just when I seen it, she was face down. Just hold the pitching out of her. No, how old is she? I didn't get out of the door. How old is she? Is she 38? Okay. She's 38 or 39. Okay. She is not responding. Okay. Come on. Sir, do you feel comfortable doing CPR? I can try. I'll try anything. Okay. I'll try anything. I guess she's laying on my son's lap. Is she flat on the? Are you able to get her flat across maybe the seat? Well, I think it's in the back of the truck. But she's laying on my son's lap. Okay. Oh my God! When I pushed on her, she got like foam in her mouth. She's foaming from the mouth. I don't know how to get her laid flat. You know what I mean? She's laying across her son's lap. She's got a little blood now. They're on the back.
Is he able to get on, maybe he can get on the floor of the truck and you can lay her across the seat so we can get her flat?
But Tristan, get out and we'll lay her on the, and we'll get her on the seat. Okay. Oh, shit. Get out. Get out. We'll lean the seat back a little bit. Lean the seat back. Okay, she's very flat. I'm telling you, I got trying to hold on to the phone.
Right. Can you put it on? Can you put the phone on?
What do I do?
Okay.
Lay her flat, as flat as I can.
As flat as you can. Heel of your hand on her breastbone in the center of her chest, right between her nipples.
Okay.
And place your other hand on top of that hand.
Okay.
Okay. Pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, 2 inches deep. Let the chest come all the way up between pumps, and we're going to do this until they get there and can assist. Okay.
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 Twice per second. Right. Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2. Just. My son is right here. It's private.
Now.
New house.
The deputies are almost there. Okay. Keep doing the compressions until they can help and take over, okay? Keep going, you're doing fine.
Okay.
Keep going.
Come on, respond. Please hold. Come on. Come on. Come on. Good. Come on. Oh, shit. Going on the ground. Just.
Is the officer there with you, sir?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay.
It's, what is it, Luke?
That's fine. Do you want me to stay on the line with you, or are you okay?
No, I can't talk on the phone.
Okay, all right.
My son's right here. I gotta.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay, is the state ready with a witness? Go ahead.
State to call Luke Thompson.
Okay.
Well, there is one thing about living out in the country that because I live 45 minutes from the hospital. So if you have to wait for an ambulance to get to you and it takes, it's going to take like 10-15 minutes for an ambulance to get to you, and it's going to take 45 minutes to get to the hospital. Some people think, oh, I'll just throw them in the car. I can get there faster. Because if you have to wait 10 or 15 minutes for them to get to you, and then it's 45 minutes to the hospital, that's an hour to get to the hospital. But that's thinking normal driving. You don't think, well, the ambulance got emergency lights and they can go and, and if it's a super, super emergency, because when I worked at the nursing home, I have had paramedics tell me on their way, run out of the building with a stretcher and say, call the police and have them get us an escort to meet us at the red light, because I live in a town with one red light. But have them meet us at the red light with an escort. So they would actually have lights and sirens and a police escort so they can get to the hospital even faster. So that's kind of like country thinking. It's going to take the ambulance 15 minutes to get to me, and then they're going to have like an hour or whatever to get to the hospital. So it's just quicker if I can throw them in the car and go, but it's just really not. So that might have been the thinking, or that could have been the thinking. So it's one of those things that, depending on what we think about the evidence, we might never know. Because that is one thing, like when I have to go to the hospital, I don't want to call the ambulance. I just want to get in my car and go, because I live so far away. But I know it's not smart. It's not a smart thing to do. It's not.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Deputy Luke Thompson, Luke-Thomsen.
Go ahead, counsel.
Luke, what is your occupation?
Deputy Sheriff with the Delaware County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been a sheriff's deputy with Delaware County?
Just over 15 years.
Prior to Delaware County, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
Yeah, I worked for Dyersville, Iowa for about 3.5 years.
Are you certified in law enforcement?
Yes.
Did you go to the Law Enforcement Academy?
Yes.
What are your present duties with the Delaware County Sheriff's Department?
I'm a regular road deputy.
Were you on duty as a regular road deputy for the Delaware County Sheriff's Department on November 10th of 2018?
Yes.
You know what shift you were working that day?
8 in the morning till 6 p.m.
Was there anyone else riding with you that day?
No.
At some point during your shift, did you receive a dispatch concerning the events we are here for today?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time that was?
12:05.
Do you recall what the nature of the dispatch was?
It came across to me as some type of farming accident, is what I thought.
Did you respond to it?
Yes.
And to where did you respond?
To 2337 170th Street.
And approximately how long did it take you to get there?
Just a few minutes.
When you first arrived at that scene, what did you see?
I saw a young man, looked like he had blood on his coat, flagging me down as I pulled up.
Right. Were there other people there?
Yes.
Who else was there?
Todd Mullis was there. And then there was a female in the passenger seat of the pickup that was unresponsive.
And so what did you do?
I got out and I told Todd, I think who was still on the phone, can you help me get her out of the car where we can work on her on the ground a little bit better? So I grabbed her upper half and he grabbed her lower half and we put her on the ground and I started doing chest compressions.
And how long before others arrived to assist?
2 or 3 minutes, maybe.
While all of this was going on, did you have any opportunity to speak with the defendant?
Yes.
What information were you trying to get from him?
I was asking him questions about what had happened.
And what did he tell you?
He told me he was not sure. He found her in the shed away from where he was at. And then he saw that she had had a corn rake in her back.
How would you describe Amy's condition while you were there at that scene?
She was unresponsive and not breathing, no pulse. She had some bruising on her jaw, another bruise on her right arm, I believe, and then she had quite a bit of blood on her. on her clothes.
Was she able to communicate at all?
No,
Was she responsive at all?
no.
Were you able to observe what the defendant and his son Tristan were doing while Amy was being worked on?
Not a whole lot. No, I was concerned with her more than anything at the time.
Once others came, were you relieved of chest compressions?
Yes.
Were you able to make any observations regarding the demeanor of the defendant and his son?
His son, or Tristan, appeared to be fairly quiet and standing there kind of in shock from what I remember. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to him, other than I think we worked at trying to get him away from what was going on. I don't know how successful we were, but then I started talking to Todd, and he was pretty excited and pretty talkative. Not a whole lot of emotion, but
after Amy left in the ambulance, did the defendant go with her? Did he drive himself? Do you recall? Did he go with somebody?
he rode with a friend of the family, I believe.
What? Did he say he was excited and talkative, but not a lot of emotion? Is that what I just heard? How can you be excited with not a lot of emotion? Did I hear that wrong? What?
And what happened to Tristan when the defendant left with somebody else?
Tristan was still there at the scene.
Did he just stay there, or did you
No.
see him? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, he eventually left, and we followed him over to the farm where the incident took place.
Do you know who he left with?
It was a friend of the family. I believe it was Mike Krogman, if I'm not mistaken.
You indicated that you followed them back to the farm.
Yes.
What was the purpose of you following them back to the Mullis farm?
I wanted to be able to get an idea of what happened so I could relay the information to the hospital.
Did anybody go with you or follow you?
Deputy Hollub.
Did you and Tristan and Deputy Hollub all arrive at approximately the same time on the Mullis farm?
Yes.
And what did you do when you got there?
We asked Tristan where it happened, and he showed us a red shed that was, the sliding door was open a couple feet, and he showed us where he found his mom laying in it.
And once Tristan showed you this red shed and the basic layout and where he found his mother, what did you and Deputy Hollub do?
We took pictures. Deputy Hollub took pictures, and we just observed what was inside of the shed.
Was Tristan with you the whole time you were doing this?
No.
Where was he?
Shortly after he showed us, gave us information of what he had found, he went into the house.
What did you do next?
I left shortly after that, got in my car, started heading towards the hospital. I called the ER, gave them the information that I had found out, how I believe she had gotten the injuries that she has. And after I talked with them, I called my boss, Sheriff John LeClaire. I advised him of what I was dealing with, and then I proceeded to go into the hospital.
And why did you go to the hospital versus the sheriff's department?
Because I knew that's where they'd taken Amy, and if they needed anything from me in there, I'd be available.
And what did you do when you got to the sheriff's department?
To the hospital?
I'm sorry, the hospital.
I basically stood out of the operating room where they had Amy until they had pronounced her deceased. And
was the defendant there at the hospital as well?
yes,
Were you able to speak with him a little bit about what had happened at the farm there at the hospital?
yes.
What did he tell you there at the hospital?
He, I asked him who was at the farm that day, and what they were doing before they had found Amy.
Okay. And what did he tell you?
He told me that she had some kind of procedure a few days before that. They were all out in the hog building, working on cleaning up some things, taking care of this and that. And he thought that she didn't seem to be doing real well at whatever they were doing. I don't know if he thought she was tired or something to that effect. And he said, he asked her if she could go get a pet carrier out of the shed and bring it back so they could put some kittens in it so they didn't get ran over by a skid loader. And so he sent her off to the shed and she never came back. He said approximately 20 to 40 minutes later, he walked out of the hog barn, noticed that the carrier wasn't there. So he sent Tristan looking for her or the pet carrier. And that was when Tristan went over to the shed, walked in and found his mother laying there, hunched over with her arms underneath and a fork in her back.
All right. Was Tristan at the hospital as well?
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant if you could talk to Tristan?
Yes.
Did he allow it?
Yes.
Did he want to talk to Tristan alone first?
Yes.
About how long did he speak with Tristan before he allowed him to talk to you?
I would say a couple minutes.
And do you recall what you spoke to Tristan about?
I spoke to him about this, almost the same type of thing that I spoke to Todd about.
Other than the things we just talked about, was there anything else that you did involving this case?
Shortly after that, I did take Todd over to the sheriff's office with me, and Sheriff John LeClaire and I interviewed him about the incident and what had gone on.
At any time while you were talking to him, did he ever suggest to you that foul play was involved that day?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination. Deputy Thompson, you indicated you got the call about 12:05.
Yes.
Do you recall what the weather conditions were like that day?
It was fairly cold.
Any precipitation?
I think there was maybe a light dusting of snow I would say in like the shaded areas, but it wasn't everywhere.
Okay. When you arrived and met on the roadway there where Todd and Tristan were with Amy, when you helped Todd remove her from the pickup, what clothing did she have on?
I think she had a hooded jacket on and tan colored pants, if I remember correctly.
From what you could visually see on her, about her, could you tell if she had a gunshot wound, a knife wound, or more than one wound?
I noticed a couple of what looked like small holes in her back where most of the blood was, but I did not know what it was from.
Were the holes in the clothing?
I don't know.
Well, I guess what I'm asking you is, was her clothing removed so that you could see actually the body itself?
I think that her shirt and her jacket had came up far enough that was how it was hanging, like it was pulled up fairly high on her, and that's how I could see the wounds. Her clothing was not completely off, no.
Okay. Out there in the field before she was put in the ambulance, was her clothing removed by emergency personnel?
I don't recall.
Okay. Deputy Thompson, just a few minutes ago, we listened to the 911 call that Todd made just before you came into contact with him. Have you ever listened to that?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe Todd's emotional state during that period?
Excited.
And that's what he continued to be as you had your exchanges with him there at the scene.
Yes.
But you characterize that as not a lot of emotion.
Correct.
And how would you describe not a lot of emotion? I mean, what is that?
I guess he wasn't crying or anything like that.
In your 15 plus years of law enforcement, have you seen people react differently to horrific situations?
Yes.
They're not all the same.
Correct.
And when you got back to the farm, Tristan went back there with who you think was a family friend, Mike Krogman. About how long would you estimate Tristan was down around this shit, showing you and Hullab what he had seen or found?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How would you describe his emotional state when he was doing that with you?
I would say he was fairly quiet, and seemed scared to me.
But once he got you two situated and looking around, then he went in the house.
Yes.
Did you have any more contact with him until you again talked to him at the hospital?
No.
So the explanation that Todd gave you when you went back to the hospital and talked to him, you asked him what they were doing. He said they were in the barn doing some things. She had some issues, went to get a pet carrier for these kittens. And after some passage of time, Tristan went to look for it. Is that basically it?
It's close, yes.
Was that pet carrier in that shed?
Yes.
Can you describe about where it was at?
If you walked into the sliding door of the shed that was open approximately 2 foot or so, you would see there were a whole bunch of big chemical containers in front of you. So you would have to take a left, and you would walk along. You'd have the sliding door on your left and these chemical containers on your right. And then the pet carrier was down another aisle to your right, about halfway. It was about eye level up on top of looked like a metal, almost like a metal crate, like a live cage for an animal or something. It was setting on top of it.
Do you have any idea whether or not that pet carrier had been moved recently?
I do not.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Deputy.
Mr. Bernard, anything else for him?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Just briefly, Your Honor. When you were speaking with the defendant during your interviews, did he keep reiterating how dizzy or lightheaded Amy was?
I think he mentioned it a couple times.
And defendant's counsel mentioned on cross-examination the 911 tape we just listened to. In that tape, dispatch was told by the defendant, and very excitedly, that Amy fell on a corn fork. So when you were at the farm, would you have been looking for anyone else around the farm or any footprints or any evidence of anybody other than Mullis family members?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Another witness for the state?
State would call Eric Hollub.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I will.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Eric Hollub, first name E-R-I-C, Hollub, H-O-L-U-B.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hollub, you're clearly a deputy. Who do you work for?
I work for the Delaware County Sheriff's Office.
Would you briefly describe your education, training, background, and experience in law enforcement?
I got hired with the Delaware County Sheriff's Office April of 2004. I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy at Hawkeye in the fall of 2004. And I also have a criminal justice degree from Mount Mercy.
What are your present duties with Delaware County?
I am a firearms instructor and I work patrol.
Do you recall whether or not you were on duty last year on November 10th?
Yes, I was.
Was anyone else with you that day?
I had a reserve deputy riding with me,
Who was that?
Mark Banghart.
Any particular reason you had a reserve with you?
Our reserves try to get out at least once a month.
And do you recall what shift you were working?
I was working 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
At some point during your shift, did you receive the same dispatch that Luke Thompson received?
Yes, I did.
And did you respond?
Yes.
To where did you respond?
It was 170th Street, just east of Oneida.
Do you recall approximately how long it took for you to get there?
It was approximately 6 minutes.
And what did you see when you arrived?
I saw Deputy Thompson performing CPR on Amy Mullis. And Tristan, Amy's son, and Todd were standing next to Deputy Thompson.
What did you do to assist?
Mark went over, or Deputy Banghart, our reserve deputy, went over and assisted Luke with CPR. And I went over and talked with Todd Mullis.
And at some point, did some additional assistance arrive, EMTs, ambulance?
Yes, we had Greeley First Responders and Manchester Regional Medical Center ambulance showed up on scene.
And approximately how long before they arrived, after you arrived?
The ambulance crews? Yes. It wasn't too long after. Greeley showed up fairly soon after I showed up.
And what was your personal observation of Amy Mullis's condition when you were there at the scene?
It did not look good. Her skin was pale.
Was she responsive?
Unresponsive.
Were you able to observe the defendant or his son while she was being worked on?
Yes, I did.
And what was their demeanor or emotional state?
I mostly talked with Todd at the scene. He was having a hard time staying focused, excited, and he wanted to call somebody so that they could go to his residence because he had 2 younger kids that were there at the time, unattended.
Was that his primary focus, the children at the residence as opposed to his wife there on the ground?
Yes, at that time, he wanted to call somebody.
And what happened to Mr. Mullis when the ambulance left? Did he go with the ambulance?
No.
You know where he went?
I believe a family friend gave him a ride to the regional medical center.
Tristan, do you know where he went?
he hopped in with a family friend and went back to their family farm.
And where did you go?
Deputy Thompson and I both followed that vehicle back to the Mullis residence.
And what was the purpose of you following it back?
To determine what had happened to Amy Mullis.
And did you all arrive at about the same time?
Yes.
Right. And what did you do when you got there?
We followed Tristan into a red shed. It's located just southeast of their residence there.
And what were you wanting Tristan to show you there?
We wanted him to show us where he found his mother.
How long was he with you? Was he with you the whole time you were at the shed, or was he with you a short time?
He was there with us for a short time.
And after he left, what did you do?
We took photographs of what we found inside the shed.
And when Tristan left, do you know where he went?
He went back into their residence.
Did you speak with him again later?
Yes, I did.
And what did you speak with him about?
If he knew what happened to his mom.
What did he tell you?
Tristan stated that his mother was going out to get a dog carrier from the shed. And it had been a while. So he said that his father, Todd, asked him to go out to the shed to see what was taking so long.
And that's where he found his mother.
Yes.
Was that pretty much all you talked about when you were talking to Tristan in the home?
Yes.
You indicated you took some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, my approach.
Yes.
Deputy, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibits 3 through 22. I would ask you to take a look at those, please. Do you recognize States Exhibits 3 through 22?
Yes.
What are States Exhibits 3 through 22?
These are the photographs I took at the scene.
And who took those? I'm sorry, you took those photographs?
Yes.
And are those photographs a true and accurate representation of the places and items depicted in each of the photographs at the time the photos were taken back on November 10th of 2018?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer States Exhibits 3 through 22 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States Exhibits 3 through 22 are all admitted.
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish and ask additional questions about each photo.
Yes, go ahead.
Those in front of you. We will cycle through 3 through 22, and I would just ask for each one, kind of tell us what is depicted there. And so we'll start with number 3. You took that photo. What is it?
That's the entrance to the shed. That would be the east side.
When you say the shed that Amy Mullis was found in by Tristan.
Correct.
There appears to be a little bit of snow on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
What time of year was it?
November 10th.
All right. Next picture, please. Exhibit number 4 is of what?
That's the corn rake that we found inside the shed.
Apparently not the full corn rake, but the tines. Any particular reason you just took a photo of the tines?
I took a picture of this when I was back at the booking room because the lighting was better, and you could clearly see how far in Amy the prongs went.
Next photo, please. Exhibit 5. Where was this taken and what does it show?
That was taken inside the shed. It shows the exact location where we found the corn rake at.
And there's something that looks almost like a ruler next to it.
Yes,
Who put that there?
I did.
And what's that for?
It's for size comparison.
The corn rake also appears to have a broken handle. Was it like that when you found it?
Yes.
Anything else in that photograph that was of interest?
Just that the corn rake was there meeting at the intersection of the narrow aisle walkway and the center aisle.
Exhibit 6 shows what?
Be 2 drops of blood on the concrete.
All right. Those look like they might be difficult to see. Are you able to indicate on that ruler or ruling device approximately where they are on there?
It looks like the 4. Do you mind if I look here? It's kind of hard to see on the. Yeah, on here it's the 1 and the 4.
All right. And the towel, was there any significance with the towel?
No, not with that one.
It just happened to be there.
It just happened to be on the ground, yes.
All right. Next photo, please. That looks to be similar. Is it the same picture, just taken twice, or is there something significant about this one?
Same, I might have just gone a little bit closer, I guess.
Next, please. Exhibit 8.
That was another towel that we found on the ground.
It was just the towel, or is there anything else?
There, by number 9, there is a drop of blood there.
All right. Exhibit number 9 appears to be another photo of the corn rake. Why did you take this one?
Just for a different angle than the previous.
When you were talking about where these passages meet, can you describe that a little bit based on that photograph?
There's some chemical totes that have metal framework that give them some structure, and they were stacked up upon one another. Kind of formed a wall when you first walked into the shed. And what you're looking at there where I was standing taking this photograph, it's a narrow aisle because the totes were right next to me to the right. And then that led down to a center aisle in the shed.
Next photo, please. Number 10.
A close-up picture of the corn rake.
Number 11, please.
Just another picture, a little bit different angle.
Same thing?
Yes.
Next. What's the purpose of Exhibit 13? What are you trying to show there?
The distance between each prong, there's 4 of them on the corn rake.
Is it easier to see in the physical photograph that will go back with the jury, the prongs there?
Yes, this is fairly dark.
Same thing?
Yes, just another picture of the same.
What is that?
That is the dog carrier that Tristan he had discussed inside the home.
And how do you know that is the dog carrier?
It was the only one that I noticed in the shed.
Did Tristan point it out to you, or is it just the only one you noticed?
It was the only one I noticed.
Okay. What is Exhibit 16 showing?
Just a side angle of the same dog carrier.
Did you pull that out, or was it already out?
It was exactly as it is.
On each side of it, there appears to be something yellow. What is that?
I'm not a farmer. I think it's a farm implement item.
Below, there appear to be maybe augers of some kind.
Yes.
Were those there when you took the picture?
Yes.
How much space is there between the auger on the left and whatever is out of the frame to the left?
Not really that much more room to the left. That's where, again, there's kind of a wall of these chemical totes.
On each side?
To the left, yes.
So behind this pet carrier, are there any tools hanging?
Not that I noticed.
Exhibit 17, what's being shown there?
This is located on the driveway of the residence that we first pulled up to. And that would be blood from Amy Mullis, where CPR was performed.
Next exhibit, please. What's this one show?
That's the exact same thing, except I put that ruler there for scale.
Right. Next photo, please. Number 19.
This is another picture of the entrance into the shed.
So how much of an opening do you have right there, Deputy?
It's not very wide. I think the door was stuck. We tried to push on it, but it seemed like that's where it wanted to remain.
Number 20, please. Just another angle of the pet carrier?
Yes.
21. What's this show?
This shows as soon as you walk in through the entryway to the shed, this is that narrow aisle I was discussing earlier.
And the towels that were previously depicted in other photographs?
Yes, as well as you can see the corn rake there at the end.
All right, and number 22.
It's another picture of the same towel with the 2 drops of blood on the concrete.
Is that all the photographs you took at the Mullis residence?
No. Well, yes, that is.
So after you took the photographs, did you collect anything?
Yes.
What did you collect?
I collected the corn rake, the towel that had the drop of blood on it, and also the trousers that were worn by Tristan.
Where did you go after the farm?
I drove immediately from there to the regional medical center
Why did you go to the regional medical center?
to check on the condition of Amy.
You arrived at the hospital. Were there some concerns about how the injuries to Amy Mullis occurred?
Yes.
And where did this concern about how the injuries occurred come from?
Dr. Thompson was concerned that there was too many holes on her back.
Who is Dr. Thompson?
He works as a doctor for the regional medical center in their ER.
Did he ask you for anything?
Yes, he wanted me to take a picture of the corn rake to see how wide it was.
And what did you tell him?
I took a picture of it and showed it to him. And then Dr. Thompson wanted to see it in person.
And did you have it with you?
Yes.
And did you produce it?
Yes, I did.
What was done with it?
I drove my squad car into their ambulance Sallyport, and I took it out of my squad car, and Dr. Thompson reviewed it there.
And after you were finished with it at the hospital, did you tag it and secure it as evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Deputy, I'm handing you a bag. This bag will contain what will soon be marked as exhibit number 23. I would ask you to examine that bag for a moment. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the bag signed by the state medical examiner.
Do you know what it contains?
It contains the corn rake that we retrieved from the shed.
How do you know that?
It has a broken handle and it's tagged.
If you would, please, Deputy, please carefully open that bag and remove the contents.
Can I step down here to
Sure.
a little bit more room?
This is a murder weapon, guys. This is it.
If you would have a seat back up in the witness stand.
No gloves.
Deputy, have you seen that item before today?
Yes,
And where have you seen that item before today?
this was the corn rake we retrieved from the shed at the Mullis farm.
How do you know that is the same corn rake you retrieved from the shed at the Mullis farm?
It's tagged and it has a broken handle.
And since the time you collected it, and other than for its use at the state medical examiner's office, has this corn rake remained in evidence at the Delaware County Sheriff's Department until this very moment?
Yes, it has.
Does the corn rake appear to be in the same condition as it is when you first collected it back on November 10th of 2018?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibit number 23 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor. 23 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You can display it.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Now, Deputy, based on your experience and years in law enforcement, would a person be able to inflict death or serious injury on another person with that corn rake if they chose to do so?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Deputy Holub. Deputy Holub, did you know Todd Mullis prior to this day?
I may have met him before, but I don't know him personally, no.
You weren't familiar enough to know what his personality was like, whether he was quiet or bubbly or that kind of thing?
No, I don't know him that well.
The county attorney asked you about his demeanor, the way he was acting. You said he acted kind of excited and hard time staying focused. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your years of experience, you've, I'm sure, encountered people who are dealing with a rather traumatic event.
Yes.
Car accidents, fires, all kinds of things.
Yes.
Do people always react the same way?
No.
Have you seen people react to a horrible situation in what some people might consider an inappropriate way? Laughing at the wrong time?
I haven't seen laughing at something that's tragic, no.
Todd wasn't laughing that day.
No.
But he wanted someone to take care of his kids.
Correct.
I think that's appropriate.
What time of the afternoon do you think you got back to the Mullis farm with Deputy Thompson and eventually Tristan to look in the shed?
We pulled into the the drive there at about 12:31 p.m.
I would imagine that wood is really hard to get prints off of because wood is porous. Unless it's like shellacked or finished or varnished, wood is porous. So it would be really hard to get prints off of it. That type of wood, like on a farm implement like that, I don't think you could. Maybe, but I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think you could. Not good ones, anyway.
I think one of your later responses to a later exhibit may have answered my question, but in exhibit number 6 was the one with 2 drops of blood on the concrete, and you had the ruler there, and you said that blood drops were about at inch number 1 and inch number 4.
Yes.
Later on, I think it's number 22. Is that the same towel?
Yes.
So 22 shows where in the shed the towel was located, right?
Yes.
Pardon me. And please look at 21 also. Once again, is that the towel?
Yes.
And actually, there's 2 things there, a towel and a rag.
Yes.
In number 21, to the left would be you can see a crack, that would be that sliding door that you couldn't move.
To the left there where the door, yes.
And is the alleyway down to the pet carrier beyond that second rag?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have an estimate as to what time you would have got back to the hospital after being at the Mullis farm?
It took me about 16 minutes to get there.
And I think you also mentioned that you had taken not only the corn fork number 23, but also you said Tristan's trousers?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you take those?
I wanted to present that to the hospital. Maybe they could figure out how much blood loss there was.
But soon after you returned to the hospital, based on Dr. Thompson's observations and comments, there was a concern about how Amy Mullis had gotten these injuries.
Yes.
Would you say at that time things shifted from investigating a farm accident to perhaps foul play?
Yes.
And at that time you bagged the corn rake and put it back in your car to keep in evidence?
It was driven right back from the hospital to our evidence room, yes.
Was it bagged from the farm to the hospital?
No.
Okay. Was there any discussion between that either involved you or others that you're aware of, about returning to the farm to do further investigation now that there was a suspicion of foul play?
Can you say that one more time?
After you went back with the corn fork to the hospital and Dr. Thompson looked at it, you kept it in evidence.
Yes.
Was there any discussion that you were involved in, or are you aware of anybody else's discussion about returning to the farm to do further investigation now that foul play may be suspected?
I went back, I should say that our sheriff and Deputy Thompson did an interview with Todd at our sheriff's office. And after they had convened, the sheriff said that he had given them permission that I could go back and take a couple more pictures at the shed there.
On the return trip, did you take more photos?
Yes.
Were they included in what we've seen so far?
Yes.
Did you do that on your own?
Yes.
Was there any other investigation made around the shed by you or other law enforcement?
There would have been by other law enforcement after I took those pictures.
Do you know when?
I'm not sure.
And by whom?
Travis Hemisath.
But you don't think Hemisath went out there that day that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. At the hospital, did you see Tristan return?
To the hospital?
Yes.
I don't recall seeing him there.
Was there any photographs taken other than the front door of the shed that we've seen? Were there any other photographs taken on the outside of the building?
None that I had taken.
And no visual exam, a walk around or anything like that?
I did not do that, no.
Do you know if Deputy Thompson would have done that?
I'm not sure if he did or not.
Thank you, Deputy. That's all I have.
Okay.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Deputy, with any of your conversations that you had with the defendant, did he ever mention the possibility that anybody else would have killed his wife?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Okay, let's try to do the next one without crashing StreamYard. Come on, Court TV.
Amy Mullis' death looked like a freak accident, a possible
Ear doctor.
matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Craig Borden Thompson, that's C-R-A-I-G, B as in boy, O-R-D-E-N, Thompson, T-H-O-M-P-S-O-N.
Go ahead, counsel.
Dr. Thompson, you indicated that you're a doctor. Who are you
Yes, ma'am.
currently employed by?
Regional Medical Center in Manchester, Iowa.
And Dr. Thompson, in what area do you live in?
I live in Strawberry Point area.
And is that also the area you grew up in?
I grew up in the Monticello area.
Now, you indicated that you are employed at Regional Medical Center in Manchester. What is your title there?
Medical Director of Emergency Services.
How long have you been employed there?
I've been in practice in the area. I've been employed by the hospital for the last 10 years. I've been in practice there for 40 years.
Where did you attend school to get your degree?
I attended Monticello High School. I went to University of Dubuque. I went to College of Osteopathic Medicine and Surgery in Des Moines and did a year rotating internship, following which I went to Strawberry Point.
And you indicated that your title is medical director.
That's correct.
In what area of the hospital do you work in?
Emergency services exclusively.
And what are some of your duties being the medical director at Regional Medical?
I'm responsible for EMS services based at the hospital and throughout the service area. I, along with the other medical staff, paramedic staff, oversee the quality of care of that and oversee the providers in the emergency department.
Are you also a medical examiner for Clayton County?
I am.
And how long have you been, are you the chief medical examiner?
I am the chief medical examiner for Clayton County
And how long have you been the chief medical examiner for Clayton County?
since 1990.
And prior to that, were you a deputy medical examiner?
Yes, I was deputy medical examiner for Clayton County and also Delaware County, where I still remain on the deputy list.
And you indicated that you are now the chief medical examiner for Clayton County. Are you also allowed to act as medical examiner when you're working in Delaware County?
That's permitted, yes, by Iowa code.
And what are some of your duties being the chief medical examiner?
When there's an unattended death in your county, then that typically requires screening to see if it's a medical examiner case. And there are certain criteria set by the Code of Iowa that establish that.
Now, Dr. Thompson, I'd like to direct your attention to November 10th, 2018. On that date, were you employed by Regional Medical Center in Manchester, Iowa?
I was.
And that's in Delaware County?
Correct.
And initially, were you scheduled to work that day?
Actually, I wasn't scheduled to work, but there was an illness and the overnight provider, or the one actually showing up the next day. And so I was called as the safety net. The day provider wondered if I would come in early, so I said, sure.
As you were on your way into the hospital, what, if anything, did you learn?
Shortly after arrival at the hospital, I understood that Amy Mullis had been pronounced dead.
And at that point, when you learned that Amy Mullis had been pronounced dead, did you have any additional information?
I talked with Dr. Gerst, who was the backup physician and deputy medical examiner for the weekend for Delaware County. And he had obtained a history of events that he related to me.
And can you please explain Dr. Gerst, or spell Dr. Gerst's last name?
Sure. Gerst.
And what information did Dr. Gerst relay to you?
He indicated that he had been told that she had fallen, that Amy had been injured falling on a corn rake that was upended, and that she was found that way, and that it was removed, and she was brought in by a vehicle, private vehicle initially, who tiered with EMS, and they then proceeded to start resuscitative efforts.
Now, doctor, did you know Amy Mullis?
I knew her as a nurse in the emergency department in that capacity.
At some point, did Amy Mullis work at Regional Medical Hospital in Manchester?
Yes.
And did she ever work in the emergency room?
Yes.
Do you know when Amy stopped working at Regional Medical Center?
2014.
And since 2014, when she stopped working there, did you have any contact with Amy Mullis?
No.
Doctor, when you first received this information, what did you do after you received it?
Well, there was concern regarding the mechanism of injury and to make sure that the findings on physical exam were compatible with that history.
Would it be fair to say that you performed a preliminary exam?
Exactly.
And what was the purpose of that preliminary exam?
Well, it was to look at the mechanism of injury and then determine the actual injury pattern on the decedent and see if that was a logical conclusion.
And can you just explain briefly to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do when you're performing an exam like you did on that day?
We, well, in this case, the patient was already disrobed. So as part of resuscitative efforts to look for wounds in emergency medicine, you're always wanting to make sure you're not missing something in the resuscitation. At this point, that was concluded. So I did a complete exam of the body, looking at the head and neck and extremities, the entire body, front and back.
And after you did that preliminary exam, what did you do?
I took pictures of the body at that point.
Now, while you're performing this exam, what is your main focus that you're trying to do when you're performing an exam such as this?
Well, your primary goal is, we always try and determine cause of death. We do that whether it's a medical examiner's case or not. The secondary thing, though, is to make sure that if we're presuming it's accidental, if that's the story we're hearing, that the injury matches the story.
Now, doctor, in this case, did you also take pictures of both Amy Mullis's body as well as the clothing that was she was brought in with?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you State's Exhibits 24 through 48. Can you please look through those as a whole?
Surely. Those appear to be my pictures.
And Dr. Thompson, are those the photographs that you actually took on November 10th, 2018 of Amy Mullis and the clothing that was brought in with her?
Those appear to be, yes.
And do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as they were that day when you took them?
Yes,
And do they appear to be true and accurate copies of those photographs?
they appear to be.
Doctor, did you notice any or observe any injuries on Amy?
Well, notably, she had 6 puncture wounds across the back.
And did that cause you concern?
It got my attention, certainly, to look at the point of entry, how that would have occurred. I was interested in looking at the instrument that she fell on.
Doctor, did you, did you also observe additional injuries on Amy's body as well?
There were basically 2 sets of injuries. There were the puncture wounds to the right posterior thorax, the right posterior chest, and there were then injuries anteriorly in the chin area, in the zygomatic area, which is the cheekbone area, around the ear on the left, and over both patella, the kneecaps. And there were also some contusions, abrasions over the dorsum of each hand, the knuckles of each hand.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the state's exhibits 24 through 48 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor, thank you. 24 through 48 are admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask permission to publish these photos to the jury.
Yeah, I'll allow you to publish those. Anybody who is family or friends who have not seen these photos and don't care to see them or don't think they'll be able to see them, I'll give you a minute if you want to leave the courtroom. After anybody has had a chance to leave counsel, you're welcome to publish the photos.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I thought their overhead was broken.
Go ahead.
Dr. Thompson, I'm showing you has been previously admitted into evidence as Exhibit 24. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of Amy Mullis after resuscitative efforts had concluded.
And you talked about some injuries on Amy's body. I'm showing you People's Exhibit number 25. What is this a photograph of?
These are abrasions over the dorsum of the left hand.
And when you say abrasions, is that those two red marks that are on Amy's left hand?
Yes, and there's a contusion near the base of the ring finger as well.
Now, doctor, just so that everybody is clear, what is a contusion?
A bruise.
And what's an abrasion?
Abrasion is a roughening or a scraping of the skin, a frictional injury.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 26. Is that a close-up of that left hand and those abrasions that you previously described?
I believe so.
I'm going to show you, or this is State's Exhibit number 24. What is this a photograph of? I'm sorry, 27. What is this a photograph of?
This shows contusions. We're talking about bruises about the ear ring on the left earlobe. It shows a pattern that the ear ring itself has caused contusion in the surrounding tissue.
State's Exhibit 28. What is that a photograph of?
That's another angle of the same thing, plus a contusion on the top of the earlobe or the auricle itself near the other piece of jewelry.
So just so we're clear, you see the white earring at the bottom of the ear?
Correct.
And there is what appears to be a contusion above that.
Correct. Above it and under it, as you saw in the other picture.
And then all the way to the right, I guess on the top, near the top of the ear, there's also some additional injuries there.
Correct.
And you called that, is that, I'm sorry, a contusion or an abrasion?
It looks like a combination of both.
Thank you. State's Exhibit number 29. What is this a photograph of?
This was the jeans she was wearing that day.
State's Exhibit number 30.
That was her outer coat.
And State's Exhibit number 31.
That's the outer coat reflecting the puncture wounds.
And there appears to be some type of measuring guide or what appears to be a ruler on this jacket.
It's a rough idea of the puncture wound distances. It's always a little hard to piece back together after the fact, no matter how carefully you try and take the picture.
And are you the one that actually placed these white pieces of paper
Yes.
measuring tape? People's Exhibit number 32. What is this a photograph of?
This appears to be the exterior coat, yet the inside view.
And State's Exhibit number 33. What is this a photograph of?
This is a close-up of Amy, still intubated after resuscitative attempts.
Now here, there appears to be something on Amy's left jaw.
Yes, a very prominent, I considered it the next most significant injury after the puncture wounds in the back.
And what is this on Amy's left jaw?
This is a deep abrasion contusion. There's both a crush type component and a scraping type component to it. And the other thing that I think is notable is it's clean.
And what does that mean to you?
Well, typically if you fall on a ground or rock or gravel, you're going to have indented or embedded gravel and foreign body in that. And in another view, I think you have that in your deck. It shows that there is none of that, and that was not cleaned off.
Now, when you say this is both an abrasion and a contusion, would it be fair to say that that means that it's a bruise and it's also some type of ripping or tearing on the skin?
Correct.
And I think you indicated earlier that an abrasion is almost like friction on the skin.
A frictional injury. Mm-hmm.
Is that almost similar to like a rug burn?
This would be a very bad one. Yeah.
State's exhibit number 34. What is this a photograph of?
This is an inner garment sweatshirt that was under the outer coat. I was told they were off by the time I got there. This also reflects a puncture wound pattern consistent with the exterior coat.
And State's exhibit number 35. What was this?
Third layer of the t-shirt, again with the puncture wounds.
And State's exhibit number 36. Is this a close-up picture of that same shirt? And again, did you put that measuring guide on?
I did.
State's exhibit number 37. Is this a different angle of that contusion and abrasion on Amy's left chin?
It's a more direct close-up and slightly a little more direct on, so you can actually see the two components, the deeper bruise abrasion and the stippling a little more posterior there, the lighter abrasion portion.
What do you mean by posterior?
I'm sorry, toward the back of your jaw. Sorry.
State's exhibit number 38. What is this a photograph of?
This appears to be the right patellar area, the right kneecap area.
And what is it that you see here on this kneecap area?
That's a contusion, minimal abrasion.
And State's exhibit number 39.
This is the left knee area. You'll see the yellow object is an interosseous needle. If it's difficult to get IV access and you need it in a hurry, it's a drilling-like device that we go into the bone marrow with, gives us instant access. When we pronounce a code, any resuscitative efforts, any instruments, tubes, things that we put in the body, we leave in place for the autopsy to follow. And that also reflects, you can see the contusion and abrasion portion over that kneecap area.
And in this abrasion, do you see any pieces of gravel or any dirt?
Not that I could recognize.
I'm showing you State's exhibit number 40. What is this a photograph of?
This is her back. Puncture wound pattern of her back.
And how many puncture wounds did you find on Amy Mullis's body?
She had 6 puncture wounds.
And just so we're clear, when you're referring to puncture wounds, that is different than the contusions and abrasions.
And none of the others were puncture wounds.
And what is a puncture wound?
It is a hole forced through tissue caused by, it can be any number of things, a sharp object, a projectile. It penetrates a given distance and causes a more linear injury.
Dr. Thompson, did you grow up on a farm yourself?
I did.
Were you familiar with a corn rake or corn fork when you were performing this exam?
I've had occasion to use them, yeah.
And were you aware of how many tines or prongs there were on a corn rake?
Well, yes, and I also asked to see the rake that day.
And
because there can be differing tines.
And what was the purpose of you asking to see that corn fork or corn rake?
That was the instrument of injury. I had to make sure that made sense. The tine pattern on that was consistent with 6 puncture wounds in the posterior thorax, posterior right chest.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit number 41. What is this a photograph of?
It appears to be Amy's right hand, and contusions noted about the knuckle joints, the MCP joints.
And State's Exhibit number 42.
Her right hand also showing some, in this angle, I can't tell if that's bleeding from other source, just not cleaned, or an abrasion. It's
and
possible.
That's her palm.
That's her palm.
State's Exhibit number 43. What is this a photograph of?
This shows the left side of Amy's jaw and cheekbone area and her ear. It gives you an angle on both the chin injury and also the contusions about the ear. You can see a little contusion in the zygomatic area too in this picture.
What's the zygomatic area?
I indicated, I'm sorry, the cheekbone area is the zygomatic process.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit number 44, is this another angle of her ear injuries that you've
Sure,
previously?
different lighting to highlight it differently.
And
the
State's
same.
Exhibit 45, this is the back of that same ear.
Yes, with the left ear again, it just shows it a little more, the lighting was more favorable.
And State's Exhibit number 46 is another photograph of Amy's jaw injury.
Yes, notably it's under the mandible.
What do you mean by mandible?
Jawbone. Sorry, I got to decode everything. And it's it was oriented, if you can see in the pictures, I'm indicating under the jawline, from starting point back.
State's Exhibit 47, is this another photograph of, I believe, her right hand that we previously saw?
Different lighting, yeah. Sometimes even with digital photographs, if you change the lighting, it will appear different. So you do it a couple of times.
And in this photograph, what injuries do you see on Amy's right hand?
Again, the contusion about the knuckle there on the ring finger, or excuse me, index finger. And there's one near between the third and fourth, the middle and ring finger on that hand.
And lastly, State's Exhibit 48, is this just another photograph?
Another
of that
view, same thing.
Now, at the time where you were performing this exam, Dr. Thompson, was the information that you were given was that it was alleged that Amy fell on the corn rake?
That's what I was told.
And were the injuries that you observed consistent with an accident or falling on a corn rake?
I found it very difficult to see how 4 tines could cause 6 holes in a single impact.
Now, you indicated that at some point you actually asked to see the corn rake or corn fork.
I did.
And who did you ask to see that?
I asked the sheriff's department if they had that available, and they did.
And where did you go to view that corn fork?
In the ambulance garage across from the emergency department.
And what did you do when you were observing it?
I looked at the tines.
I'm sorry, but I don't know how that biomechanical engineer chick figured out that this was an accident. Oh, good Lord. How? That was a fight. There was a fight involved. Had to be. Oh my God, that poor woman. Oh my God. I want to cry. Oh my God. She didn't get out of there fast enough. Oh Lord.
Size. I looked at the spacing. I looked at what appeared to be on the tines.
And did that, and how many tines were there?
There were 4 tines.
And that was inconsistent with Amy's 6 puncture wounds.
With a single impact, it was.
Did you contact anyone while after you were done performing your exam?
I contacted the state medical examiner's office.
And who did you speak with at the state medical examiner's office?
Dr. Kelly Cruz was on.
What was the purpose of contacting Dr. Cruz?
Well, presently, if you need more data in an injury like this, you contact a forensic pathologist. I am not one. I have background in medical examiner work, but I need at times more data than that. So I talked to Dr. Cruz, who's a forensic pathologist, and asked her to do an autopsy in the interest of getting more information.
And what is the procedure that is used then to transport the body to the state medical examiner's office?
I have to ensure that everything is appropriately sent with the patient, stored appropriately, identified and secured appropriately, chain of custody sort of thing. And then we also cover the hands with paper bags to keep any evidence that might be evident later intact.
Now, a moment ago, doctor, you indicated that one of your duties might be as medical examiner determining cause and manner of death.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by What do you mean by cause of death?
Cause of death would be was it suspicious? Was it accidental? Was it natural? Was it, for example, a car accident's accidental? If you determine though that the person deliberately crossed the road to hit the semi to commit suicide, that's a different story. So sometimes just looking at things doesn't tell you the whole story without knowing more about it.
And on November 10th, 2018, did you determine a cause of death?
I did not.
Did you indicate on your paperwork, or what did you indicate on your paperwork?
In a setting where I think I have conflicting data, I'm being told one thing and the physical evidence is another thing, that's when I seek the consult with the state. And I probably do that more than I don't do that on certainly on anything of an injury of this kind. And I contacted Dr. Cruz then too.
And was your cause of death on your paperwork, did you indicate pending?
Pending.
And that was because you wanted to wait for Dr. Cruz to perform a full exam on the body?
We needed the results of the autopsy and toxicology and so forth.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Okay, I gotta say it. Does this judge announce things really? Like cross-examination. Like he announces, like, I don't know. It's like the town crier. Or is it my imagination? It's like, I don't know. He's just like really forceful when he announces stuff. Like, so admitted. It's like, chill. Take it down a notch.
Doctor, you talked about and you've shown us some pictures of Amy's body, and also some photographs of the clothing. I think at one point you said something about you yourself had not removed that clothing.
I had not removed that clothing. It was gone when I got there.
Do you know when it was removed?
After her arrival there, I indicated that's part of a standard resuscitative effort.
Would you please take a look at State's Exhibit 46?
Yes, I have it.
That's the mandible or jawline injury.
Correct.
In your training and experience, is there any way to determine what caused that injury?
It's blunt force injury. And when you think about it, I've seen hundreds, if not thousands of people who have fallen on their face, fallen on their jaw. it's typically a more front approach injury, more anterior injury, as we call it. There's often abrasions elsewhere, not just there, but up on the cheek. If it's more nasal, they'll have a scrape on their nose. There's usually more than just a hit along the jaw when you have that kind of injury. Additionally, this seemed, in the pictures you can see it, it was oriented vertically. In other words, it was this way. It wasn't this way as a mechanism of injury. Could you do that falling down? Conceivably, if you were fully extended and fell forward. Again, I didn't see any evidence of gravel or other foreign body in that wound, which I would have expected because I've seen lots of gravel burns through the years. Road rash.
Doctor, what's coming to my mind as you describe this is it's kind of like in the cowboy and western movies where someone comes up and kicks from underneath when someone was down and catches them under the chin. Would that be the type of blow that would cause that kind of injury?
That could be one.
But looking at the injury itself, there's no way to determine whether that was done with a fist, a foot, a 2x4, a piece of pipe.
It's blunt force. You could have a sufficient imprint pattern with any of those things to give you that pattern.
Okay.
Handle of a corn rake.
Please look at Exhibit 40. I believe you described that as the puncture pattern on her back.
Correct.
Did you do any specific examination of the diameter or sizes of those puncture wounds?
I deferred that because I knew I was going to have Dr. Cruz do a detailed analysis as well as the spine, the track that each spine would have taken. That's has to be done internally. At this point in a preliminary exam, I have to be very careful I don't cause artifact. In other words, I cause injury to the body that makes it confusing to the pathologist doing the autopsy. You make channel where it shouldn't be. You make the wound look more complicated. So I avoided that carefully.
So you couldn't then, nor are you prepared to now, to say that there's a difference in those puncture wounds themselves?
Well, visually there is.
Okay. Different sizes.
Different sizes, oval and less oval.
Okay.
Smaller, larger.
Well, let me ask you, is it a fair question to ask you if all those wounds were made by the same object?
Well, you look at the tines on that corn rake, it has differing dimensions from the point to the shaft to deep down the shaft. That will give you a different wound imprint depending on how deep the corn rake goes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any redirect for him? Okay, thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Okay, are you gonna switch over? I'm gonna do it manually. Do it manually. Maybe if I can find it. It's not working. Why are you not working? Cooperate. Stop doing that. Terry Stainer. Amy Mullis' friend Terry Stainer takes the stand as Amy's husband Todd Mullis stands trial for her murder. Did we hear from her before? Her name sounds familiar. Okay, guys, this is going to have to be the last one today. It's an hour and 34 minutes. Well, what time is it? 3:30, 4:30. Yeah, we'll be done at 5. And then I have to cook. If I could click on the right window, Debbie. That's what I'm thinking. I am thinking yeah, maybe he like did like an uppercut, maybe even with the corn rake handle itself to subdue her so then he could stick it in her back. And I'm not buying she tried to get up and 2 of the prongs came out and then they stuck back in at another spot. Because did you see how far spread out those tines were? I'm sorry, I tried to not show it, but it was gone before I got a chance to change the button, push the button to change the view. So I apologize. I did not mean to show that. But one was like under her arm almost. And then there was one that was up higher, almost underneath her left shoulder. And then there were like 3 kind of in a row. And then another one lower than those 3. So there's no way she could have like 2 of them pulled out and then stuck her back in a different spot. Because no, absolutely not. And I don't buy that somebody else snuck onto the farm and did it. And those, when they said she had bruising on her hands and her knees, and they said she like fell on a, what they call it, auger or something. I was like, okay, well, she fell on that when she fell and she hit her chin. And then maybe she scraped up her hands and her knees when she fell too. But now that I've seen them and her ears, no, that was a fight. You don't get that from a fall unless you fall from a really, really high place. You don't get bruises all over you like that from a fall. Unless, I don't know, unless you fall on a bunch of rocks and bounce. And that looks like a fight to me. I don't know. It just looks like a fight to me. I don't know. What do you guys think? Right now, I know we're just starting. We're on day 1, but I think the jury got it right. So far.
state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Terry Stainer. It's Terri. Last name is Staner.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please tell us how old you are?
56.
And what area do you currently live in?
I live near Irville.
What area did you grow up in?
I grew up over by Marshalltown.
Did you graduate from high school?
Yes.
Where did you graduate from?
Gladbrook.
And did you receive any additional schooling after that?
I went for a year for dental assisting, and I did that for a few years until I had my children. And then later on, I went back to EMT and paramedic.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a critical care flight paramedic for a air ambulance service. I also work PRN at the hospital in Marshalltown as a paramedic, and I do their emergency preparedness coordination.
Did you know Amy Mullis?
Yes.
How did you know Amy?
I met Amy in approximately 2006 when she started working at Manchester Hospital, and we met there.
And in what capacity was Amy working at Manchester Hospital?
Amy was a nurse.
What was the nature of your relationship when you first met Amy?
When I first met Amy, I was working as a EMT unit secretary.
And would it be fair to say you became friends?
We became very good friends.
And when you say, what kind of things would you do together?
We did a lot together. We went out for lunch a lot. We, at one point, rented a houseboat for a week with several friends, and Amy was along, and we're up there and spent time together as friends and just socialized.
Is there anything that you and Amy would do on a regular basis or semi-regular basis?
We were golf partners for a couple of years, and we did golf a lot together. We did a lot of lunches together.
What kind of things did Amy like to do?
Amy liked to golf. Amy, she was a great nurse. She liked to take care of people. She enjoyed farming. She liked to hunt and fish. And I think probably the thing she liked most was being a mom.
And why do you say that?
Because her kids came first. You know, if I wanted to do something or had something planned, and if there was something going on with their children, that came first. She loved coaching their ball games. She loved being a mom.
Now, sometime after you met Amy, did you leave Regional Medical Center in Manchester?
I did. I left within that first year, and we did remain very close friends after that.
Where were you working then when you left there?
I went down to Iowa City for about 6 months on a transport service with fixed wing air. And then I went to St. Luke's in their ER and then on their flight team.
And then at some point, did you start working again at Manchester Hospital?
I didn't start that again until probably 3 years ago. Amy and I were both on the Irville volunteer ambulance together. So we spent a lot of time with the fire department, doing things with the fire department, fundraisers and things like that.
Do you know how long Amy worked at Manchester Hospital?
Amy worked there until, I'm thinking, approximately 5 or 6 years ago.
And do you know why she left?
She left because it was kind of a deal she made with her husband after she had her first affair, that she needed to be home and not be in that environment with a lot of other people.
Now, let me just go back 1 second. You said something about you doing some work with the fire department with Amy as well.
Right.
And what did Amy do with regards to the fire department?
She was nurse exempt, so we were on the ambulance together. We really didn't do anything on the fire side. It was just the EMS side.
So what are some of the things or duties that you have when you would be working in that capacity?
We carry pagers, and if there's a call, if you're available, you go and respond to the call.
Now, throughout your friendship with Amy, let me go back. Do you know Todd Mullis?
Yes.
How did you meet Todd?
I met Todd through Amy.
And what was your relationship like with Todd?
My relationship was fine with Todd. I didn't see Todd a lot because Todd didn't do a lot of social things. I did see him occasionally, and I think our relationship was fine.
When you would see Todd, where would you generally see him?
He came to a few of the fire department functions, and if I would stop at their house, sometimes I stopped there to get eggs or drop off something with the kids or do corn or something like that, and I would see Todd there.
Would it be fair to say that you were also friendly with Todd?
Yes.
And did Todd work a lot on the farm?
Todd worked all the time. He was a very, very passionate about farming.
Now, at some point in your friendship with Amy, did she start confiding in you about her relationship?
Her relationship with
Todd.
With Todd, yes.
And you already said something about this, but approximately 5 years ago, did Amy tell you any information that related to her relationship with Todd?
Yes.
And what did Amy tell you?
I distinctly remember we were golfing, and she told me that she had begun an affair with someone that would come up to the hospital quite often.
Now, after you learned that information, did you have any role with regards to Amy and Todd's relationship?
I did.
And what was your role?
I spent a lot of time talking with both of them, with Amy and with Todd, as far as what they were going to decide to do. I talked to one of our social workers at our hospital for advice for good counseling for them to go to if they wanted to make their marriage work. And so they did start going to counseling in Cedar Rapids. I feel like I had a very good finger on that pulse of how things were going between the two of them. And
how was it that you even became involved in that?
I think, if I remember correctly, it was Todd reaching out to me.
And how would you communicate with Todd?
Mostly through text.
At times throughout the years, would you sometimes also have conversations or phone conversations with him? And how would you communicate with Amy?
Amy I saw quite often.
Would you and Amy also at times communicate by text messages and phone? Now, what, if any, observations did you make about their relationship after you talked to them about it and they were in counseling?
I thought, maybe things would be able to work out for them. It took Todd a very long time. I don't think he ever really trusted Amy again. That was very hard for her. A lot of times when we were together, she would say, how long do I have to pay for this mistake? It was very regulated who she could do things with. I was on, it was kind of a joke, the approved friend list that could actually do things with Amy. She was timed when she left home and when she got back. And it was very carefully watched, her activities outside of the farm.
You indicated that you talked to Todd quite a bit as well about this affair 5 years ago. What observations or what did you observe Todd's behavior to be like after finding out about that affair?
He was concerned a lot about the sexual part of it, like if this other person, what she was getting from that person, if there were things were better with him or not. He was very focused on this other gentleman and his family. After they started going through counseling, I kind of thought things would maybe settle down a little bit. And then Amy told me that Todd felt like the other gentleman wasn't punished enough. So he called his wife when she was at work, and she's a nurse in a care center, and told her about the affair when she was at work.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention back to the summer and fall of 2018. During that time, were you also still communicating with Amy and Todd in different ways?
Yes.
And around that time, do you remember having I believe, a conversation with Todd where he asked you some questions about Amy?
Yes.
And what was what form of communication was that?
I honestly do not remember if it was a phone conversation or a text message conversation.
But do you remember the information that Todd relayed to you?
Yes.
And what was that information?
He asked me, he said, hey, I noticed Amy's been acting strange again. She's been kind of going off into the bedroom and, spending a lot of time in there alone with her phone. She's kind of showing some of the same behaviors that she had before. And he said, so I looked at our phone bill and I saw just in one day there were 128 text messages to the same gentleman. And he asked me, do you think this is strange behavior? And I said, yes, I do. I do feel like that is strange behavior and that he needed to talk to her and ask her, what the behaviors were and what was going on.
Now, Terry, you indicated that part of that message was asking you if you thought Amy was doing things like before.
Yes.
What did you take that to mean?
Having an affair.
At that point, were you aware of whether or not Amy was having an affair? At that point, had Amy told you about an affair?
No.
Shortly after that, did you have a conversation with Amy?
Yes.
And do you remember if that was in person or by way of phone?
It started as a text. She sent me a text message and she said, I'm in trouble and I need to talk. Something along that line.
And once you got that message, do you know if you saw her in person or if it was a phone conversation?
It was within a couple days she came over in person.
And was anybody else present for that conversation?
No.
During that conversation, what did Amy indicate to you?
She told me that she had started seeing their field guy that had come to their farm quite often. I didn't exactly understand what his job was or what his role was, and that Todd was very suspicious, had called this gentleman's wife and had confronted him, also asking if there was something going on between the two of them due to the volume of text messages. And she did tell me that she was having an affair with him at that time.
At that time, did Amy indicate to you any intentions about whether or not she was going to stay with Todd or leave Todd?
No, she indicated that she didn't know what was going to happen with this relationship. She said it first started out as very sexual. He made it very clear that that's all it was about, was just having sex. And then she said, but as they progressed, they became close and it became more than just a sexual relationship.
Did you continue to meet with Amy for lunch or in
Yes.
other ways at this time?
I did.
Did you have any additional conversations with Amy about this affair and her relationship with Todd?
Yes.
And what do you remember in relation to that initial conversation about the affair when the next conversation took place?
She was, at this time, she was telling me, I'm still not sure what I want to do. Maybe I should just stick it out. Maybe I should, be with my family. She didn't know if, where she said this Jerry was in the same boat she was. He had family, he had children at home. And so she still didn't have that relationship kind of figured out. When when she very first told me the very first day that she was having an affair, I was so angry at her because I told her, Amy, you're putting yourself in a really dangerous situation. And I said at that time, he is going to kill you.
And why did you say that?
Because Todd is just the person you don't mess with.
Now, during the same time that you're having these conversations with Amy, are you at times also communicating with Todd?
Yes.
And what, if anything, is Todd saying to you in these conversations?
Todd was saying that Amy at home was very moody. She was crying a lot. She was being mean to the children. He was saying that she seemed depressed, she's upset, but at the same time, he's saying this, when I was with Amy, I did not see that behavior from her. I did not see her upset and crying, and the only thing she was having a difficult time with is she felt like if she chose to continue this relationship, she would lose her son, Tristan.
And did she indicate to you why she felt that?
She said that the past few months that Tristan and Todd had become very close. Prior to that, Amy and Tristan were actually a very close mother-son. Tristan would come golfing with us. You know, he'd call me Terror Bear, and he spent a lot of time with Mom. He is very soft-hearted, very kind kid. She had told me, you know, all of a sudden Todd is starting to be Mr. Super Dad, which wasn't the case before because he's so involved with the farm. He didn't take time out to go to their activities. And now he was doing things with the children, like taking them on picnics or down to their pond or fishing, which had never happened before. She said that he and Tristan were spending a lot of time together. Tristan was missing a lot of school because Todd was pulling him out to work on the farm. She was upset that Tristan stopped participating in band because his
Well, shoot. Yeah, you missed autopsy photos. I don't like the idea of a friend getting involved in marital problems. I don't think that's smart, especially if she's like, he's gonna kill you. What's he gonna do to you if you're sticking your nose in, like, okay, I have a very, very good friend that I am her daughter's godmother, who is an adult now. But at the time that she cheated on her husband, her daughter was 6, I think. And so, being stupid, how old was I back then? I was in my 20s. She had planned this beach trip with this guy. And she was supposed to bring my goddaughter to me. And the cover story was it was a beach trip that I was going with. But in reality, she was going with this guy. I was supposed to keep the kid. She never brought me the kid. She took her with her to this beach trip with this guy. Talk about mad. I have never been so angry in my life. What the hell are you doing? She's 5. You do not do that. What the hell? Then got her mom calling me. Where's Tracy? Oh, I shouldn't have said her name. Where is she? I can't find her. She's not answering the phone. I don't know where she is. Have you seen her? Have you heard from her? No. I'm waiting for her because she's told everybody we're going to the beach this weekend, right? I'm waiting for her. She's supposed to come. I'm calling her. She's not answering me back either. Because at this point, everybody's looking for her. I can't keep carrying on the story when nobody knows where she is. So then, 2:00 in the morning, I got a call from her husband, crying, "Where's my wife? Where's my wife? Where's my wife?" I'm like, dude, I have no idea. No idea. She was supposed to come by and we were supposed to go to the beach. That's all I know. And I think it finally, at one point, I told him, look, she was supposed to bring me the baby and she was supposed to go somewhere. That's all I know. I was supposed to keep the little girl while she went somewhere, and she never showed up. I can't get her on the phone. It's horrible. It's horrible. Do not insert yourself in that kind of situation. Don't do it. Do not do it. You don't ever want to be in that situation. It's awful. Don't do it. I'm just saying. This is my PSA. So my PSA for this episode. Don't do it. I cannot believe she went to the social worker at the hospital for information on marriage counselors for them. No, it's none of your business. Don't do it. It's ridiculous. I can't believe this woman did that. Okay, back. Sorry, I just had to say that because it's ridiculous that anybody would do that. I'm flabbergasted.
His dad told him that was for pussies. She said Tristan started like emulating his dad, the way he walked, the way he talked.
Because if you could see it.
Didn't want to wear underwear because his dad didn't wear underwear. I mean, he just started mimicking his dad, and he and his dad became very, very close.
Sorry. I have separated my windows. I had everything in tabs. Now everything's in different windows, and I don't know how it happened. Oh, okay. It's fixed. It fixed itself. No, it didn't. Wait. How come? Oh, that's on my... Wait. Okay. I'm still full screen on my channel, but we're back to normal on screen here. I'm going to close down my channel because it's confusing me. Oh, okay. There we go. It's fixed.
Close in those few months.
Now, Terry, at the same time, did you have additional conversations with the defendant, Todd, where he was asking you if you thought that Amy was having an affair?
Yes.
And at that point, you actually knew Amy was having an affair.
I did.
What was your response to Todd when he would ask you that?
My response to Todd, I kind of sidestepped the questions because I felt like Todd and I have always had pretty straight up with each other. And I felt like I was being put in a position where I had to lie to him, which I didn't want to do because, number one, I wasn't comfortable lying with him. And but on the other hand, I felt like I needed to protect Amy because she felt like she needed time to decide what she was going to do.
And what do you remember what kind of responses you would give Todd when he would ask you if you thought Amy was having an affair?
I would tell him, Todd, you need to talk to Amy. You just need to talk to Amy. Maybe you guys need to go back to counseling. You guys need to spend time together. I said, Amy likes to be out. She can't be trapped on the farm all the time. She's social. She wants to go out. She wants to look pretty. She wants to do things, and you need to do these things with her. I told him we were going on vacation in March. I said, you guys should join us so that you guys have time together. And I said, you need to spend time with her and your family.
Now, at some point at the end of August, do you remember going to a conference for work?
Yes.
And did you hear something or did something come to your attention during that conference at work?
So I went to a trauma conference and with other people that worked at Regional Medical Center. At that time, we were going to supper and it was mentioned that Amy was being naughty again.
And what did you take that to mean?
That they knew she was having an affair. And I asked, where did you hear this? And the person that said it told me he heard it from his brother-in-law, who was very good friends with Todd too. And So I knew it was out in the community.
When you heard that there were rumors going about Amy's affair, did you have any concerns?
Yes.
Why?
The next day when we were going home, my husband told me, you need to let Amy know. And I said, yes, I understand. I need Amy to know that Todd's going to hear this and that she needs to talk to Todd with Randy, her stepdad there, and tell him the truth and what's going on before he hears it from someone else.
Did you have a conversation with Amy about that information?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was in person or phone?
I sent her a text and I said, I need to talk to you. And she goes, okay. She brought over I got eggs from her all the time. She brought over some eggs and I said,
why does her stepdad need to be there? What is wrong with these people? A marriage is between two people. You don't need to involve your friends and your family in your marital problems.
and it may have been some text and some talking to her in person. I told her it was out and that who had told me what was said, and she was very, very, very upset.
And during that conversation, was anyone else present?
No.
Did that conversation take place at your home?
Yes.
And what, you indicated a second ago that you said, what did you say to her about who, what else did you say to her? I guess I'll ask.
I told her it was out, what was said, and she kept focusing on who said it, who said it, who said it. And I'm like, Amy, that doesn't matter who said it. What matters is that it's out in the community. It's a small community. Todd's going to hear it from someone else. You know, you need to tell him. And she kept focusing on who said it, who said it, who said it. So I told her who had said it. And she said, I'm going to tell Todd that there's rumors out there to stop this. So if he hears it, he'll think it's just the rumor mill going around.
And what was your response when Amy told you that?
I told her she needed to be honest with him and tell him. And I told her she needed to take Randy with her.
Who is Randy?
Her stepdad.
And why did you indicate to her that you thought that Randy should go with her?
Because I felt like she would be safe if Randy went with her.
And what was Amy's relationship like with Randy?
They have a very, very good relationship.
During your conversation with Amy, did she indicate to you that she was fearful of Todd?
She never came out and said she was fearful of Todd. She was more fearful of what was going on between Todd and Tristan.
Did you ever have a conversation with Amy where she told you if she came up missing, what to do?
Yes.
And do you remember when that conversation was?
That conversation happened after Todd and I had kind of stopped texting or talking because I was very short with my responses to him. He said, Amy had gone to the state fair. I knew she was going to be with her friend there.
When you say her friend, is that the person she was having the affair with?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I encouraged Todd to go and to maybe surprise Amy and show up there so that.
Just so we're clear. So, Amy was planning on going to the state fair.
Yes.
And were you aware that she was going to be meeting the man she was having the affair with?
She said they were meeting and they were staying in a hotel together.
At that same time, were you still texting and speaking with Todd at times about their relationship?
Yes.
Just have to wait till I ask the question because the court
is
taking everything down. And you just indicated a moment ago that you at some point encouraged Todd to go to the state fair.
I did.
Why did you do that?
Because I wanted him to find them together when it would be safer for her.
And what do you mean by that?
I felt like if it was in a hotel with a lot of people, that maybe things would not escalate.
Now, as you indicated, you were still at this time when your conversations are going on with Amy, you're still having some text conversations with Todd.
Yes.
And what other types of conversations or text conversations are you having with Todd?
Mostly with Todd by then was just, you guys need to talk. You guys need to talk. And then I can't remember what my last text was to him, but I remember his last text was, maybe everybody's lying to me about this. And then I never got another text from Todd.
Now, a minute ago, you said, we started talking about a conversation that you said happened after you encouraged Todd to go to the state fair with Amy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And where did that conversation take place?
At my home.
And was anybody else present for that conversation?
No.
So what was the context of that conversation with Amy?
That conversation occurred, Amy had been with her family. Her uncle had had a head bleed. Her mom was trying to help take care of him. Amy went down for several days because he kept trying to get out of bed. He would fall. So Amy went down to spend nights there so that her mom could go home and rest. She had come home and went to Todd's mother's house to get Wyatt. And his mother did not want to let Wyatt go with her.
And would that have been sometime in October 2018? Yes. And did that conversation, was that text message or was it in person or both?
She sent me a text and she said, can you talk? And I said, give me a couple minutes. And then I called her and she was crying. She was upset. I couldn't hardly understand her. I said, Amy, what's going on? She said that she went to get Wyatt. Elaine said, he's not going with you because everybody knows you're crazy Amy. Everybody in the neighborhood's calling you crazy Amy. You're crazy Amy. You're not taking this kid because you're crazy Amy. And Amy's like, what are you talking about? And she said, it's harvest, it's a busy time for this family. You shouldn't have been gone. You should have been home and taking care of your children and your family. And Amy goes, I needed to be with my uncle. I needed to help my family. And he kept falling out of bed. And Elaine said, well, they just tie those people to the bed and that's what they should do to him. And you could have been home with your family. So Amy was very upset. She had texted Todd. She did not text Todd. She got a text from Todd that said, do not go with your mother. She's crazy. It was a text intended for Tristan that went to Amy.
Terry, when you say Elaine, is Elaine Todd's mother?
Yes.
Now, during any of your conversations with Amy, did she ever tell you about an area to look for her if she was ever missing?
Yes, it was the same day after we had the conversation on the phone. She came to my home. She was crying. She was red-faced. She had mascara running down her face. She was very upset. She said she needed to talk to Todd. She didn't understand why he would say that to Tristan. And she said, Terry, or she called me Tara. She said, Tara, if I ever come up missing, have them look in our new timber. And I said, Amy, you have got to get Randy here and you've got to go talk to Todd.
Did Amy say anything else to you during that conversation that you recall?
No, she was just very tearful. She was going to go home and talk to Todd after she left my home.
Did you ever have a conversation with Todd when you indicated to him that maybe him and Amy should get a divorce?
Yes.
And was this in person, on phone, or text, if you remember?
I believe it was text.
And do you remember when that conversation was?
I think it was around, possibly, if I can remember, around the time of the state fair. Amy had kind of indicated, I knew she was going to be seeing this gentleman there. She had kind of indicated that maybe things were going very well with him and that she was thinking that that's maybe something she wanted to do. She wanted to be with him. And so I felt like maybe if I prepared Todd just a little bit, and said, hey, Todd, maybe you two really aren't meant for each other. Maybe you two would be better off not being together.
And do you recall what Todd's response was?
He said, I have worked for this farm since I was 11, and I will not give it up.
Terry, do you remember having a conversation with Amy the week before her death?
Yes.
And was that a phone call or was that in person?
She sent me a text and said, hey, I need to talk to you. So I give her a call. She told me she was having surgery, wanted to know if I could come and take her to surgery and pick her up. And I told her I couldn't. I was working that day in St. Luke's. And so she goes, well, it's kind of, Todd's really busy right now. I don't know if he'll take me. But she said, I'll figure it out.
And did you learn that later Todd did take her
Yes.
for that procedure? Did you text Amy about that procedure after she had it?
I did.
And what was the context of that conversation?
I said, hey, how'd the ablation go? Because I had the same procedures, so I kind of knew what it was, what she was going through. We had talked a little bit about that before, like, hey, I did this, it's okay. It's very simple. And so I texted her, I believe, on the 7th and said, how'd the ablation go? And she responded, it went really well. She said, it's so much better. There's just a little tiny trickle of blood instead of me bleeding heavy like I did the last 40 days. She said, I'm going to take it easy today, but I feel pretty good.
And just, do you know what an ablation is with your medical background and with having that procedure?
Yes.
What is it?
So when someone has very heavy menstruation, a lot of times, especially if they become anemic, they will go in with, it's almost kind of like a water bottle, and they heat up the uterine lining, and it kind of burns that lining off so that they don't have those heavy periods anymore. There's no nerve endings in the uterus, so it's not painful. But
Terry, when did you have that same procedure done? If you
I
remember?
had it done probably about 5 years prior to Amy having hers done, or before Amy had hers done.
And what was your recovery like?
I had no problems. I went back to work within the next day or two, and I had no problems with it at all.
Now, Terry, you indicated that some of these conversations with both Amy and Todd were by way of text message.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Were all of these conversations with either of them or both of them only text message, or were they in other forms as well?
Some were phone calls and some were in person. I never met in person with Todd. Todd was either through text or phone calls.
And did you at some point hand over some of those text messages to the police?
I did.
Do you have, you've prior to today looked at those text messages?
I did.
Do those text messages entail every conversation you've testified about?
No.
And why not?
I had gotten a new phone, and so I wasn't quite used to my new phone, so I would accidentally delete things. Sometimes if I became irritated, I would just delete a text. And I did make Travis aware that I had probably deleted some text messages, and I said, if you need to go in my US Cellular and look those up or whatever you need to do, you're welcome to. But I did delete some of those messages.
And is Travis Hemaseth?
Yes.
One of the investigators in this
Yes.
case? Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yes. Why is he so forceful?
Terry, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 66, Group Exhibit. If you could just briefly look through all of those pictures.
Okay.
There's some on the back too.
Okay.
One of my favorite supplements is
Why do you
Cunol
have the
turmeric.
commercials again?
Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. And Cunol
thought the commercial stopped when I renewed my membership to Court TV YouTube channel, and I thought that took care of the commercials, even though this wasn't their YouTube channel. I thought maybe there was a connection.
They look familiar.
And Terry, and that group exhibit, States Exhibit 66, are those screenshots of the text messages that you tendered to the Delaware County Sheriff's Department?
Yes,
And do they appear to be true and accurate copies of the messages that you gave to those officers?
they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that States Exhibit, Group Exhibit 66 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 66 is admitted.
And at this time, Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish to the jury and ask some additional questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Terry, I'm showing you one of the first messages. I believe it's the first message in your pack. It indicates, you can either see it up on the screen.
I can see it.
Think you have them in front of you. And it indicates that at the bottom there, you and Amy on July 26, 2018 had a conversation.
Yes.
And this is Amy's number in your phone, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that Amy Mullis was Amy Mullis in your phone?
Yes.
And I believe Todd was Todd in your phone?
Yes.
And in this message at the bottom there, what kind of information are you and Amy exchanging?
At the bottom,
Yes.
that's when she asked me if we could talk because she was in trouble.
And I'm going to go to the next page. And what does this page show here?
That was when her grandma had passed away and she was at her grandma's.
And at the bottom there in the left-hand corner in the gray area, is that Amy's response to you?
Yes.
And can you just summarize there what she's talking about?
She was talking about their relationship. They hadn't been intimate for a very long time. Todd was sleeping out in the living room.
Okay, did you see the previous text message from this woman? She is a piece of work. Seriously. Angie B has gone into full bitch mode, fired her lawyer and hired some gay dude, crying rape to save her ass, got a second charge of lying to an officer. Also, Denny Bagby came forward saying she told him. Guess they also had a fling. This woman is like Gossip Central. She likes sticking her nose in other people's business. This is like her deal, apparently. She likes this. She gets off on this.
So I think she went to talk to him a little bit about, she didn't tell him about the affair, but just talked to them about their marriage.
And I'll go to the next page here. In the middle there, I know that the top part of the gray part continues your conversation from the prior page. In the yellow area, would it be fair to say the yellow area is your responses to Amy? And in that area, who are you talking about when you're talking about Amy's friend?
Jerry.
And that's the person she was having the affair with?
Yes.
And you're also indicating to her that you think she should talk to Todd?
I did.
And then at the bottom there in the gray is Amy's response to you?
Yes.
And on the next page, I think you're following along with the exhibits in front of you. I know the jury can see for themselves and they'll be able to look at these, but can you, on this page, are you continuing to talk about Amy and her relationship with Jerry?
Yes.
And then I'm going to go to the next page. And at the bottom there, I believe it indicates Friday, August 3rd, 2018.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And underneath that is a response or a question to you from Amy. Has Todd texted you anymore?
Yes.
And what is Amy referring to there?
I had told Amy that I had been talking to Todd, and she asked if he had texted me anymore recently. So I said no.
And at the bottom there, after you say no, what does Amy start talking to you about?
Todd had called Jerry's wife at the very beginning before I even started talking to him and asked if they were having an affair or if she thought Jerry and Amy were having an affair. I believe she said that she felt like their marriage was fine. At this point, Todd called her again and asked her again if everything was okay in their marriage.
And I believe that part of the conversation carries on to the next page. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you guys are still talking about her relationship with Jerry. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then I'll just go to the next page here. And is this one you and Amy talking about meeting for lunch and also continuing to talk about her relationship with Jerry?
Yes. This was after the state fair.
And then I'll go to the next page.
They had a set back.
I think that this is just a continuation of some of your conversations. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'll go to the next page. At the bottom of this page,
yes,
is there a conversation that talks about Todd?
Yes.
And what's the nature of that conversation?
We had gone to lunch together, and after lunch, Amy texted me that if Todd happened to ask what time she left, I believe, yes, then she said to tell him around 1.
And do you know why she told you that?
Because she was meeting with Jerry.
And that conversation carries to the next page as well?
Yes. And I did not answer her that I would say that to Todd because I felt like I needed to be as honest with him as I could, and I wasn't going to cover for her.
And I'll go here to the next page. And in the middle of this page there, in the gray area where Amy is talking to you, can you just explain what that conversation's about?
That conversation is after the trauma conference when I sent her a text and said, give me a call. And then I told her about the rumors being out.
And then your conversation is talking about those rumors and how she's planning on telling Todd about them?
Yes.
I'll go to the next page here. And I know I'm asking you to kind of quickly look at them, but what's a summary of these text messages?
This is where she had talked to Todd about the rumors, and I think she really wanted him to believe they were just rumors and that she had told him about the rumors and who had been saying certain things.
And then if I go to the next page, at the top there, what is Amy talking about?
We had talked a lot about if she was going to leave, and I felt like he was being a player, and I told her that, and he would tell her, you know, because Amy's clothes came from Goodwill and things like that, and he would say things to her like, wow, Amy, when we're together, we're going to burn all your Goodwill clothes and go get you a beautiful wardrobe. And so I've kept asking her if he was really going to leave his wife or not. And she felt like possibly so, but she was also to the point where she felt like she was strong enough to leave on her own. If that was the case, it was not so much anymore she would leave for him, but she would leave on her own.
If they will cheat with you, they will cheat on you. And both of these people are cheaters. I don't think that would have made a good match either. And just like my friend that left her husband, well, didn't leave, screwed around on him before she left. he bought her stuff. He had money. He had a good job. He was a painter. He painted because we live so close to Gainesville. He did turnaround on student apartments. When they would leave, he would paint the apartments. So he made really good money. And he bought her all kinds of stuff. He bought her a vintage Camaro. Like, he bought her anything she wanted, anything. But that's not what she wanted. She wanted to be, wined and dined, and I love you, and you're beautiful, and, that kind of stuff. And that's not the kind of guy he was. He figured buying her things was showing her love, and that's not what she wanted. And when this other guy came along, who was a friend that they were hanging out with, started telling her the stuff she wanted to hear, then she ate it up. And like with me and Travis, there are things that I like to do that he doesn't like to do, and things that he does that I don't necessarily like to do. You have to make compromises. You have to do what the other person wants to do, and you just have to, if you want it to work, it can't be all about you. It's a partnership. And sometimes you've got to make the other person happy. You can't just say, this is my marriage and it's going to go this way. No, it's a 2-person thing. It's a partnership. And she's sitting there talking about this like it's all about her. It's not all about her. And the thing with her son, he's 13. If she were to divorce and he was to get mad at her now, it's not going to last forever. I mean, I know it's too late, obviously, but I'm just saying it would have been fine. He's 13. Is it because I'm old? I mean, what? How old was she? 39? That's not super young. She should have been able to look at it objectively. He's only 13. They don't stay mad forever. When he got older, he would have been able to look back and be like, you know what, Mom? That was a good call. That was the best thing you could have done. But no, now he has to look back and say, you should have left. You'd still be alive. That's just selfish. 100% selfish. I'm sorry. It just is.
She said she was quietly looking for jobs and somewhere to live.
And if I go to the next page, are you carrying on this conversation?
Yes. She had talked about how Todd was being Mr. Super Dad and all of a sudden showing a lot of interest in the kids. And I said, well, maybe he's really trying. Maybe he wants to be a better dad. And she said, really, how long is it going to last?
And I'll go to the next page here. And I know she sends you a picture of a Coke bottle. At the bottom, you guys are talking about getting together again.
Yes.
And on the next page, I believe it's just also you guys talking about getting together and when you're going to get lunch again.
Yes.
And if I go to the next page here, just summarize this. I think it's the same type of thing.
We were trying to get together and we had planned on going for lunch. And I had taken a transfer for the hospital to, I don't remember, it was like somewhere clear on the other side of the state, Carroll or somewhere. And I was very tired. So I said, I really didn't feel like going out for lunch. And then she thought about just bringing something over and coming to my house.
And I'll go to the next page here. And at the top there in the gray, on the left, the first full gray message, what is Amy talking about there?
She said she had been sick with a cold. She kind of understood how I felt, and she didn't get out of bed much the day before because she wasn't feeling very well.
And she's talking about being at the hospital with her uncle.
Yes.
I'll go to the next page. And I believe this is the text where you're saying, I know you described this in your testimony, where you tell her to pick something up and come on over so you guys can talk. Is that yes? And again, I think this is just a continuation of that conversation. Does that seem right?
Yes.
And on the next page, I think the top half is you guys continuing that conversation.
Yes.
And the bottom half, which indicates Monday, October 15th, 2018, Amy sends you a text, can you talk?
Yeah.
And that's when I think you indicated earlier, you told her, give me some time and then we can talk.
Yes, I did.
And on the next page, you send Amy a message.
This was after our conversation on the phone.
And what are you talking about here on the top right corner in the yellow, your response to Amy?
This was after she had called, and she was so upset because Elaine did not want to give her son, and she was upset and crying. And after I thought about it, I'm like, this is kind of how their relationship had always been. Elaine's kind of the matriarch of the family, and is very controlling. And so I answered back to her this because I thought it was terrible that she suggested they just tie her uncle to the bed. And then after that, Amy stopped at the house.
And so these conversations are after you talk on the phone, but before Amy stops over.
Yes.
And then at the bottom there is it refers to Tuesday, October 30th, 2018.
Yes.
And Amy sends you another message. Can you talk? Won't take long.
Yes.
And I'll go to the next page. And then I think you're again talking at the top about you being home and you can talk.
Yes.
And then at the bottom, what are you guys talking about there on the bottom? After November 7th, 2018, I apologize.
About the cramping?
Yes.
She's talking about, I asked her how her ablation went. I was in Des Moines for another conference at that time. So I sent her a text and said, hey, how did the ablation go? And that was her response. That it went very well. She was cramping a little bit and she was just going to chill that day.
And then on the next page, I know you indicated that you had an ablation yourself.
Yes.
And are you talking to her about your experience with your ablation?
Yes.
And she responds to you?
Yes, she did.
And then on the next page, did she send you a picture?
She sent me a picture of her IV site because she had had a lot of bruising. And being as I started a lot of IVs and stuff in my career, that she knew I would find that kind of amusing because she did bruise pretty good.
And it indicates there that was Friday, November 9th?
Yes.
Was that the last time that Amy sent you any type of message?
Yes.
And was that the last time that you spoke to Amy?
Yes.
And that was by way of text message?
Yes.
Now, you also indicated that there were some text messages that you gave to the police that you had with Todd.
Yes.
You can go to the next one, please. And I guess now it shifts and Todd's messages are in gray. Does that seem fair
Yes.
to say? And your responses are in yellow?
Correct.
And looking at this text message, what is Todd saying to you at the beginning on August 6, 2018?
He had been telling me about Amy not sleeping, being short fused with him and the children, that he was kind of staying away from her because of her being moody.
And then on the next page, your messages with Todd. What is he indicating to you here in that top gray message?
He said he was looking up what could be wrong with her, why she was so moody. why she seemed depressed, and he thinks, thought maybe it was premenopause. It sounded like her symptoms. So I encouraged him to keep trying.
And you say, good for you, keep trying.
Yes.
And Todd does respond to you and says, thanks for the support.
Yes.
I've got nothing to lose. And then if you go to the next page, you're continuing to talk to Todd a little bit about this.
Yes.
And he indicates to you, I'll keep at it, but she doesn't make it easy.
Yes.
And then if you could just summarize, because I know that's kind of a long message there in the bottom left, what you guys are talking about there.
He was saying that Amy was just laying around. She was being lazy. She wasn't doing things. She wasn't, taking care of the lawn. She wasn't taking care of the home. She wasn't, is going and doing things with the pork producers. I think at this time she was probably doing a lot of stuff with Taylor and her gymnastics, and that she was getting massages. She was doing all kinds of other things, but not doing her responsibilities on the farm.
Now go to the next page here. I think the top part continues that conversation that you just described.
Yes.
And then your response is in summary, you're trying to encourage him to hang out with Amy and do things with Amy.
Yes. And that's when I encouraged him to go to the fair.
And this is when you indicated that you were kind of hoping he would find out about the
Yes.
affair. And what is Todd's response when you're kind of encouraging him to go to the fair?
His response basically was that she's going to be busy, and he didn't feel like she wanted him there anyway.
And then I'll go to the next page. And again, that top conversation kind of continues from the one before.
Correct.
And at the bottom there, I believe that's another text from Todd to you.
Yes, it is.
And what is that referring to?
It was after Amy and I had gone to lunch. And he said she seemed like she was in a better mood when she got home.
Then I'll go to the next page. And I know that your response after that conversation is, I just want you guys to figure things out.
Yes.
And at the bottom there, Todd is responding to you about your lunch, I believe.
Yes, he is.
I'll go to the next page. No, this is Thursday, August 30th, 2018, and there's a long gray message that was from Todd. What is Todd talking to you about in this message?
He is talking about after I had told Amy about the rumors being out. So he is talking about her after she told him. He said suddenly she was nice to him. And he was wondering how they got out, how they started. He said he felt like it was weird since he only talked to one guy about it, and Amy's stepdad. And that he did tell me about the problems. He said that she cried a lot that night, and said she should leave because we're better off without her.
Now, in this text message, it indicates, I guess I did tell you about text problem.
Yes.
Do you know what Todd is referring to in that part?
What I felt like he was referring to is that he had told me I knew about what was going on, and I think he felt like maybe I had said something to someone.
And when he says text problems, did you think he meant the 128 text messages?
Yes.
He told you that were between Amy and Jerry.
Yes.
And I'll go to the next page. And at the top there, Todd is indicating to you that things are pretty good. Is that true?
That day was,
I'm sorry,
was
on a
good.
good note, most of today was good.
Yes.
And you indicate she needs some counseling, Todd, for her own sake.
Yes.
And why did you respond with that message?
Because Amy was when I talked to her, didn't know what she was going to do, didn't know how to go on with her life as far as when she left, if she was going to be with Jerry, if she was going to be on her own. And I felt like this was maybe a way she needed to talk to someone out of the situation and maybe figure out. I said to her, you need to figure this out without Jerry, to figure out what is going on with you, that you can get your life together first before you have a relationship. The suggestion to Todd was Amy did need to go see someone. I meant it as so she could get on with her life and figure things out.
And then Todd responds to you that he thinks it would be hard to get her into counseling.
Yes.
I'll go to the next page.
Yes.
Let me. Now, in this text message at the top, you and Todd are talking about a conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then in the middle there, underneath where it says 8 p.m., there's a text message to you from Todd. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that text message?
This is referring to the rumors being out and who was saying them.
Because at the top, you're talking about the rumors.
Yes.
And when you say rumors, what rumors is that?
The rumor I had heard at the conference about, and it was out in the community, that Amy was having an affair.
And you respond, it doesn't really matter who said it. Weird, they are out there.
Yes, because they were both Todd and Amy were very focused on who said who I heard it from.
And Todd responded to you, either weird or true, and everyone is lying to me.
Yes.
And then I know at the bottom there, you then send Todd a text after you hear of Amy's death. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Inflation and economic uncertainty have affected all of us.
What happened? It just froze. Why did you freeze? Don't do that. Why did you just freeze? Great. I don't even know where we were in the video. And now this commercial is frozen. Which means I have to reload the video and try to figure out where we were. That sucks. Court TV, fix your website. I know, right? I've been good. I'm a good girl. I don't know why they hate me so much.
Someone.
And when he says text problems, did you think he meant the 128 text messages?
Yes.
He told you that were between Amy and Jerry.
Yes.
And I'll go to the next page. And at the top there, Todd is indicating to you that things are pretty good. Is that true?
That day was,
I'm sorry,
was
on a
good.
good note, most of today was good.
Yes.
And you indicate she needs some counseling, Todd, for her own sake.
Yes.
And why did you respond with that message?
Because Amy was very, when I talked to her, was very, didn't know what she was going to do, didn't know how to go on with her life as far as when she left, if she was going to be with Jerry, if she was going to be on her own. And I felt like this was maybe a way she needed to talk to someone out of the situation and maybe figure out. I said to her, you need to figure this out without Jerry, to figure out what is going on with you, that you can get your life together first before you have a relationship. The suggestion to Todd was Amy did need to go see someone. I meant it as so she could get on with her life and figure things out.
And then Todd responds to you that he thinks it would be hard to get her into counseling.
Yes.
And I'll go to the next page.
Yes.
Let me. Now in this text message at the top, you and Todd are talking about a conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then in the middle there where it says, underneath where it says 8 p.m., there's a text message to you from Todd. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that text message?
This is referring to the rumors being out and who was saying them.
Because at the top, you're talking about the rumors.
Yes.
And when you say rumors, what rumors is that?
The rumor I had heard at the conference about, and it was out in the community, that Amy was having an affair.
And you respond, it doesn't really matter who said it. Weird, they are out there.
Yes, because they were both Todd and Amy were very focused on who said who I heard it from.
And Todd responded to you, either weird or true, and everyone is lying to me.
Yes.
And then I know at the bottom there, you then send Todd a text after you hear of Amy's death.
Right.
Anything else? Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Ma'am, I just want to. I want to make sure I understand the history of you and your relationship with Amy and Todd, okay?
Okay.
You said you met Amy when you were both working at the Manchester Hospital about 2006,
I believe so, yes.
and you began to not only have a working relationship, a friendly relationship, but also a social one,
Yes.
including houseboats and golfs and lunches and so forth.
Correct.
How long after you met Amy at the Manchester Hospital did you then change employment situations?
Probably within a year, 6 months to a year.
And I believe you said you associated with the hospital in Iowa City.
It was an ambulance service in Iowa City.
And then subsequently to St. Luke's.
Correct.
How long were you at this ambulance service in Iowa City, and when would you have started working at St. Luke's approximately?
I started at St. Luke's in August of 2007.
And that's still a position that you hold, or at least you still work for St. Luke's in some degree.
Yes,
And you said 2007.
correct.
After you changed from Manchester Hospital to the ambulance service and then to St. Luke's, how was your relationship with Amy then?
We were still remain very good friends.
And were you still living in Earlville,
No, I was living in Manchester at that time.
even though you were working for this ambulance service in Iowa City?
Yes, I went to the ambulance service in Iowa City because they did fixed wing patient care, and that's what I had wanted to do.
Would you then commute?
Yes, I did.
Same thing with St. Luke's.
Correct.
Okay. The next thing in my notes is I have is that you and Amy both did volunteer work for the Earlville Fire Department.
Yes, we did.
When did that begin, approximately?
I probably started that in, I can't even tell you for sure, 2008, 2009.
Was Amy still working at Manchester Hospital then?
Yes.
You indicated that you met Todd through Amy and that you didn't have a lot of contact with him, at least directly.
No, not socially. Amy usually did things on her own.
You described him as being very passionate about his farming.
Yes, he is.
Then, about 5 years ago, 2013 plus or minus, in a golf outing, she tells you that she's had an affair.
Yes, she did.
And your reaction to that was to try to guide both Amy and Todd into some counseling to preserve the marriage.
I did.
And they took your advice. They went to counseling together, right?
They did.
You commented that it seemed that though that after this revelation that she had had this affair, that Todd seemed to have a hard time getting over it. Is that right?
Correct.
And that he was more wanting to know where she was at, who she was at, that kind of thing.
Yes, he did.
Do you know, did either of them ever share with you what the counselors were suggesting that they do in terms of repairing this relationship?
No.
So you don't know that the counselor was telling both of them that Amy had to be accountable to Todd because of her infidelity?
Yes, she did say that, yes. And I do believe Todd told me that too.
Okay. From that time in 2000, let's say 2013, when you learned of that affair, and I'm not saying that's exactly right, but from that point up until 2018, last summer, how much contact were you having with Amy during that period of time?
I saw her on ambulance calls. I saw her at fundraisers. We went to lunch together quite often. We golfed on a league.
And this was during this period of time, Amy had left her employment at the Manchester Hospital.
She did.
So she was a full-time stay-at-home mom farmer.
Yes, she was.
Did you have much direct contact with Todd during those years?
No. Occasionally, if I stopped at the farm to pick up eggs or something like that, I did, but he was always very, very busy, so you didn't see Todd often.
When you said that, if my notes are correct, you said that in the summer of 2018, Todd contacted you and said that Amy's acting strangely, and mentioned these text messages.
Yes, he did.
At that time, did you know about Amy's affair with Jerry?
No, I did not.
And your reaction was, you guys need to talk.
Yes. I did tell him I felt like it was odd behavior and that he needed to talk to her about it and ask her about it.
When did you know for sure? And I guess what I'm asking you is, when did Amy tell you about the second affair with Jerry?
It would have been after the first text where she said that she was in trouble.
So I hope this doesn't get real confusing, but I want to kind of talk about some of these text messages that were in that exhibit that the state was showing you, okay?
Okay.
And just so I can kind of find my place, there's a message on Thursday, July 26th, started out, looks like on a completely unrelated subject, but then she says, "Can you talk? I'm in trouble."
Yes,
That's what the one you're talking about.
correct,
So we're talking July 26, 2018.
correct.
And your response, I believe, was, "Yes, I can talk anytime. Want to meet somewhere or phone?"
Correct.
By the time you texted that response, did you know that "I'm in trouble" meant she was having an affair?
I had a bad feeling.
Okay.
I did not know for certain.
But also, well, excuse me. Then on Monday, July 30th, "How are you doing?" This is you to her. "How are you doing? I know your grandma was special to you." Her grandma had passed.
Correct.
And she follows that with, "Been the longest, crappiest week of my life." We saw that on the screen.
Correct.
Was the longest, crappiest week of my life due to the death of her grandmother?
I believe it was both things combined, the death of her grandmother and the stress over having the affair.
Because she goes on in that crappiest week of my life message to talk about Todd.
Correct.
And you seem to be responding that it sounds like you're having doubts of whether or not Jerry's going to really follow through and have a life with her.
I did.
Because you ask her, "Are you 100% certain he's going to do it?"
I did.
And her response was, "I'm 99% sure."
Yes, she did.
During that time here up until July 30th, were you having any text messages or phone conversations with Todd?
I would have to look through to see exactly when I talked to Todd.
if my notes are correct, if you look to August 6th in the messages between you and Todd, do you have those up there with you?
Yes.
Little Miss
It's
Chatty
the
Patty,
very
so
first page
quiet
of your
now.
communication or text messages with Todd. It's right after the photo she sent you of her IV site.
Okay. And what are you referring to?
Does that appear to be the first text communication that you'd had with Todd during the summer?
The IV, where she's showing me the IV site?
No, the next page where you're communicating with Todd.
The first one would have been in July that I talked to Todd.
A phone conversation?
I honestly do not remember if our first conversation about the 128 text messages was phone or if it was a text.
All right. There was a text message with Todd, and if you can find it, on August 16th, where he talked about doing research about premenopause. Well, it may be on the page before. I believe the date is August 16th.
Okay.
That's the message you got from Todd, right?
We lost it.
Number 1, that says perimenopause. And number 2, technically, all women are premenopausal until they're in menopause. But perimenopause and premenopause are 2 different things. Perimenopause means you're in menopause. It does not. Premenopause and perimenopause are 2 different. Sorry, it's another medical thing I'm hung up on.
Right above how are things?
Yes.
August 16th.
Yes.
So the next page, Todd's talking about his researching.
Yes.
Okay. And you respond, good for you. Keep trying.
Correct.
In your opinion, was Todd trying to understand what Amy's situation was, what her behaviors were?
You want my opinion?
Well, you told him to keep trying.
My opinion was he was trying to make Amy seem like she was crazy.
That's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
He never said that to you.
Nope.
You continue to have text exchanges with Todd.
I did.
And I believe on August 17th, was when he contacted you about her not doing her farm work and chores and housework and so forth. Remember that?
Yes.
And that's, you responded that, get someone to watch the kids, go to the fair.
I did.
At that point, I didn't find it anywhere else in your statements that you were trying to get her caught.
I was.
But at that point, there didn't seem to be, from the text messages and so forth, anything of grave concern here.
I did not want to anger Todd. I didn't want to lie to him. I wanted to give Amy time to figure out what she was doing. But on the other hand, I was very fearful for her. I had mentioned several times that she needed to tell Todd what was going on with her stepdad with her. And I felt like if he found them there would be a lot of people around.
Well, you've talked about that. Did you ever witness any inappropriate physical contact between Todd and Amy?
No,
Did you ever hear about any?
only on one occasion when she was talking about he was angry at her and pushed her down on the bed and had very rough sex with her.
Do you know when that happened?
I do not recall. It was at some time during this conversations we've been having at the end of the summer.
Let me go to a different place. You said you attended a medical conference and someone there told you that Amy was doing bad things again.
Yes,
Where was that conference at? Do you remember?
Des Moines.
And it appeared from the exhibits that went up that on August 29th, you texted Amy and said, "You need to give me a call."
I did.
And she responded with a text about a half hour later. "I'm going to talk to Todd and ask him if he talked to anyone about calling Jerry's wife because of the text. If I tell him the rumors is there before he hears it, it may help."
That was after she had called me.
Right, you'd had a conversation.
Correct.
And then you responded, "I don't know Ames, you need to talk to him,"
Yes,
meaning Todd.
correct.
And she makes a comment, "This is not what I needed."
Correct.
So would it be fair to say that Amy's very concerned and upset that there's rumors about her having another affair?
Yes.
And did it appear, well, let me ask you this. Would it be fair to say that she is understanding from what you told her that you were at this medical conference is that these rumors were coming from the Manchester hospital?
I did not understand that they were told to me by an employee from the Manchester hospital, yes, that I was at the conference with.
Okay. Because I think we'll learn later today that we now know that Amy called an employee at the Manchester hospital that same day.
She did.
Very upset, asking that these rumors be squelched.
Yes.
And if we look at the text messages between you and Todd on August 30th, he contacts you and said Amy did talk to him.
Yes.
Said she was upset, cried a lot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then goes on to say, on a good note, most of today was a good day.
He did.
We joked a little.
Yes, I think Amy felt like she was in the clear for a while.
So Todd's reaction to Amy telling him that there's new rumors about her having another affair is that they had a good day and they joked a little. I'm just asking you, isn't that what the messages say?
That's what my messages say, yes.
Okay. And you can, once again, you encourage them to get some counseling.
I did.
And his response on that same day, the only way to get her there is to drag her there. I told her weeks ago that she had the problem, so I should go because I become a super dad, in her words. And the kids come to me first. And she gets mad so fast. She's very different at home. Just ask the kids.
Correct. I did not see any of that from her.
On September 1st, you and Amy text. Started out with you saying, "How is it going?" She said, "Okay, at the water park with kids. Todd and I have talked. He knows the word is out there. Not sure what's going to happen next. Guess time will tell."
Correct.
And there continues to be some messages between you and her about her struggling with, should I stick it out, make the marriage work? Should I leave? That kind of thing.
Yes.
And I think, and I'll summarize perhaps, that the content there in those messages is you were encouraging to do this on your own. Don't depend on Jerry or anybody else. Make your own decision.
Yes, I did. Can I make something clear?
Just a moment, please.
Okay.
I'm going to jump backwards a little bit. It looks like on August 22nd, you were having some email exchanges or text message, I should say, text message exchanges with Amy. She's talking about lunch. This would have been right after the state fair, right? August 22nd?
Correct.
Had Amy shared with you that she was disappointed because her and Jerry weren't able to hook up the way they wanted?
Yes, she did.
And at 9:06 on August 22nd, she says, "After lunch, I'm going to meet Jerry. We had a little setback and we need to meet for some makeup sex."
Yes, she did.
And then the lunch plans continued.
Correct.
Next day, the 23rd, thanks for the chat. Missed that. If Todd happens to ask, I'll be calling him. We chatted till 1 o'clock, but I doubt he'll text you. Don't wait so long for our next lunch. Did it appear that she was using you as a cover for meeting Jerry?
That time it did, but I did not answer her that yes, I would cover for her. I just dropped that subject because I did not want her to feel like I would enable her in that situation. I was there to support her, not judge her, but not enable her.
And it looks like that same day, Todd was texting you and he seemed very appreciative that she was having lunch with you and she seemed to enjoy that and make her feel better.
Yep.
During the months of September and October, how much contact were you having with Amy?
It varied. During the fair, maybe not quite as much. Occasionally, pretty much it was either we would go to lunch or text once in a while on the phone.
Well, this was September and October. This was after the medical conference and rumors are flying and Amy talked to Todd, Todd texted you and so forth, right?
Correct.
All that was around August 28th, 9th, September 1, right in that condensed time, right?
It's just confusing because I was at two separate conferences real close together there.
Okay. But after that flurry of activity and exchanges in September and October, you said your contacts with Amy kind of trailed off?
They weren't as frequent. We still communicated, we still went out to lunch, but it wasn't quite as often.
And if I understand some of the other testimony in the trial, this was a time period when Amy's uncle suffered a brain bleed,
Yes, he did.
and he was in very critical condition in the hospital, and then later transferred to a rehabilitation center in Des Moines called On With Life.
Yes.
Were you and Amy exchanging her concerns and her attention to that matter as that went on?
We did talk about her uncle, yes.
Do you know if that situation with her uncle led her to spend some time traveling back and forth to wherever he was being hospitalized?
I believe she stayed down there for several days with her uncle so her mom could have some relief from sitting with him. He was getting up and falling, so they needed a sitter with him to make sure he didn't get hurt.
During September and October, did you have much contact with Todd at all?
No.
Did you know enough about the farm life that this was quickly moving into harvest season for him?
Yes.
Did Amy talk about that?
No.
While this thing with her uncle was going on, his health concerns, was Amy sharing anything with you about her either continued or discontinued relationship with Jared?
We did not talk about that relationship quite as much then. I was trying to let her work it out in her own mind what she was going to do. I didn't know what she was thinking she was going to do or choose. I know she was very concerned about her children.
I'm not going to try to hunt for it right now, but I believe there was some message between you and her at some point where she talked about him being the super dad all of a sudden,
Yes.
and that there was some hope that, or comment by you perhaps, that maybe he could continue to be.
I did. Because she was trying to decide at that time if she would stay there because of the children or if she wanted to leave. And I said maybe Todd would, be the person she wanted or needed him to be.
You said that after the revelation of the first affair, that it seemed that, or there were indications anyway, that Todd was very controlling and suspicious or wanting to know where she was at and so forth.
Yes.
Was that continuing in last year, in July, August, September?
That continued the whole time after the affair. The first affair.
All the way from 5 years ago up and through?
Yes.
Did Amy ever say that she was limited in having money to buy things, shop?
Yes, she did.
Would you be surprised that she had an unlimited access to a Cabela's credit card?
I don't believe she went up to Cabela's very often.
Walmart?
I do believe that most of her and the children's clothing were Walmart and Goodwill.
Did you ever go to Goodwill with her?
A couple times.
Do you know, at least from the spring of 2018 until the time of her death, you said that this controlling, knowing where she was at all the time, that continued?
That did continue.
Do you know, can you explain how she would manage to have arranged to have sex with Jerry at least 100 times, according to him?
I did ask Amy where they were meeting because I didn't know, and she said that things would take place at another hog facility that was being built near them or at their own facility. She did say that at one point someone came to the facility, the newly built one, when she was there with Jerry. So from what I understood from her, they weren't meeting in hotels or houses or anything. They were meeting on the farms near her home.
But according to Jerry, they were meeting at hotels sometimes.
I did not know that from Amy.
So she wasn't being scrutinized 24/7 by Todd, I mean.
I would imagine it would be very hard with how hard he works. Yes.
You mentioned that Amy had texted and talked to you directly about Todd contacting Jerry's wife.
Yes.
Do you know that he'd contacted Jerry also?
Yes.
Did Amy share with you what her understanding of Jerry's response to Todd's inquiry was?
She said that Jerry denied the relationship and that they were just friends.
Did she have a comment about if she knew how Jerry's wife had responded?
She said that Jerry's wife responded that she felt like their marriage was solid. After the first conversation with Todd, after the second conversation, Amy said that she thought Jerry's wife thought Todd was crazy and blocked him from Facebook.
Okay. Do you know for sure if Todd ever was on Facebook?
I don't know what Todd looked at.
Okay. I believe it was in mid-October. That's when Amy was very upset about her, I'll call it a run-in with Todd's mother.
Correct.
Did Amy tell you that it seemed like she appreciated that Todd had stuck up for her in that situation?
She did not feel that way as far as when she talked to me due to the text he had sent Tristan.
But Todd did not defend his mother the way she had treated her.
That I don't know.
So I guess just to summarize here that we had affair number one, you played an integral role in getting them into counseling and preserving the marriage. That would be a pretty fair assessment, right?
That's fair.
And then near the end of August, which you knew there was another affair already occurring, it appeared that the cat might be out of the bag, that rumors were out there that she was having another affair.
Correct.
You talked to her, she says, I'm telling Todd, and she did.
She told him about the rumors.
Right. Oh, right. I didn't want to misstate that. But Todd's reaction is, we've talked about it, just nothing really happened after that, right?
I'm not sure the timeline, but I believe that's maybe when he talked to Jerry or Jerry's wife again. I'm not sure, I think.
But your contacts with Amy kind of lessened. You'd still have lunch or talks or text messages and so forth.
I distanced myself a little bit because I didn't want to be put in that position. I felt like I wanted Amy to talk to Todd about what was going on. And I didn't want to have to be, or didn't feel like it was my place to be the one to tell Todd what was happening. But I felt like I was very uncomfortable maybe not lying to him, but that's why I always deflected his questions, because I didn't want to come out, and Amy needed time to figure out what she was doing
You shouldn't have put yourself in the middle in the first.
with her life.
Did Amy tell you that after the end of August, 1st of September, when this rumor issue arose, that this Jerry Frazier continued to be a farm management person for their hog operation?
Yes, he did.
So that business relationship between Jerry and the Mullis farm didn't change?
No, she was very concerned that his place of employment would find out and that he would be fired. So she was very concerned about that.
Well, it would be fair to assume, wouldn't it, that Todd didn't say, I don't want anything to do with you, or I'm suspicious of you, or I'm going to call your employer. None of that ever happened.
I'll let her answer to her knowledge. Go ahead.
To my knowledge, he did not call Jerry's place of employment.
All right, thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect.
Terry, I just have one question. Okay. The defense attorney just asked you about those conversations that you initially had with Todd about the rumors. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that initially he said that they talked about the rumors, and then Todd said it seemed like today was a good day.
Yes.
And then I'm going to put up here on the screen from Group Exhibit 66. There was some additional text messages after that where you're again talking about those rumors.
Yes.
And in fact, at the top, Todd writes, she told me Spencer told you Doug said that.
Yes.
And that's referring to the people that told you about those rumors.
Yes, correct.
Todd then says, so are rumors bad? And you respond, yes, it doesn't really matter who said it. Weird, they are out there.
Yes.
And then Todd responds, either weird or true, and everyone is lying to me.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Firehelm, anything else for her? Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
Okay. That's it for today. We will pick it up tomorrow. But before we go, I want to show you something really cool that my cousin sent me that I'm sure I will get a chance to use.
Have no fear. Justice shall prevail. The courts will decide. They say a man who represents himself has a fool for a client. Well, with God as my witness, I am that fool. Have no fear. Justice.
I love it. I love it. I love it. She sent that to me. I was telling her. What was I telling her? I don't know. I was telling her about somebody trying to represent themselves. And she sent me that. And I was like, oh, it's perfect. I love it. I'm going to keep it. I can use it. And she goes, well, I'm glad I could help. I was like, that is perfect. Absolutely perfect. I will get lots and lots of good use out of that. I know. I don't understand this woman. Like, what is your deal? Why do you want to get all up in this person's marriage? I don't get it. I did it when I did it. I did it to try to keep my goddaughter out of the mess. And then she ended up taking her into the mess. And then her husband ended up tracking them down. And then they had the whole giant blow up in front of this 5-year-old child. And I could have protected her from all that. That's what I was trying to do, was protect the baby. Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if she's even trying to be helpful. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe she thought she was trying to be helpful. I don't know. I don't know. It's not smart to stick your nose into other people's marriages. And like I said, I had nothing to do with the actual infidelity part. My part was, if you're going to do this, bring me the baby. She was 5, but bring me the kid if you're going to do this. And she was like, is it a sin if I'm only thinking about doing it? And I was like, yes. Like, I got the Bible out and showed her verses. I'm like, yes. Even if you're only thinking about it, yes. And she did it anyway. But I'm like, if you're going to do it, bring me the baby. If you're going to do it, bring me the baby. That was, I tried to tell her not to, but, I was like, that's between you and God. You and your conscience, I'm not judging. That's it's your life. But please promise me that you will bring me the baby. And she did. And then she didn't. And I don't know why she didn't. That was my role, was to protect the child. And then she didn't. And the whole thing, and I didn't even know the whole thing blew up that time, when she was supposed to bring me the kid. And then I found out much later, because I think she was afraid to tell me. I found out much, much later that she was there when her husband tracked them down and the whole thing blew up. And I was like, that's why I wanted her. That's why I always wanted you to bring her to me. I didn't have anything to do with the marriage part of it. I just wanted the kid. I wanted to keep her safe. Oh well, no good deed goes unpunished, I guess. Yep, a lot of people feed on drama. Absolutely. A lot of people feed on drama. My husband's ex-wife, I don't know if they're still that way, because I don't ever go over there anymore now that the girls are grown. They still live there because they're just like their mom, and they can't keep their mouth shut, and they can't keep a job. Well, the youngest one is a good worker and she'll keep a job. But the oldest one, she's a drama magnet and she doesn't ever keep a job. And it seemed like every time I went over there, there was another person living there, like a different person living there. They took in strays. And it was always some conflict going on. And sometimes there was a throuple going on, and there was somebody fighting on the phone with a part of this throuple, and there was 2 people in the house together, and they were on the phone with this other third I mean, it was insanity in this house. And we had to go over there because my husband's children lived there, and it was holidays and birthdays, and every time we went over there, there was a new person that had some controversy attached to them, like drugs or bisexual polyamory relationships that were imploding, or underage, like her youngest daughter from her second marriage. I don't know how old her boyfriend was, but he was like still in high school whenever they got together and started having kids. I mean, like, she ran away from home when she was 18. My husband's ex chased her down the street when she left. So her daughter called the cops on her. Cop shows up. She's like, but she's my daughter. Yeah, well, she's 18. She can leave home if she wants to. I have stories about these people. I'm so glad I don't have to go over there anymore. And they have no shame either. Like one time, her youngest daughter was in jail because she was hotboxing in the car with the cops were driving by. They saw the smoke. So her mom's like sitting at the jail to pick her up, and she's posting it on Facebook. Sitting at the jail waiting to pick up my kid. I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's not something I want to post on Facebook. Aren't people supposed to put on Facebook, like, make their life seem better? Like, no. Oh my God. I don't understand those kind of people. I really don't. Don't get it. I don't understand. Why do these kind of people exist? What do they get out of it? All it does is make you crazy and cause ulcers. I don't. I stay home. That's why I stay home. Just, I could go without seeing people. I couldn't even give you a time frame on that. Okay. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna feed my husband, and I will see you guys in the morning. Have a good evening. Thank you guys for coming out. This has definitely shed some light on this case. It's way too peoply out there. Yes, it's way too peoply out there. Absolutely. Yes. That's why I like it here with you guys. We're all in our own houses, away from each other, yet we can still socialize. Okay, bye guys. Love y'all. See you tomorrow.